After I've thanked you again, we're going to run that, and that'll lead us into the break between the hours. So that's a fabulous video, and you know which one with the helicopters and that stuff. The 1 minute, 17 seconds. So
we'll need to have everyone mute your video now, please, and audio.
كان والدي دائم الابتسام وكان يعمل راعياً للماشية. لقد علمني أن الغذاء هو سبيل السعادة.
Porque los caminos que recorremos se entrelazan, dando vida a una infinita variedad de historias.
Les poissons que je pêche chaque jour, on ne les trouve que dans ces eaux.
我们提供粮食，滋养生命。
E noi dobbiamo nutrire il mondo.
It's time to take action.
We all have a role to play.
Давайте добьемся лучшего в жизни и в обществе повсюду.
We need a food system that sustains lives, the planet, and protects its workers.
لأن مصيرنا واحد، أفعالنا هي مستقبلنا.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you're joining us from around the planet, I want to welcome you to World Food Day. It's a day that every year we celebrate as the birthday of the Food and Agriculture Organization, now 75 years ago. We gather to remember that, and we also gather so that we can rededicate ourselves to ending hunger, to tackling hunger. And this year, we're also counting down. We're in the 10-year countdown to our 2030 global goal of zero hunger. It takes a whole village, it takes a whole global village to pull off a program like this. I want to thank first our presenting partners, our program partners in this, the World Affairs Council of America and the World Food Program's USA office in Washington, who are our program partners for this program. Also, those who have been able to support us financially to make this possible free of charge. There's over 800 people around the world registered already and going to the program. And in that opportunity, we've been supported by the McKnight Foundation, King Solutions, Hormel Foods, the Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Greater MSP. But I want to make a very special thank you to our members. Those of you who support us year after year with your membership make these possible. We have corporate members, Ecolabs and Land O'Lakes and Sid Investment and Delta and Cargill and Medtronic and United Health Group, some of our very, very generous and very, very faithful corporate sponsors. But also we have individuals from all over the planet who support the work that we do. If you're not a member and you'd like to join us and be part of this, on your screen, on the YouTube screen, there's a description place for that. But in that opportunity, we want to let you know how grateful we are that you've taken time to be with us here today. In this year, a complicated year, we thought we would do World Food Day in Minnesota, a conference center, something like that. No, we're in a new world. And that world has been greatly assisted inside of Global Minnesota by the incredible board of directors we have. The president of our board last year, who was in the middle of his term, Ambassador Ross Wilson was asked to go to Afghanistan to serve as in reference, the ambassador to Afghanistan. And very fortunately, our vice president, Muffy McMillan, stepped up, took the reins of this organization and helped us move through these very, very complicated times. He's had a lot of experience as a global humanitarian, philanthropist, sits on the board of global organizations that really are good partners of ours. So she brought a kind of experience and network that's made a big difference in our success this year. And I would like to ask our board president, Muffy McMillan, to now unmute her video and to join me and to welcome and introduce our keynote speaker, Honorable David Beasley. Thank you, Muffy, and please unmute yourself and join me.
Thank you, Mark. On behalf of the Global Minnesota Board of Directors, welcome to World Food Day 2020. I'm Muffy McMillan, and as Mark noted, I'm the current board chair. When asked, I was happy to serve as chair because of the needed role Global Minnesota plays in engaging Minnesota with the world. Today's conference is a perfect example of convening critical dialogues on global issues, something the organization has been doing for nearly 70 years. This morning, I have the honor of introducing our opening speaker, the Honorable David Beasley, Executive Director of the World Food Program, former Governor of South Carolina, Profile and Courage Award winner, scholar, and an amazing humanitarian. On behalf of Global Minnesota, we welcome you to World Food Day 2020. Congratulations to you and all of your World Food Program team for the great honor of being named the 2020 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. The Nobel Committee could not have chosen a more deserving organization for this distinguished award. The World Food Program was born out of a passionate concern of President Eisenhower that the United Nations ensure that emerging situations such as hurricanes, civil wars, massive fires, and other natural and man-made disasters would be properly dealt with. This was done by bringing the most advanced science and technology to bear on growing, protecting, and preparing our daily bread. Since first promoted by President Eisenhower back in 1960, it has grown to be the largest humanitarian organization on the planet. The scope of their work is incredible. This year, they are feeding 133 million people across 80 countries during this COVID pandemic crisis. I sit on the board of the Cargill Foundation, where we provide support to nonprofit organizations in our headquarters community of the Twin Cities to nourish and educate the next generation. I was very pleased and proud to see that Cargill understands how the current difficulties with food insecurity are affecting people around the world. I'm proud of our stepping forward to honor and celebrate the World Food Program team by matching the Nobel Peace Prize with another $1 million. This contribution builds on our 20-year partnership to address food insecurity and advance farmer livelihoods around the world. David is a wonderful individual, and I'm honored to have him as a friend who found out a few days ago that his organization has won the Nobel Peace Prize. Please join me in welcoming David Beasley, Executive Director of the United Nations World Food Program, to Global Minnesota's World Food Day 2020 conference. Thank you, David.
Muffy, always great to see you. I just wish I were there where I could get a hug, but even if we were together, we can't hug nowadays, all this COVID stuff, you know, but it's great to see you. And thank you for your moral, spiritual support, but thank you also for the financial support, particularly at a time such as this, when we've got more suffering, struggling around the world than any time period in a long, long, long time. And so it's great to be with all of you. I wish I were in Minnesota, but with the virtual reality that we live in today, we got to do what we got to do. And I'm in Rome today. And so it's late in the afternoon here, and I'm about to do a news conference in New York in just a few minutes. I just gave another speech in another place around the world a few minutes ago. And so we'll talk about a connected world. But you would think with all the technology and all the wealth around the world today, with all this connectedness, we wouldn't have anybody going to bed hungry anywhere. I mean, really, with $370 trillion worth of wealth on earth today, to think that 690 million people go to bed chronically hungry. And on top of that, 270 million people literally on the brink of starvation. That's not good. So an indictment on humanity that any child goes to bed hungry, much less dies from starvation. So when we received the award, you can imagine it was Friday. I was in Niger, and I can't think of actually a more appropriate place in the world to be because of what's unfolding in Niger, in the Sahel region. And so I was in a meeting and talking with a government official, and somebody just comes busting in the room, and I was like, "What in the world?" And it says Nobel Peace Prize, and I'm like, "Oh, who won it? Who won it?" And it said, "We did," and I was really like, "Wow, you've got to be kidding me!" And it's an absolute honor and a tribute to the women and men who put their lives on the line at risk every single day at the World Food Program in war zones, areas of conflict, destabilization, whether it's hurricanes, cyclones, it doesn't matter. Our people are out there. When most people are running and hiding, we're out there putting ourselves in harm's way because we are, in fact, helping keep people alive all over the world. And so I would like to have received this award because we've ended hunger. Quite frankly, when you look at the numbers, when I arrived 3.5 years ago to head up this organization with these extraordinary men and women, our partners like Cargill and many of you, we were at 80 million people on the brink of starvation. And right before COVID, the numbers had spiked to 135 million people, driven primarily by man-made conflict. Compound that with climate extremes, droughts, floods, you name it, along with fragile governance, and you see why it's gone from 80 to 135 million. Now, because of COVID, it's rippling around the world economically, supply chain disruption. We're now talking about the number of people not going to bed hungry now, but the people on the brink of starvation to 270 million people. Now, if I looked at the fact that I took this role 3.5 years ago, and we've gone from 80 million to now 270 million. I think you need to fire somebody, in fact, because what's going wrong? My goal and Muffy and I've talked about this, and so has Mark and I, when I arrived at the World Food Program, my objective was to put the World Food Program out of business because we would no longer be needed. We would create resilience and sustainability in nations all over the earth. Because when I arrived, I was looking at some of the countries where the United Nations and operations, including USAID and other, had been in a country 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And I'm like, well, why are we still there? If we were doing our job, if we had achieved goals and objectives, shouldn't we be out of there and their systems are sustainable? But the world's very fragile, falling apart in a lot of different ways. In spite of all this advanced technology, which we use in so many different ways, man-made conflict is driving up the hunger rates in unprecedented ways. And that with climate change is really, really a problem. And so we are in over 80 something countries. We assist last year about 100 million people. This year, we're trying to scale up, depending upon funding, about 138, give or take, million people. It depends on the situation and what type of funds we get. But let me kind of paint a good picture and a very bad picture. 200 years ago, when the world was population 1.1 billion, you had about 90, give or take 94% of the people were in extreme poverty. Today, less than 10%. So of a world population of about 7.6, give or take, billion people. And so what we've been able to do is build systems over the past 200 years that's sharing more wealth and assisting more people than any time period in world history. That's remarkable success. Now, try telling that to the 800, 900 million, billion people that are still struggling. But that doesn't mean we tear down the system that's allowing us to help the 90-something percent. What it does mean, though, we've got more work to do. And boy, do we. Because when COVID came on the scene, I'd already been telling, actually, right before COVID, at the end of last year, leaders around the world that 2020 was going to be the worst humanitarian crisis year since the creation of the United Nations and World War II. And when I began breaking it down, going by country, region by region, leaders would be like, oh my gosh. I remember right, it was COVID was just sort of hitting the scene. And it was about the end of March, and Tony Blair had called me, and Tony said, David, you're all over the world. He says, what are you seeing out there? I said, well, Tony, what really is concerning us is that many of the leaders at the time are making decisions on COVID, a health pandemic, in a vacuum, not understanding if you don't balance this right, you're going to disrupt supply chains and completely obliterate, diminish the economic opportunity, and you'll have economic contraction in nations around the world. And I said, I broke it down in about 10 countries over the next 4 quarters. And Tony was like, oh my God, nobody's seen the big picture. And so I went and spoke to the United Nations Security Council, explaining that if we're not careful, the cure is going to be much worse than the disease. So we must handle this right. It's not COVID versus hunger. We must actually work together these issues to minimize the death and the struggling and suffering of people all over the world. And so when I went to the Security Council and spoke and said, we must do these things, otherwise we're going to have catastrophe. We're going to have famines of biblical proportions all over the world. And so leaders around the world responded. But let me explain a little bit why I'm very concerned about 2021 versus 2020 comparatively, because the monies that we received for 2020 were based upon, as you can imagine, the budgetary system of 2019, where the economies were relatively strong around the world, the United States, Germany, the UK, the EU, I can keep going. And so we had about $8.4 billion appropriated for 2019 and 2020, about the same, give or take. Well, those monies were appropriated over a year ago. Well, now the needs have spiked. The governments have reached deeper into their pockets to help more people in this time that we're facing. The governments have put $17 trillion worth of economic stimulus out into the marketplace. They can't do that again. And the economies are deteriorating and around the world. And when you look at remittances, let me just go through a few more points. Remittances are down over $100 billion. The informal economy, which is 2 billion employees, so 2 billion people, they've been just dynamically devastated by COVID. They say that over 495 million jobs, so to speak, have been destroyed because of COVID. Now, see, you in Minnesota or New York or LA, you've got in your pantry probably 2, 3, 4 weeks worth of food. You might not like what you're eating the 3rd week, but you're going to be okay. In the places where we are, in the 80 some odd countries, these people live literally hand to mouth every day. They don't have a pantry full of food. And so the supply chain is critical. You remember how difficult it was in the first few weeks of COVID, panic buying. You couldn't get toilet paper, for example. If you're having that in the most sophisticated supply chain system in the world, you can imagine what's happening in Niger or Yemen or Syria or Chad or Mali. Just imagine. And so what we've been seeing, declining currency, inflation, spike in food prices into these areas that were already fragile. And if you compound some of these areas, like where I was last week in the Sahel, where you've got ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Boko Haram and Al-Shabaab and other extremist groups exploiting the vulnerability and fragileness of this particular area, if we're not careful, we will be facing famine, destabilization, and mass migration. And I can tell you, it's 1,000 times more expensive after the fact. It'd be like having a few water lines in your ceiling, and you've got 4 water lines that have a little leak, but you've got a stain on the carpet and a rip in your screen door, and you've only got $100. You can only fix one. Are you gonna fix the leaking pipes, or you gonna go fix the screen door, little tear in the screen, or the little stain in the carpet? I know what you're gonna do, because if you don't fix the leaking pipes, you go then be replacing the ceiling, all the carpet, the flooring, all the furniture, everything. It's like, as I say, with the Titanic heading to the iceberg, you either can focus on the iceberg or worry about the problems of furniture inside. This is a time when we have to be focused on the icebergs. It is critical, because we are literally facing an extraordinary time period ahead of us. We've been doing the mathematical analysis. In fact, by the way, my economist is a graduate of the University of Minnesota, and he was bragging about that just a little bit earlier. And so we're not going to have the availability of funds like we had in 2020, and the people that are struggling are being hit even harder. So when you look at countries like Ethiopia, 50% of their export revenues, tourism. Well, tourism's gone. Nigeria, South Sudan, 95% of their export revenues, oil. Well, you know what happened to oil prices? Tanking. And I can start breaking down country by country by country. And so it's a very concerning time period. And so we've got to reach deep in our pockets. And that's why I'm so glad that Cargill, Muffy, thank you so much for being that voice. The world's at a very fragile time. I mean, I want to be talking to you in a lot more detail about how we're going to resolve long-term food security, because I'll tell you from my experience that you will not solve the hunger problem. And I'm not talking about the short-term phenomena, which is a phenomena, but short-term and long-term. You're not going to solve it through philanthropy. Philanthropy and charity is very important, but long-term sustainability is got to come through the private sector. Historically, in my opinion, the private sector was sort of shunned from the United Nations, but I really see a renewed spirit in the United Nations and others beginning to realize that we've got to do this together, that the private sector is critical. So working with partners like Cargill and many of you, but I'm not asking you to help me be more efficient, even though that's a very important thing. And we work with a lot of you further so that at the World Food Program, we are more efficient, we are more strategic, but we will never pull ourselves out of these countries without your engagement, bringing your systems into play, improving agricultural inputs, outputs, sustainability. That's going to be the key. And that's what we want to continue to work on. I love talking about some of the things that we're doing now. You can go into the Niger area, Mali, where, climate, we might debate all day long what's causing the climate to change. But I can tell you, being out there where we are, you have no doubt about the climate's changing. Now, I can tell you a matter of fact, because we're seeing the droughts, the flooding. I mean, you can take an average rainfall in a country that really hadn't changed that much, but you're getting more flash floods in a particular season. You're getting more droughts in another season. And it might balance out to be the average for the year, but it's dynamically impacted the local people. In places like Niger or Mali, Burkina Faso, when you see this parched land, and I'm not talking about just a little bit of land, I'm talking about thousands of miles in this Sahel, where the Sahara is moving down about 1 kilometer per year and pushing the herders down into the farmers, and then the extremist groups exploit that division, et cetera, et cetera. But we come in and do water harvesting projects, what we call half moons and many other other types of techniques that we use. And we have been rehabilitating with our beneficiaries, because I believe that every beneficiary wants to be involved with a community improvement project, a food for asset type project. I haven't met a beneficiary yet that said, you know, I really love this outside support. We go sit around and do nothing. I haven't met one of those yet. They all want to be independent and free of outside support. And I've stood there on the Hill with particularly women, and these women beneficiaries are amazing. And I had this woman say, Mr. Beasley, she said, I have this 5 acres of land, and because you've taught us this technique of rehabilitating the land, capturing water, we're no longer needing your support for our family, but we're now feeding our village. And if I could get 5 more acres of land, we could be selling into the marketplace and making money. And you can't imagine what that means. And when we go into an area like that and do a land rehabilitation project and put on top of that, like a school meals project, it's amazing what happens in these areas. Recruitment by ISIS or Al-Qaeda drops off the chart. Migration drops off the chart. Marriage rates by 12, 13-year-old little girls drops off the chart. The pregnancy rate drops off the chart. Now, you can quantify economically all those dynamics. So what do you think's cheaper? To keep doing it like we always did it for about 20, 30 years, you'll be doing that forever and ever, or come in and do it strategic, more effective, and we no longer need to be there. And let me give you another example. This was in, and this is a typical example. This was in Afghanistan and the Mar el-Sharif area. If you've watched some of the movies about Afghanistan wars, you'll know where I'm talking about. Very difficult area. And so historically, we would just bring in food. The United States farmers, which, USAID and the U.S. And by the way, let me divert for just a minute. I know you're watching the presidential election and the politics around America, and there's so much division. It's heartbreaking. It really is. It seems like the Democrats and Republicans are fighting over everything. Doesn't matter what it is. Somebody says it's snowing. Somebody says, no, it's sunny outside. Somebody says it's raining. No, it's, you know what I'm talking about. But when it comes to international aid and food security, when I walk over into the Senate, into the House, into the White House, both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, it's like they drop everything they're doing, differences that they have, and come together when it comes on behalf of the American people, helping the poor people around the world. It is a remarkable thing, as I call it, the miracle on Pennsylvania Avenue today. It really is. So the American people, I know when they know there's tragedy, when they know they're suffering, when they know they're struggling, they step up. But unfortunately, in the last couple of years, you turn on the television, it was last year, it was Brexit, Trump. Now it's COVID, Trump. You got the elections. And so it's hard to break through to let the American people know about the wars in Yemen, the Sahel, and Syria, and Iraq, and tragedies in Lebanon, and Ethiopia, and DRC, and Somalia, et cetera, et cetera. And so thank you to the American people. Thank you for your voice. Thank you for helping us be more strategic. So back to Afghanistan. So instead of what we would do in the past, just bring food in from the outside, we went and met with the farmers on the eastern side of the country where you have peace and stability. And we said, we'll buy the food from you, but we need this quantity and this quality. We'll pay this price. So guess what happened? They hired more people, bought more equipment, tractors and trucks, and the milling operations did the same thing. And so then we bought the same quantity from locally within, stimulating the local economy. And then we went to the other side of the country and met with the village leaders where you would have flash floods and droughts. Flash floods would come out of the mountains and just devastate the valley, or there'd be a drought. And so we said, we're going to give you this food on the condition that you will help us. We'll help you rehabilitate the landscape so there's small holding ponds and dams and reservoirs. When you have the flash floods, the water's contained. And then when you have the droughts, we got the irrigation systems that you're going to dig and work with us on down into the cropland. And so I stood there at the top of the hill with this tribal leader, the elder, and I said, so what's happening now? He's just so much pride. He said, our children are no longer joining extremist groups, anti-government rebel forces, nor are they leaving. And they're staying here because they see there's a future. That's the World Food Program. And that's because of supporters like you that are out there giving us the support that we need as we work to change systems around the world. And each area is different in what we do and how we do it. And that's why we're so flexible and so fluid. And I think the Nobel Peace Prize, the committee recognized what we are doing, the importance of what we're doing, the partners that are engaged with us, but they also recognize the world's at a crossroads. And we've got a lot of work to do. The question we're trying to think through now is how do we take advantage of this Nobel Peace Prize to inspire, encourage people around the world to recognize the need of food security and the relationship between war and peace and food. Because there's no doubt conflict drives up hunger and hunger drives up conflict. In the Syrian war, for example, if we could have gone in there and done what we needed to do right early on, it would have spared billions upon billions of dollars. But the international community waited too late and you had mass migration. You know, we can feed a Syrian, for example, in Syria for about, give or take, 50 cents. It's a war zone, so it's a little more expensive. That same Syrian, if it ends up in Brussels or Berlin, for example, the total humanitarian support package is 50 to 100 euros per day. And I can tell you, when you feed 100 million people per day like we do, we survey people all the time. We know what they're thinking. We know what's going on in the neighborhood. And they tell us they don't want to leave. In fact, they'll move 2 to 3 to 4 times inside their country, going to their aunts or their grandfathers or cousins or friends before they'll finally leave their homeland. People don't like to leave their home. But if you have no peace and you don't have food, you're going to do whatever you need to do for your children to survive. And that's what we are facing in many of these regions around the world today. Unfortunately, 80% of our operations now and expenditures are in war zones and conflict areas. Imagine the billions of dollars that would be available for development if it weren't for man-made conflict. In fact, $16 trillion of GDP is impacted because of man-made conflict. Imagine what that would do to help stimulate economies around the world. So we've got a lot of work to do. The world's dependent on us. And I'd like to say one day we are out of business. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. But partnering with you, all of you, I need to ask you to help us every way you can right now, because it is an all hands on deck. It's a call to action right now. You must understand how concerned we are about 2021. This is a very delicate time period in world history. But I'm hopeful. I'm one of those that does not believe that the sun is setting or the glass is half empty. I believe it's half full. And I believe in the heart of the American people and people around the world. I really do. People ask me, says, how do you not get depressed? And I said, well, when you get out there and see those little girls, those little boys, I mean, whether it's in Yemen or the middle of a war zone with nothing, and you see life, and it inspires you, encourages you. Scott Pelley was on 60 Minutes. He and I were doing a show on Yemen, and Scott was really moved by the interview and all of my team. And at the end of the interview, we were taking our mic off, and Scott said, Governor, he said, you got the greatest job on earth. And I said, Scott, I do. I really do. I said, but I'm going to say something that you haven't thought of, and it's going to bother you. And he looked at me like, what in the world could that be? And I said, Scott, I don't go to bed at night thinking about the children we saved. I go to bed at night weeping over the children we could not reach. So when we don't have enough money nor the access, many times we have to choose which children eat, which children don't eat. And I said, how would you like that job? And then Scott looked at me, just tears in his eyes, says, oh my God, I never thought about that. And I said, well, we have to think about it every day. So with $360 trillion worth of wealth today, there is no reason that a child would go to bed hungry. With all the technology and expertise that we have out there today, a child shouldn't go to bed hungry. We've got our work cut out for us. We've made a lot of progress in the last 200 years, but the work's not done. And so, Muffy, it's great to be here. I could talk for, as you know, about this subject for another hour, or not another day. But let me stop right there, Mark and Muffy. Let me turn it back over to you to proceed on. And thank you for letting me be with you. I know it's early in the morning there, and it's late in the afternoon here, and to be with you anytime, any place, anywhere is always a blessing to me. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate that.
Thank you so much, David. I know Muffy and I both so appreciate your taking time for this. And we have a little bit of time left and a couple questions that I think might ring bell. May I proceed, Muffy? You want to?
Yes, I'd like to say thank you from everyone, David, for your insights, education, passion, and basically unrelentless energy around the World Food Program. You know, David, the world is so lucky to have you, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know how lucky they are. As I tell them, I'm not their leader, I'm their cheerleader.
well, thank you. So David, one of the things that you mentioned about how next year will go, I know that in this afternoon's program, we're going to be hearing from your Director of Operation, Amer, about the partnership that got built over the last few years and then mobilized the common services. Can you share with all of us watching about that? I mean, that is human advancement.
If you've got Amer speaking to you, you go get your earful, because he is amazing out there.
It's at 1 o'clock Central Daylight Time in Minnesota.
Put your seatbelt on, because when you start breaking down what we do, where we do it, I'm not talking about simple places, complex areas where you just can't even get anything into, and how we can drop food from the sky. And I can start talking about that all day long and be inspired by what our men and women do out there, and how we work with private sector to rethink the way we do things, to be more strategic and more efficient and more effective. But let me just give you on this at this point of supply chain with regards to COVID, and because not many people realize we're the actual logistics backbone for the United Nations. We don't deliver just food, but we also do the humanitarian supplies around the world. So COVID's on the scene, and it's compounded because of the commercial airline business pretty much shutting down, right? They weren't flying into all these areas. So how are you going to get COVID supplies, equipment, PPE, medicines, nurses, doctors, humanitarians? A huge problem. So we step up and we become the humanitarian logistical backbone for COVID. And so over 80,000 cubic meters of supplies into over, I think, 172 countries around the world. We've delivered 24,000 passengers just in the past few months into the most difficult areas for getting doctors and nurses, humanitarians out into the field so they can do their job in these countries that are struggling in so many ways, especially with the COVID impact. And so you can only imagine. And so you're getting supplies out there, whether it's UNHCR refugee material, UNICEF, WHO, you name the agency. We are the logistics backbone for that. And our teams are remarkable. Most of the time it's by ships and trucks and planes, but sometimes we're dropping from 20,000 feet in the air or several thousand feet in the air. Just give you a real quick short story. This was in Deir ez-Zor in Syria, in this city of about 100,000 people, had been besieged by ISIS. And they were able to hold the perimeter. They couldn't penetrate, but then they couldn't get any food in. So how do you deal with that? Because ISIS wouldn't allow us to go in. And so how do you drop food into a small city and hit a football field? You can't drop it from 2,000-3,000 feet. Why? Because ISIS had RPGs that could hit, and other military equipment that could hit up to about 15,000 feet in the air. So we needed to redesign a system to drop food from 20,000 feet in the air that wouldn't be hit by missiles and then hit that football field. It'd be like they said, throwing a dart to a bullseye, I think 4,200 times and never missing the bullseye. And we kept those 100,000 people alive until finally the city was freed. And that's the type of supply chain people we have. And in Sudan, we redesigned a parachute because a lot of these places, you can't land an airplane because it might be flooded for hundreds of miles. You can't put down. So you've got to drop a lot of food from the sky. And when you're feeding millions of people from the sky, it's a very, very costly program. And so we're always trying to do things more inexpensively, because if we save $1, that's 4 meals for children. And so when you're dropping food from the sky, dropping cooking oil is a problem. You can imagine. So we would have to bring in it by helicopter. Well, we redesigned the parachutes and the suppression system so that when the cooking oil was to be dropped from several thousand feet, it wouldn't explode, and et cetera. That saved us $24 million, give or take, a year. That's 100 million meals for children. And that's how the people at the World Food Program think. That's how AMR thinks, because we know when we save $1, that's saving lives. And right now, we don't have enough food. We don't have enough money for all the people that we need to reach, because we're going to need billions of dollars more next year. And so we can be as efficient as we can, but we've got to have the American people step up like they've never stepped up before. So anyway, Mark, you see, I get really fired up about this because what our people do is really amazing.
Well, and I think that's the part about talking to Amr and talking to his partner, Mike Ryan at World Health Organization.
Oh, yeah.
That over the years, building partnerships like around the Ebola crisis, which, Minnesotans were involved in. Our National Guard trained some of our young men and women to go be the back office for that Ebola battle. And they didn't have to go because of the success of the public health sector, the investment by the United States in the AIDS, public policy work around AIDS and public health. But in that partnership, it seems to me we see the future. We talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, number 17, partnerships. It looks to me like World Food Program, World Health Organizations have a real partnership that sets the bar high for a future when, as you mentioned, more climate disruption, civil conflict. We're going to need that example that you have established to be really seen as a global value for all of us.
Well, working with WHO, UNICEF, UNHCR, and there's a great camaraderie. And what I have found is we try to reform the UN system. You can build the best system in the world. If you put lousy managers in, it won't matter. Or you can have the worst system and have the best managers and you make it work. We're trying to get where you got the best system and the best managers. And what I have found to be the most successful reform in the UN system since I've arrived is the leadership. We sit down, and in one of the first few weeks when I was at the UN, I started attending some meetings, and it was just talk. It drove me up the wall. And so we started having private meetings, myself and a few of the key leaders in the areas that we have concern. And it was the cooperation, collaboration, because I would be like, look, if you can do something better than we can, that's great. Let's go do it. Or how can we support you? And it was that sort of collaboration, cooperation that really has improved operations, and working with WHO out in the field and UNICEF and supply chain and all the different dynamics taking place in the most difficult circumstances like Ebola. I mean, we are the containment mechanism for Ebola. Not many people would realize that, but we do what we do good. We know how to move people and move food and try to keep things contained so you don't spread, diseases like Ebola, which has a fatality rate, I think, oh my gosh, 30-something% or something like that.
Right. Well, I know that infrastructure now, you're the largest humanitarian organization. You're also the largest airline at the moment. But also, I know that in addition to moving food and medical and, things that people need and moving the people, you also operate the medevac system for the humanitarian workers who get sick with COVID or something else happen. that seems to me to be an extraordinary part of your mandate, but also, you know, many Minnesotans and people watching you today from all over the world are humanitarians, probably have been in the Peace Corps, in AID, in a program, Save the Children, you name it. You're being the medevac, that emergency responder, the 911 for the world, seems to me to be that we are advancing as a people. And this is an important thing. You know, as some of us think about, you know, that possibility or that opportunity, knowing you're there to help people get to a hospital, you're even putting hospitals close to people. Tell us a little bit just about that.
Well, and Amr, we built a hospital, I think in 4 weeks in some difficult circumstances. We just did it in Ghana, we did it in Ethiopia, as well as a couple other places, because you can imagine with COVID spiking around the world and people that are dedicating their lives, putting their lives at risk every day out in some of these very difficult places. We want to take care of them. We want to know that we're not going to leave them, you know, out on the battlefield, so to speak. When they get ill, they get sick, and they need our help, that we're going to move them, whatever it takes, from airplanes, helicopters, to trucks, to vehicles, to a health facility where they can get the medical support that they need. And we've been moving quite a number of people. And Amr will be able to actually get into the weeds on that and how we've done it, and working with WHO, working with the other agencies to do just what we're talking about. And so, but there's, let me say this, because we still got a long ways to go. I mean, COVID is running its course right now. It's nowhere near over, and the economic deterioration that's continuing to ripple throughout Africa, especially in the Middle East, is nowhere near done. That's why we're so worried, because we take a short and a long-term analysis to see, oh my gosh, because you just don't move enough food to feed 100 million people overnight. You got to think through these things. And now talk about 270 million people at risk. It's a game changer. And if we don't come in there right, you're going to have famine. You're going to have destabilization, and you're going to have mass migration that will destabilize countries around the world. And so, but we've got solutions. You know, we have a vaccine against starvation. We have a vaccine against famine. It's called food. And all we need is the money and the access to get it done. And so that's what we do best. But we need the private sector engaging with us now financially, and more importantly, long-term, is being partners on the ground to end hunger. This more, like I was saying earlier, in a more sustainable way, because the private sector has created a system in place where we're no longer needing to be there.
Well, I think it was in the announcement by the Nobel Committee, underlining why this was recognition as a peace prize. World Food Programme's significant contribution to stopping the weaponization of food. The World Food Programme's creating conditions for peace. The World Food Programme, by addressing underlying conditions, as you said it, hunger begets war, war begets hunger. And about 100 years ago, Minnesota farmers and our milling companies responded. Europe was starving. And eventually 45 countries got fed and got relief during that First World War period. And I know that that impacted General Eisenhower, because I've read a lot of his writings and I've heard his speeches about the desperation of children after the wars. And so those younger leaders in that First World War period were the senior leaders who saw a Second World War and said, we cannot go on. Their energy to create this system that you now are leading, and all of those amazing people are making happen. We've inherited a legacy, but Eisenhower's most profound words about this was, all of those who sacrificed their lives in that Second World War and that D-Day and all of that bought us time to see if we can, in fact, make sure there isn't another world war. So we've bought time. COVID and pandemic has reminded us we're not in control of everything, but you today have given us a vision that we know what to do. We know how to solve this. We know how to handle this, but we need to have the resources to do it. And you've pointed out that the world has a lot of resources, even in this disrupted period. Your leadership and the leadership of Amr and all those people making this happen for us today is the kind of inspiration that can help us on those tough days when, you know, we have to face some kind of dilemma. You described the one at night that you face. So you're in the middle of traveling in all these countries. You've given us a few stories of people who with pride talked about, you know, creating a new system so that it didn't flood immediately, or the woman who has a chance. Do you get enough of those stories, that pride, that accomplishment that gives you the vitamins you need to keep going? Or how do you keep your heart alive and open in the midst of doubling now the work you have to do, and it's people's lives that's in your hands?
You know, I know probably many of you have heard the story about the father and the little girl about 5, 6 years old after a big summer storm at the beach, and they're early morning walking on the sand, the seashore, and there's literally like hundreds of thousands of starfish, you know, up on the seashore gonna be dying. And the little girl picks up one, throws in the water, picks up another, throws in the water, picks up another, throws in the water. The dad's like, you know, Susie, that you can't, there are hundreds of thousands of them. You can't make a difference. And she picks up one more, looks at it, shows her dad, and said, Dad, it makes a difference to that one. And so I know our teams, we see every human being. When we talk about 270 million people on the brink of starvation, we put faces to that. When you talk about 690 million people chronically hungry, we put a face with that. That could be your little girl. And in fact, it is your brother and sister in humanity around the world. You know, I'm a person of faith, and I believe that every human being is created equally. And when one suffers, we all suffer. And so I like to be inspired to help every single child. I like to try to think, that's my little girl. What would I do if that was my little girl or my little boy? And then when you see those little girls and those little boys out there in the midst of the most devastating circumstances, and you see that those bright eyes and the spirit of humanity, it just empowers you and inspires you to move forward. And it also encourages you to stand strong and be tough against those who are not letting us have the access, who are using food as a weapon of war. And, you know, people who go into meetings with me, they sometimes like, oh no, he's fixing to take somebody's head off. And sometimes I do. But I usually try to encourage people positively. That's the way I am. Muffy can tell you that. I'm always positive. But if I see somebody doing something that it really is wrong and denying people the support they need and people are dying, then you'll see the flip side. And that's what we've got to have. We've got to have moral strength and leadership today in the world. We've got to stand for what is good and what is right. We're neutral, we're independent, but we're not neutral and independent when it comes to basic fundamental humanitarian values.
I think this morning, your kickoff for our World Food Day has been both inspiring, but also giving people hope that each of us can make whatever contribution is within our realm of life, within our realm of who we are and what we can do. But it's also a reminder that we have to stay strong. We have to stay committed. It is hard some days, especially with COVID and the fact that we can't support each other the same way we might because we're all kind of separated out. But if we can keep remembering those moments, you know, 100 years ago when, you know, the Midwest US kind of fed all of Europe because Europe was starving because of war. If we can remember the stories that you've told and also the values that drive us, it then gives us the momentum we need to keep moving forward. I just love the fact that you had given us a sense of, you know, we had made some real progress and we were on a path. Zero hunger is a concept by 2030. Some people get hungry because you don't know about floods and you don't know about tornadoes. And so you got to respond, and you've built that system. But what you've done is you've given us the momentum to say it's not going to be a simple, straight path. That's not how it works. We're humans. We have weather, we have nature, but we also have our faith and our values to keep us going. We also now have some of the stories that you've shared with us to keep us going. We have the Norwegian Nobel Committee saying, you know, we need to lift up again the notion of the link between food and basic rights, basic necessities, basic needs, and peace and war. So I want to thank you so much for taking time to be part of this World Food Day. A year from now, we'll be able to look back and see how did we do in 2021. I want to invite you back then to see how did we do. But I also want to give you the last word to be able to say, you know, your last words for inspiring our audience. And then we're going to show everybody that incredible video that takes that story of the common services and brings it alive for everyone to see as we take it out.
Well, Mark, thank you. I'm honored to be here. And I do hope a year from now we look back and we were able to do what we've done so far this year, avert famine. It's going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of money. It's going to take all of us coming together. And I pray and hope that 2021 is not anything like 2020. And to say it could get worse, let me tell you, it can get a lot worse. But if we stand together, and I mean that, I think it's the heart of the American people. I can't remember whether it was Alexis de Tocqueville. I've heard it was, and I've heard it, well, it's not sure. You know, that comment that America's great because America is good. If America ever ceases to be good, America ceases to be great. Well, I believe in the American people. And I believe people of all different religions and backgrounds and cultures and different colors of skin and everything, we come together. The common good for the people around the world. Yes, we go take care of the American people. We need to do that. But at the same time, the people around the world are dependent on us. And I believe in you. I believe in, Mark, what you guys are doing at Global Minnesota. It makes a difference. Just like the little starfish with the little girl. I know some people, well, I can't give but $5. I can't. Well, you know, it makes all the widow's mite. It makes all the difference in the world. Do what you can do. And whether you give, go online, WFP USA, or sharethemeal.org, or just locally, working with your senators and your congressmen, your political leaders, or just go into another neighborhood. You'll be surprised what you can do. And what you'll see, open up your heart, and you'll be quite amazed. And I think you'll find that you'll be the beneficiary when it's all said and done. So thank you, Mark.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you again.
Thank you. Bye, Muffy. See you later.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are on the planet. My name is Mark Ritchie, and I have the honor of serving as president of Global Minnesota, and we're thrilled to be hosting World Food Day here, 2020's World Food Day, the 75th anniversary of the founding of the Food and Agriculture Organization. The next part of the day, we'll be talking about a new, very exciting coalition among the nonprofit and academic and companies, food and farming companies, who are creating a future of food, thinking about where sustainability is that North Star guiding us towards that future. We just heard from the Nobel Prize winning World Food Program Executive Director, Governor David Beasley. He talked a lot about sustainability is the only way we can get to that goal of zero hunger, food security. You're going to hear now about this exciting new coalition being launched that we've called Embold.
Embold is working to accelerate solutions to the most pressing challenges facing food and agriculture, particularly our changing climate and other natural resource challenges, and the world's growing demand for food. The Embold coalition of Minnesota-based companies, researchers, and nonprofits has come together to help lead the way to the future of food.
Minnesota is a place like no other when it comes to food and ag. We support big consumer product companies like General Mills and Hormel, but also big agricultural companies like Cargill and Land O'Lakes. When you combine that with people who know a lot about water, companies like Ecolab, but also a leading research institute like the University of Minnesota, nowhere else on earth, nowhere else has the resources that Minnesota has when it comes to solving these problems.
And we're going to do that by, one, being a catalyst for innovation and entrepreneurship, two, by helping find and accelerate solutions to our biggest challenges and provide value to our supply chain stakeholders. Three, we believe that we play a huge role in continuing to attract and retain great workforce and talent to this sector. And then last but not least, playing a vital role in telling our Minnesota leadership story. And together, we believe we can use our reach, our scale, our influence, and our impact to bring big, systemic, lasting change to our sector.
The mission of Embold is to make sure that we feed a growing global population, at the same time stewarding the resources of the earth, not only for now, but also for years to come. And it's a mission that really only Embold can fulfill because we have the combination of capabilities. Companies have been around a long time in food and ag, but also leading research institutes, and companies and organizations that actually like to collaborate with each other.
For Minnesota, Embold means that we are making a statement to the world that solutions to the greatest global challenges in food and agriculture are going to come from this place. And what that means is it means it's going to be more good jobs, more fast growth companies, and more cutting edge research done here. Embold is built to get things done and to do a number of really bold, challenging things simultaneously.
We are living in extraordinarily challenging times, and we face challenges that are bigger than any of us can address independently. So one of the things that really gave rise to the creation of the Embold Coalition is a recognition that we need to come together to collaborate, to rise to the occasion of the challenges that we face. So this collaboration is a real opportunity for businesses across the food and agriculture sector who are rooted and committed here in Minnesota but have global reach to come together, to think together, to accelerate, to innovate, to really bring together the best minds in the world to tackle big challenges.
I'm excited about the future of Embold because, first of all, we're working on things that are really important. I'm also excited because we have the capability to do it. To the extent we prove it here in Minnesota, we have the means to do it everywhere in the world.
We believe that food and agriculture must play a role in nourishing the growing global population. And we need to do that while also preserving the Earth's natural resources for generations to come.
The global future of food and agriculture is here. Embold is an initiative of the Greater MSP Partnership. Greater MSP accelerates regional competitiveness and inclusive economic growth through job creation, capital investment, and execution of strategic initiatives.
Hello, and thank you so much for joining us on this momentous day as we officially launch the MBOLD Coalition. I'm Joanne Birkenkamp, Managing Director of MBOLD at Greater MSP.
I'm Peter Frosch, the President and CEO of Greater MSP, a partnership of over 300 private and public sector organizations from across the region. Together, we are working to drive inclusive economic growth and create solutions to some of the greatest global challenges. MBOLD is one of the ways we do that.
Today, we're so pleased to launch MBOLD, a new coalition of many of Minnesota's world-class food and agriculture companies, researchers, and nonprofits. Our members include CEOs and other C-suite leaders at companies including General Mills, Target, Cargill, and Land O'Lakes, as well as leading research institutions like the University of Minnesota. You'll get to hear from some of our leaders shortly. Our mission is to accelerate pragmatic solutions and build from Minnesota's unique culture of collaboration and innovation to take on big challenges facing food and agriculture.
It makes sense this effort is born in Minnesota, where food and agriculture is our history, and it's the foundation of our current economy. Minnesota is home to some of the largest food and agriculture companies, and an unparalleled concentration of corporate leadership that no other region in the world can claim. Businesses based here play an outsized role in nourishing our planet, connecting farmers with markets, and driving innovations that are fundamentally shaping the way the world eats. Minnesota is also home to world-class research institutions, crafting solutions to feed a growing global population while protecting the world's natural resource base. Uncertain and serious times such as these are the right time to take bold action that positions our region and state for a new generation of global leadership and enables us to create economic opportunity for all residents of our region.
As MBOLD kicks off, we are prioritizing 5 initial areas of work. First, the MBOLD Coalition is working together to build a more resilient agricultural system rooted in soil health and water stewardship. As we confront the realities of a rapidly changing climate, we must both sharply reduce the emissions in our supply chains and become more resilient as the climate changes. That means working with agricultural producers in new ways to develop more collaborative approaches that enable farmers to profitably adopt practices that build soil health, reduce emissions, sink carbon, and protect our water. From our home base in Minnesota, we will test out new approaches to making these innovations possible and helping them scale up.
Second, a major challenge for the food and agriculture industry is packaging. Whether it's the pallet wrap and shrink wrap used to ship and store food, or various kinds of food packaging or plastic packaging used on farms. Massive amounts of flexible film packaging are used in the US today, and just a fraction of it is recycled. The MBOLD Coalition is committed to changing that by fueling development of a circular economy for flexible films in our region that aims to reduce the use of virgin material, reduce waste, and make sure that these materials get a second life.
Third, talent development. Our region is rich with some of the world's globally significant companies and organizations. Because of that, Minnesota is one of the best places in the world to build a career in food and agriculture and to make a meaningful impact. The MBOLD Coalition is working to recruit, retain, and support a world-class workforce with the talent and commitment to drive innovative solutions to the biggest challenges in food and ag.
Fourth, entrepreneurship and innovation. We know that innovators and entrepreneurs are key for cracking the big challenges that lie ahead. And innovators in Minnesota and around the world look to larger companies to help get their ideas to a global scale. Through the Bold Open Reverse Pitch, MBOLD and our partner, the Agriculture Utilization Research Institute, are reaching out to the best minds in the world to collaborate on key issues like adding value to agricultural products that would otherwise go to waste, expanding the use of cover crops in animal feed production, and efficient ways of financing small microfarms. The future is open, and it will be shaped by entrepreneurs and innovators willing to take risks by taking on big problems.
Lastly, one of the most urgent challenges we're facing is increased food insecurity in the face of COVID-19. COVID-19 is causing unprecedented economic hardships and accelerating food insecurity in the US and around the world. Now, roughly 1 in 8 Minnesotans are food insecure. The MBOLD Coalition is part of a collaborative effort to find innovative solutions to this pervasive problem. MBOLD leaders will share more about these specific priorities in a panel shortly, but first we have a special guest here to provide his perspective, Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz.
Hello everyone, Governor Tim Walz here. Congratulations on the official launch of MBOLD. As a coalition of Minnesota's food and agricultural leaders, I know you are committed to addressing some of our planet's immediate and long-term challenges: the COVID-19 pandemic, world hunger, food insecurity, and the impact of climate change. Today is World Food Day, a day to raise awareness of these complex challenges and consider how we'll feed a population of an estimated 10 billion people by the year 2050. The MBOLD Coalition will play a leading role in answering that important question. And it should surprise no one that this important initiative is based right here in Minnesota. We're an agricultural powerhouse, consistently ranked as one of the top states in the production of high-quality ag commodities that are in demand locally and around the globe. The ag sector isn't just limited to farms. It's a broad and rich sector that supports more than 430,000 jobs throughout the state, from growers and producers to food processing to manufacturing. We also have world-renowned corporate leadership and first-class research facilities working together to find innovative solutions to worldwide food production problems. During the COVID-19 global health pandemic, many of us had time to think about what is truly important to us, our basic needs. One of those basic needs that we often took for granted and that many go without is food. It gives me great pride to know that you, the members of MBOLD, will work together to build a future that makes our food system stronger to help ensure that basic human right for all. To all the members of this coalition, corporations, universities, researchers, and organizations, congratulations, and thank you for your leadership as Minnesota continues to focus on the future of food.
Thank you, Governor Walz. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to several MBOLD leaders who will share more about MBOLD's mission to accelerate solutions to big challenges. Our panel today includes both of our MBOLD co-chairs, Jeff Harmening, CEO of General Mills, and Steph Lundquist, President of Food and Beverage at Target. We also have Joan Gable, President of the University of Minnesota, and Sonia Roberts, President of the Salt Group at Cargill. This panel will be moderated by Minnesota Public Radio talk show host Angela Davis. Take it away, Angela.
So, hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this discussion. As a Minnesotan, I am so proud of Minnesota's leadership on so many issues. And, you know, we have a long history of coming together to try to take on big challenges here in Minnesota. Today, I'm even prouder to speak with some of our region's most illustrious leaders in food and agriculture as they launch the new MBOLD Coalition. Jeff, Steph, Sonia, and Joan, thanks for joining me today, and let's dive right into this. Okay, so Steph and Jeff, you are both co-chairs of MBOLD, and Jeff, you have been on this journey of developing the MBOLD Coalition from the early days, and under your leadership, I'm told that the group has really embraced a mission that is focused on the twin challenges of climate and sustainability, and the issue of how a global population can be fed on a sustainable basis by 2050. So Jeff, can you tell us why here and now?
Well, thanks. We have been on a mission for a while, and I would tell you, why do we choose this path to begin with? Is because we really need to feed a planet of soon to be 10 billion people, and we needed to do it in a way that's going to be sustainable and friendly to the earth. And we have both of those challenges in front of us. And anytime you have a challenge that's as important as this, it kind of gives you energy to work on it. But you also realize that no one company or one business or one university can accomplish something that big and complex on their own. So what you need is a coalition of the willing and the capable to come together to address these issues. And in the Twin Cities, we have that in the CPG space, the ag space, the university space. So I feel great about that. And why now? Now is the time. You know, we've lost half of our topsoil over the last 50 years or so here in the U.S. And if we don't do something different, we'll lose the other 50%. And so now is the time for us to address these big and complex challenges.
Steph and Jeff, what are the biggest challenges ahead of Embold, and why is Embold positioned so well to help drive leadership from Minnesota? Steph, let's hear from you.
At Embold, we really believe that the future of food and ag must, as Jeff mentioned, nourish a growing global population while also protecting and preserving, you know, our Earth's natural resource base for generations to come. And so we believe we must and need to do both. And here in Minnesota, you know, we have a globally leading cluster of businesses, researchers, and food and ag producers, and therefore we play a vital role in making that future a reality. And we believe, as Jeff said, that we're stronger doing that together than we are alone. And so Embold's mission is all about identifying and accelerating solutions to our biggest challenges that we face. And that's why we've come together in this coalition. And we really aim to find really pragmatic solutions and develop strategies against those solutions in a way that we can scale them up and have really broad impact in areas that we have something unique to offer the world.
And Jeff, what would you say about some of the biggest challenges the Embold Coalition faces?
The challenge is that what we're looking at doing is big and complex, but I'm confident we can achieve what we want to because we have a tremendous amount of capable companies, the likes of which is hard to replicate in other parts of the world. We have, you know, ag companies like Cargill and Land O'Lakes, and big CPG companies like Schwann's and General Mills, food retailers like Target, and the leading research institute like the University of Minnesota. And so when I mentioned earlier about, you know, a coalition of the capable, there's nowhere else in the world that has that kind of collection and diversity of talent when it comes to food and ag. And then those folks have to be willing to work together. And normally it's tough to get people to work together, but it's interesting because Minnesota has always had and continues to have a group of companies and government and university that like to collaborate and work together, which is exactly what's required to tackle some of these big challenges.
Joan, the University of Minnesota has been a key driver of Embold since the start, and it brings a critical perspective on Minnesota's leadership in the food and agriculture space and a deep bench around farm research and rural engagement, ag tech, and so many other issues. What do you see as the role of Embold in fostering new kinds of collaboration between the university sector, the corporate sector, ag producers, and others to take on big challenges like climate change?
So to build upon what Stephanie and Jeff just described, because we have this very unique spectrum across food and ag in terms of corporate leadership, commercial leadership, and then research leadership through the university, we're really able to explore some of the biggest questions of our day in fully faceted, multidimensional ways. It is an unusually multifaceted, but also collegial collaboration that positions us to look at really hard questions that we're in a very special position to answer.
I want to dive into some of the particular challenges Embold is currently taking on. I know that catalyzing innovation in food and ag is at the heart of Embold's work, and Embold partners with the Agricultural Utilization Research Institute to host the Bold Open Reverse Pitch. The Bold Open enables Minnesota food and agricultural companies, farm commodity groups, and others to lift up key challenges and build bridges with innovators and entrepreneurs around the world who are looking to scale up bright ideas. Why is the Embold Coalition so committed in innovation and entrepreneurship in food and agriculture?
We have some big challenges to solve, right? And so if you think about the growing population, the fact that we're moving to the middle class, the evolving consumer preferences that are changing, all of our food system, the security issues that we've got, we need a collaboration. As Jeff and Stephanie both talked about, and it's a public, private, startups as well, and research institutions all together to help figure this out. And we have the potential, when we do this reverse pitch, to actually solve real problems. I've seen what's possible when you put together a large company like ourselves, like a legacy company, right? We bring really smart people, and we bring a lot of infrastructure and resources in place. We bring also some good customer and consumer relationships, But the entrepreneurs, they bring also really smart people, and they bring agility, and they are also risk takers, and they bring a tremendous amount of passion. And so you want all those together. And I think together we can solve really big problems. And then I think lastly is that we have to, as legacy companies, think about, do we want to be disrupted or do we want to disrupt ourselves? And Bold Open allows us to really see some of these startups and spend some time with them and really understand what they're working on. And it allows us to really think differently about innovation and what's possible within our own companies. And so we have the ability to transform not just ourselves, but also an industry. And it's fun to do that through the innovation and entrepreneurship.
Steph, how can a platform like the Bold Open benefit businesses as well as innovators who are looking to gain access to bigger companies that can help their ideas go to scale?
Well, we know that through a platform like Bold Open, that close collaboration with innovators and entrepreneurs around the world is critical to the mission we have at Embold of solving big challenges and bringing those entrepreneurs and innovators together with large companies and with research organizations. And we need each other in order to foster solutions. So we invite that creative spark that we get from those innovators and entrepreneurs. And in turn, through the Bold Open, we are able to pair them with these large scale companies that have big scale, big reach, big impact, and we can be a catalyst for deeper ties, great connection. And the key is really bringing those great ideas to light and positioning them for very broad impact.
Jeff, another high priority for Embold, I'm told, is catalyzing improvements in soil health and water stewardship on agricultural land. And I know General Mills itself is making a major push on regenerative agriculture. I appreciate that. I grew up on a farm, I'd like to mention. Why do you think soil health is such a critical issue as the world looks toward a climate that's becoming more erratic and unpredictable?
Yeah, thank you. And General Mills has been interested in regenerative agriculture for a while, but so is Cargill, and so is the University of Minnesota, and so is Target. And what's great about Embold is that we bring these people who are really mission driven together. And on this topic, we all agree, good soil health is going to be critical, because having good soil health will help us address climate change, at the same time help us feed a growing planet. And how does it do that? Well, agriculture is a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions, but the healthier the soil, the more carbon that gets sequestered or stays in that soil. And so by having good regenerative agriculture practices and soil health, we can actually reduce the amount of carbon in the air and put it into the soil. But not only that, the great thing about having good soil is that it also helps to retain more water, and it helps retain more nutrients in the soil. And so there's a chance, you said you grew up on a farm. The other thing, all this has to be great for farmers. I mean, if it's great for humanity, it's great for the climate, but it's bad for farmers, it's not going to work. But we fundamentally believe that having good soil health is also going to be good for farmers, because the better the soil, the less water they'll have to put on it, the more resistant it is to droughts, the more resistant it is to heavy rains, and the fewer pesticides. So economically, if we do this right, it should also be a win for farmers. But no one company, as you can tell, can do it by its own. General Mills can't do it by itself as much as we care. University of Minnesota can't do it by itself. We all have to work together in conjunction with farmers to make it happen. For me, that's why I'm excited. It's a big challenge. It's an important one. And it's one that we really do all have to work together if we're going to make progress, and we actually have to make progress.
Steph, why is it important to Embold and its coalition members to help create a more circular economy around these single-use packaging materials?
Thanks, Angela. Yeah, massive amounts of flexible film packaging is produced every year, both within and beyond the food and ag sectors. And only a fraction of what's produced is actually recycled in the US. So the Embold Coalition is committed to changing that by fueling development of a circular economy around flexible films in collaboration with stakeholders across our region. As a major retailer, we're committed to reducing our packaging footprint. And at Target, we're really excited to work with our colleagues here and to make the upper Midwest a real leader in creating a circular economy for the materials to make sure that they do get recycled and that they are turned into something new.
Finally, Imbold is launching amidst historic challenges with the COVID-19 pandemic, driving unprecedented disruptions in food supply chains around the world, and a surge in food insecurity, as we know, locally and globally. Sonia, how is Imbold looking at food insecurity issues, and how can a coalition like this help with that?
Every member of our coalition is mission driven to feed people, right? We get up every day thinking about that. How do we take food from where it's grown or where there's abundance to a place of deficit or where it's most needed? And so if you think about the World Food Program projects that COVID-19 will cause hunger to double by the end of the year, so leaving about 265 million people hungry. And right now, 1 in 8 Minnesotans are food insecure. They don't know where their next meal is coming from. That's just not acceptable. And that actually can grow over the next 12 months. So what we've been doing in Minnesota here, Imbold has, is that we've been looking at a data-driven, all-hands-on-deck approach, working with Governor Walz, other state leaders, some charities across the state, and many of the companies on a comprehensive plan on what we can do. So using predictive analytics to get ahead of that, and then actually starting to partner with technology and innovative solutions to figure out how we get ahead of it so that we don't have that number growing. Because it's not acceptable to have that many Minnesotans going hungry.
Jeff, I'm going to give you the final word here. What is your final high-level takeaway for our listeners?
You know, Imbold is a lot of great organizations working together. And if you look at Imbold, we can bring leading CPG companies in food, leading ag companies in food, a leading research institute in food, all together at the same place at the same time. And we can be a hotbed for innovation that we can spread globally because we all have global reach, reaching more than 125 countries and more than 250 billion in sales. And so we feel like we have the responsibility to do the things we're doing, and we're energized by the things we're doing. And to be honest, we're not sure that anywhere else in the world can do it better than we can if we're willing to work together and put our mind to the mission.
I love seeing people work together. I love people who are focused on solutions. I want to thank all of you for the work that you're doing here in Minnesota and globally. And I really do appreciate your leadership as Minnesota helps tackle some of the biggest challenges we're seeing now facing food and agriculture today. Thank you again for your time. And to our viewers, please be sure to go to this website. It is imbold.org to learn more.
Hello again. My name is Mark Ritchie, and I serve as the president of Global Minnesota. We're thrilled to have you with us today, whether you're in the world. This is a day where we celebrate the founding of the Food and Agriculture Organization, and it's a day that we celebrate and rededicate ourselves to addressing the issues around food and hunger into the future. Our opening speaker this morning, Governor David Beasley, the Executive Director of the World Food Program, the latest, a 2020 Nobel Peace Prize winning organization, inspired us about the challenges that we've been able to overcome in the past, but also gave us a sense of how much we're going to need to keep our focus on the big picture, the way that COVID and climate and other things are really making us have to think hard and to make a very clear picture about where we go with our efforts in the future. I'm proud to be a Minnesotan and proud that this new coalition, this Imbold coalition, is beginning to bring some new thinking and broader thinking. And it's the kind of collaborative, cooperative approach that we're famous for in Minnesota. And this is the newest and the one that is putting that sustainability North Star out to give us guidance. But 100 years ago, Minnesota was called upon to be a critical piece in responding to what was at that time the greatest famine ever. It was the food and crisis of food and the starvation that was facing tens of millions in Europe. You remember the First World War, there were armies that were basically stuck fighting each other without moving. The country of Belgium and the country of France, northern France, were overrun. And in that region, with a British blockade and with armies everywhere, food was running out quickly. And the ambassador from Belgium in London went and spoke with a young engineer from the United States who had been very successful in his work as an engineer and in logistics, and asked him, could you ask the American people to join in a global effort to raise the money, to find the food, to get it to Belgium, to feed the people of Belgium before they starved? That young engineer, who was a future US president, Herbert Hoover, immediately said yes, reflecting his Quaker values, his dedication to humanity and to taking care of others. And he set himself on the task of raising the money and getting the food. And he reached out to a Minnesotan, a fellow Quaker, James Ford Bell, who at that time was the head of our largest flour milling company, which we now today call General Mills, and asked James Ford Bell, could you work with me? Could you be the liaison to the mills, to the agriculture companies, so we can get this food needed to feed those 10 million people? And in fact, that partnership, ultimately, Hoover led the feeding of Europe for almost 10 years through 1923. 45 countries were deeply devastated by the war, the drought, a pandemic at that time. We remember the influenza pandemic. And in the feeding of 100 to 170 million people, the farmers of Minnesota, the companies of Minnesota, the railroads, everybody was able to intensify what they were doing and make it possible to keep Europe from starving. And that story is one that we don't always remember, but the people of Belgium remember. And in fact, every year they honor this feeding, this saving of them. And I want to share with you just a video from our US ambassador in Brussels, telling this story from the point of view of Belgium.
I'm Ron Gidwitz, the U.S. Ambassador to the Kingdom of Belgium. I'm pleased to join you today for this special World Food Day program. You'll be hearing from government officials and historians about the millions of lives that were saved by the U.S.-led Commission for Relief in Belgium. This is a remarkable story of private Americans coming to the aid of Belgium during the darkest days and years of World War I. Cut off from the outside world due to Allied blockades and under German occupation, the population of Belgium was near starvation. Witnessing an emerging humanitarian catastrophe, a businessman named Herbert Hoover took the lead in organizing a food relief program of unprecedented scale. First as a private citizen and then as the chairman of the Commission for Relief in Belgium, he saw to the delivery of millions of tons of concentrated food over the course of 4 years. I won't go into any more of the details of this extraordinary humanitarian effort. Suffice it to say that it's one of the foundations on which we have built today's enduring U.S.-Belgian partnership. When I arrived in Belgium in the summer of 2018, one of the first things I did was attend a World War I centenary ceremony in the city of Ypres, where I was overwhelmed by the huge turnout and the moving tribute that they paid to all of those who fought and died for our freedom. Since then, I've attended dozens of ceremonies around the country, and they all have one element in common. Belgians do not forget. They don't forget all of the American soldiers who fought and died on their soil, nor have they forgotten the American-led food relief program that saved their fellow citizens from starvation. Later today, you'll be seeing letters from Belgian school children expressing their gratitude to the United States. Belgians around the country have shown these to me along with the famous flour bags. These bags arrived in Belgium as lifelines to the people. Many of the empty bags, like this one, were subsequently embroidered with messages of gratitude and then sent back to the United States. We have a number of other original bags on display here at our embassy in Brussels. They serve as a constant reminder of this important chapter in our shared history. There is one here beside me where you can clearly see the important role that Minnesota played in providing this much needed flour. In the same way that the people of Belgium have never forgotten, we at the U.S. Embassy have made the same commitment. We've worked on multiple exhibitions, ceremonies, and conferences over the years, highlighting the importance of the food relief program. It serves not only as a key part of our bilateral relationship, but also as an example of the best of humanity during one of the darkest hours in our history. Belgium and the United States have formed a strong bond built on shared sacrifices during 2 world wars and on our joint commitment to help build a Europe that is free and at peace. Citizens of both countries know that by standing together, our families are safer and our people are more prosperous than ever before. Thanks to everyone in Minnesota for marking this incredibly important moment in history today. Please stay safe.
That video was prepared for a special program that we produced earlier this week as part of what we've made a total World Food Month. And by that, I mean that we were addressing food and hunger related issues throughout the month. And in that way, we began thinking about all the examples of where Minnesota had played a role in the future, creating a new future for others, including our friends in Belgium. And so we invited the government of Belgium and we invited our own government, and we made it possible to bring an exhibit of those letters that we saw in that video from the ambassador. And in doing so, we were able to put it together into a public exhibit that we launched. That public exhibit is now at the Mall of America. And people can go and visually see it whenever they can. We are fortunate to have that kind of history. We're fortunate to have the opportunity to remember it. And we're fortunate to have the capacity to bring that to the public as part of our educational work. Today is the special focus on World Food Day, but each and every day we bring programs to help connect Minnesotans to the world and the world to Minnesota. So we're thrilled to have our audience from all over the planet today. We're thrilled to have the opportunity to participate in what's a global movement, because World Food Day is celebrated everywhere, but we're also very focused on the future and where we can go with our opportunities to serve and to be part of addressing hunger, the food crisis at a global level. And so we will continue with our program at the top of the hour, and we'll have the next opportunity to hear will be from the International Labor Organization, the Global Director General and his team, because that's an organization that's tripartite, and we'll put that team together for a way to look beyond just the front of food and agriculture into the food chain and all of the people who we've come to appreciate as essential workers, the people who work in the fields, the farm workers, the producers, the farmers, the people who work in the processing, the meat packing, the people who work in the food stores, in the restaurants, in the food service. So stay tuned. We will be back in just a few minutes to make that possible for everyone. We will log off and bring the screen back up, and we will be back on at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. See you then. I want to welcome back all of you who've been part of our World Food Day program so far this morning, and a warm welcome to all who are just joining for our next session, which will start at 11 o'clock Central Time promptly. I wanted to draw your attention to one of the things that you probably saw when you were registering or joining. We are really pleased to be able to bring this program to everybody around the world free of charge, but we also made a suggestion that if you can, world food needs are tremendous, but also hunger at a local level everywhere is a serious problem. We've been hearing about that. And there's opportunities to click and make a donation if you can to the World Food Program for global. Second Harvest Heartland is one of the local kind of backbones for all of our different kind of food banks and other food programs, or just to somebody locally. We just want to make that a possibility for those of you who are enjoying this program today. We're able to bring this to you free of charge because of our very generous partners, our program partners, the World Affairs Council of America in their partnership with the World Food Program USA, and our sponsors who've made today's specific program really possible. Hormel Foods and King Solution, McKnight Foundation, the Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Greater MSP, but of course, all of our members, those of you who support us every year with your membership contributions. You make this and all the other things we do throughout the year possible. And if you're watching today and you want to be part of our Global Minnesota family, please take a moment down in the YouTube channel. There's a little box at the bottom, description. It'll give you a link that can take you to a website where you can get additional information, find out about membership, but also just to see the kinds of programming that we're able to do. I mentioned that we've partnered with the government of Belgium to bring a big exhibit, which is now on display at the Mall of America, up on the 3rd floor if you happen to be there, in the North Atrium by the food court. It's letters from the children of Belgium to the children of America, thanking them for saving their lives during the First World War and right after, with the food relief that came from our region, from our flour mills, from our farmers. And that kind of program where we did a big opening and we brought in speakers from Belgium and from the United States and from the families and all the people involved, including direct descendants of James Ford Bell, who was the founder of General Mills. That's available in our archive, on the YouTube archive. I think it's being edited and it'll go up, but you can see the range of programs by going and checking out both the website, but also the YouTube channel. The other thing I want to mention today is that after the close of the last official session, where we'll have some mayors and others will be talking about how we move ahead to reach that 2030 goal of zero hunger, we have some special social hours, really great collection of different kinds of special topics. One that'll be looking at how America was involved in feeding all of Europe. One that'll be saying thank you to Africa, who's the place where so many of the foods and beverages that we enjoy comes from originally. There'll be people looking at solutions that are being developed to help small producers. It's a wide range of things, and I hope you caught that in your registration, but if not, you can go to the Global Minnesota website, go down to agenda, click on, at the end, there's a list of those social hours, or sometimes they're called fireside chats, and they are being hosted on the platforms of the organizations that are sponsoring those, that are putting those up. And so you'll see the proper way to access those. We'll have a little bit of time after we close the official program for you. Try one, try them all. It'll be a very special part of the day. And we're really grateful to have so many interesting and amazing partners who are making that opportunity available to all of you and to anyone else at the end of today. This day, the 75th anniversary of the birth of the Food and Agriculture Organization, is a representative of a larger framework of UN agencies and organizations that we at Global Minnesota are really proud to work with. Next week, next Wednesday, we'll have a special program on the UN 75th. This is also the 75th anniversary of the United Nations. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we will have the official spokesperson of the UN on a very special webinar we're doing with this opportunity for anyone to be able to call in and be part of that. And so that kind of partnership is one that we treasure, and we also see it into our future. And so today we were very, very excited to bring into this program the Director General of the United Nations International Labor Organization, which in fact is the oldest of the specialized parts of the UN system. It grew out of that First World War, where there was so much famine and hunger and just such horrific violence and so much maiming and just human tragedy throughout Europe and other parts of of countries around the world. And International Labor Organization was born in 1919 in the wake of that destructive war, because there was a vision that we had to do something. We had to address some underlying conditions, human rights violations and oppression, and we had to do that in a multilateral or in a global way. And so the International Labor Organization was born, and it was unusual because it created what they call a tripartite. You'll hear more about this, about where labor and workers and businesses and companies together with governments began to say, we have to find new ways. We have to promote human rights. We have to promote decent employment. We have to promote the protection of people's lives at work in the community. And so I was very thrilled to be able to invite and very grateful for his agreement, the Director General of the International Labor Organization, who's joining us this morning in Minnesota from Geneva, their headquarters. Guy Ryder is the Director General. He will actually be joined also by partners from the labor movement and from the Council, the U.S. Council of International Business, and Kevin Cassidy, who's the director of that International Labor Organization office in the United States, and he's the representative to the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF, World Bank, et cetera, and other multilateral organizations. Guy Ryder joined the International Labor Organization in 1998 as a director of the Bureau of Workers' Activities and was that Bureau's Director General. And during that time, he really worked heavily on the decent work agenda and launched a lot of initiatives in the global community. But it brought him back there in 2010 to become the executive director in charge of labor standards. And then in 2012, he was elected to be the Director General and reelected 2016. He's someone that has incredible international support, leading one of the most important agencies and institutions that we have. I'm so thrilled to welcome and greet Guy Ryder, handing the microphone over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. I hope you can hear and see me. It's a real pleasure to be taking part in this event, and I want to thank Global Minnesota for bringing us all together. Let me say firstly that opportunities to link up international organizations such as ours with local state actors are all too rare, and I think we need to take advantage of all of them. And what better opportunity than on this, the 75th anniversary of World Food Day. It gives us a terrific opportunity. And this, of course, coming just after our colleagues at the World Food Programme got the Nobel Peace Prize. And I know we'll all want to join together in congratulating David Beasley and his team for that wonderful recognition. And I'm really pleased, let me say at a personal level, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to interact with friends from Minnesota. You remind me of my one, and I'm afraid only visit to Minnesota. It was quite a long time ago, I have to say. I went up to visit the Iron Range to see working issues on the Iron Range up there in the north of your state. It was a memorable visit. I learned a lot. I also learned that it gets extremely cold in Duluth in December, and the memories of that, the climatic conditions have remained with me. Anyway, great to be with you. Let me just say a few words about the International Labour Organization. I don't want to miss the opportunity to make us better known to all of you over there. As was said by Mr. Ritchie in the introduction, we're 100 years old, last year actually. We predate any other part of the international system. We predate the United Nations, but we have subsequently become a specialized agency of the United Nations. And the basic idea of the International Labour Organization, and you'll get the clue really from the fact that we were set up immediately after the First World War with Woodrow Wilson playing a key role. The basic idea is to avoid conflict, to preserve peace. You need to promote social justice. And to that end, you need to look after people at work. You need to ensure that people have decent working conditions and are able to make a decent living from it. And we've got this incredible, I think, peculiarity of the International Labour Organization, and you'll see it in action after I finish my few comments. We bring together not just the governments of the world, we bring together the employers' organizations, the business community on one side of the table, and labor and trade unions on the other. And they're not just invited to the organization, they are members, they have a full role in decision-making in our organization. And that makes our organization a really interesting, sometimes difficult place to be, but it's very seldom boring, let me say that. And one of the things, and I'm going to finish with this on the ILO, one of the things that the ILO does, and probably we're best known for, is we negotiate together every year on a global tripartite basis, these three groups together, international labor standards, conventions and recommendations, which are effectively the international rules of the game when it comes to labor matters. And when those conventions are voluntarily ratified by our member states, they become binding in law. And that's an important point to make. I have to say the United States is not the most enthusiastic ratifier of our conventions, but we hope we can encourage you to greater efforts in that regard. Now let me turn my attention to food issues. You might at first sight say, well, you know, food's really important, it's World Food Day, but what has the ILO and this gentleman from the ILO really got to tell us about food? Well, I think we have to just take a moment to consider just how intimately connected food security, the right to food, which is recognized at the international level, how intimately all of that is linked to the work that we do and what we get from that work. Now, let me just remind everybody that despite the recognition of the right to food in international law, we are in a situation in the world today, and I'm speaking of before COVID-19 took hold, of 690 million people who suffer from chronic hunger, 2 billion people who have hidden malnutrition. And I think the first question all of us should be asking ourselves, you know, wherever we live, is how is this possible? How is it possible in a world where we do have the capacity, notwithstanding planetary limits, notwithstanding the pressures of population growth, we have the capacity to feed and ensure the proper nutrition of every person on this planet. It just doesn't happen. Why? Well, obviously, and this is a natural thing for us to do, isn't it? We point to situations of natural or man-made disaster, be it famine, be it war and conflict, and say, well, you know, this is where hunger comes from. And of course, it does come from such situations, people in extreme vulnerability. And, you know, we think of the Yemen, for example, where we see frankly, hunger being used as a weapon of conflict and war. And we know that we have an extraordinary humanitarian and peace-building job to put those situations to an end. And you know, our task, painful as it would be that much easier if the existence of hunger and malnutrition in the world was attributable only to these situations of natural and human disaster. But you know, that isn't the case. There are structural issues, and I suspect others have spoken to you in similar terms as I'm about to do. There are situations, structural problems in our food production and distribution systems which make hunger an unfortunate, unwanted, but widespread byproduct of the way we handle food in the world. The point I think I want to make is that it's not simply about stocks and existence of food, it's about how it is distributed, and it is how people have or do not have access to food. And what I want to say to you is that is intimately linked to the way people work and what they get for the work that they do. Now, it seems to me, as we head to the next World Food Summit, that to put together a genuinely effective strategy to counter hunger and malnutrition in the world, we have to bring together a whole range of policy issues and a whole range of actors. Foremost amongst those actors are the business community and organized labor side by side with government. We have to bring the science of food production to play, agronomy and everything that goes with it. We have to bring those who are concerned with land holding, land tenancy, land use. We have to bring trade policy issues into play. We know that the current arrangements for trade policy, agricultural subsidies and the rest of it is vitally important as well. And we have to think how global supply chains in the food industry operate. You know, food starts with that point of production, agricultural laborers in the fields, it goes through to the processing process, and it goes right up to those retail workers who are at the point of sale. These are complex processes, and they are processes which bring unexpected and sometimes entirely illogical results. Side by side, and I'm sure this has been mentioned before, with hunger and malnutrition, we have the problems of obesity, don't we? You know, and there is something strange about a problem of obesity, which is by and large associated with the rich in poor countries and the poorest in rich countries. And we have to unravel those realities and think what we must do about them. But let me focus a little bit now on the situation of people who work in the food chain. And of course, their numbers vary greatly according to the economies in which they work. My figures are that in the United States, those in food and food processing amount to about 11% of the workforce. Go to sub-Saharan Africa, go to South Asia, and you're 60% plus as the figure that applies. Now, what are the problems? What are the issues that they face? Well, a large proportion of those whose job it is to produce food, the growers, the laborers, the people whose job it is to produce food, very often can't afford and can't have access to enough food to keep them healthy. And so we have to start our thinking with the circumstances of agricultural and rural workers in the world. Very large numbers of them work in informal settings. The global figure is that 60% of workers worldwide work in informality, and they are highly concentrated in the agricultural and rural economy. Regrettably, child labor, there are still 152 million child workers in the world, heavily concentrated in agriculture. Forced labor, still 25 million forced laborers in the world, a lot of them involved in food production. These are the issues that I think lie at the sometimes hidden end of food production, and which we all need to address. But then you have to look at situations of rural economies in national economies. We have to work out the ways to make domestic supply chains work better. We have to do things to make working in the rural economy not second best as it is perceived as being in so many countries. That's why you get the very high levels of rural to urban migration that we see in the developing world. We need to make working in the rural economy a really viable and attractive proposition, particularly for young people. That is rarely the case today. Then we have to look at basic issues of safety and health in the rural economy. You know, hazards in the agricultural sector vary from familiar issues of musculoskeletal problems, exposure to harmful chemicals, heat stroke, but they also include snake bites and issues such as that. So an enormous range of issues that we have to look at. And I think my last point in this regard is that in very many of our member states, agricultural workers, rural workers are treated differently from other workers under the law, labor law of the land. Now, the ILO doesn't think that there is any justification for making a particular distinction, particularly in respect of the exercise of basic rights. Agricultural workers have the same rights as everybody else, but that is not always acted out in practice. So these are some of the issues I think that we need to address as we tackle the wider issues of food security on this World Food Day. And let me finish, and I will not go further, by just making a couple of remarks about how COVID-19 has impacted on what is an already pretty difficult situation in respect of food and work connected with food. We have seen that COVID-19 has devastated the world of work. By our calculations, COVID-19 has led to the destruction of jobs to the equivalent of 495 million full-time jobs around the world. That is a volume of work which has ceased to take place as a direct result of COVID-19 and its economic and social consequences. That means that labor income has gone down by about 10.5% worldwide, and people at the bottom of the labor market stack, as it were, are those who have to spend a very high proportion of their income on eating, on food. And now they're often not able to do that. Informal workers with no social protection often face the choice of going out to work in defiance of medical protocols or not eating, and their families don't eat that evening. And it's why David Beasley, and I'll finish with him, the leader of the World Food Programme, has warned us already that this global health emergency, which has already provoked a dramatic economic and social world of work crisis, runs the risk that the next pandemic is going to be a pandemic of hunger. And none of this is going to be solved. None of this is going to be addressed satisfactorily unless we all pull together as a global community. We are faced with a global emergency. It is an illusion, I am afraid, ladies and gentlemen, to believe that any actor nationally, any actor in terms of where we stand in the world of work is going to be able to construct satisfactory responses. All hands need to be put to this task. That means international cooperation well beyond what we're seeing today, be it in the development of vaccines, be it in the provision of support to the developing world. We need it more than ever. And the unfortunate truth is, right now, today, there is not enough of that solidarity, not enough of that cooperation in evidence. And I hope that we can help to change the climate in that regard. Thanks very much for listening to me. I hope I haven't taken too much time. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, Director General. And I think we'll move now to your DC office. And we're very, very grateful to be able to support and have this session today. And you brought out a lot of the deeper issues we were very, very interested in. Thank you. Kevin Cassidy, please take the mic.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you to the Director General for joining us today with a very busy schedule. The next part of this program will be a Q&A session with what we call the social partners of the ILO. This is the workers and employers. I'll introduce them first, and then I would ask Kathy Feingold to make the presentation, and then for our other colleague, Gabriela Rigg-Herzog. Kathy Feingold is the director of the AFL-CIO's International Department and the deputy president of the International Trade Union Confederation, which is an organization representing 200 million unionized workers worldwide. Kathy brings more than 20 years of experience in trade, global economic policy, and worker, human, and women's rights issues. In 2020, Speaker Pelosi appointed Feingold to the Independent Mexico Labor Export Board. The body created under the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement to monitor and evaluate labor reforms and worker rights compliance in Mexico. Her work in both global and grassroots fora reflect her commitment to strengthening the voice of workers and people in the global policy debates. Welcome, Kathy, to you, and I will give you the floor at this time.
Thank you so much, Kevin, and thank you, Director General Ryder, for those important words. Today, it's really fitting to celebrate both World Food Day as well as the World Food Programme's Nobel Peace Prize, because it really recognizes the contributions that the World Food Programme makes for working people around the world, and we're really grateful for that. As we celebrate the World Food Programme and World Food Day, we come together to really also celebrate Global Minnesota's work. So thank you, Mark, to you and to your wonderful staff for the vision you had in putting together this program and for the work you do every single day for working people. We are living in a time of intertwined crises. We've got economic inequality. We've heard about the health pandemic, racial injustice, attacks on democracy. And I know everyone in Minnesota has been part of these intertwined crises, as well as all of us here in the US and around the world. It's a time of extreme challenges. It's also a time of extreme opportunities. We have opportunities to rebuild our economy in a way that puts food security, the Sustainable Development Goals, worker well-being, and the environment at the core of any recovery. We need to see the Sustainable Development Goals that were created by the United Nations, not as individual targets, but as a set of interlinked and complementary policies that create kind of a roadmap for us to tell us where should we be going today. As we commemorate World Food Day, I think of all the ways workers are part of this day, from planting to producing the food, selling the food at grocery stores and restaurants. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, workers across all sectors are experiencing growing food insecurity. A forthcoming Worker Rights Consortium survey, based on hundreds of interviews across garment producing countries, finds a crisis among garment workers whose wages were terminated when consumer demand plummeted during the crisis, and now they face extreme food insecurity. So for the labor movement, our message for World Food Day is that there can be no food security without worker rights and protections for all food and agricultural workers. Far too often, essential workers have been considered expendable in the global economy. We have got to change that model. The pandemic and today's focus on World Food Day reminds us that we should consider that we have the opportunity to change the model that has kept so many workers in this situation of abusive worker rights, as well as food insecurity. We can make a change. In the US, we've continued to raise concerns regarding the current crisis on food workers. Meatpacking workers have been placed in the category of essential for their role in maintaining functional food supply chains, but many of them are at risk of food insecurity themselves. Here in the US, without a national emergency health standard, creating one framework for health and safety practices across all workplaces, almost 45,000 meatpacking workers have been affected with COVID, and over 250 have lost their lives. And instead of increasing protections, some employers and politicians have actually blamed the workers for the outbreaks. We've seen an increase in racist attacks targeting migrant meatpacking workers, including arguments that migrants, they're not like us. They live in crowded and unsanitary conditions. We must reject that kind of rhetoric and make sure that all workers, migrant workers, the most precarious workers, receive the same rights and protections as all workers. And the situation for farm workers producing our food has been no better. With the shutdown of restaurants, schools, universities, corporate cafeterias, American farms have scrambled to find alternative ways of getting produce to markets. Prices have fallen by 20 to 30%, and workers have been hit correspondingly. And the mass layoffs of farm workers resulted in another layer of crisis for those on temporary visas, known as H-2A visas here in the United States. We know that this is a situation that has faced migrant workers around the world in different visa categories. At least 150,000 agricultural workers in the US have been affected by COVID. And since the data that we have excludes temporary and contract workers, we know the number is higher. And finally, those cafeteria workers that kept us all fed in our workplaces, they feed us in stadiums and universities and corporate cafeterias. They have been furloughed and face their own precarious situation. Their jobs remained really precarious, part-time, few or no benefits, and often little to no training in how to do the job safely. So now we know there's a lot of challenges, but I also mentioned at the beginning, this is a moment of opportunity. We absolutely know that we cannot go back to this model where farm workers' rights have been excluded from US labor law, have been excluded from many laws around the world, where migrant workers are not receiving the same protections. We can change all that right now as we think about what kind of recovery packages and what kind of economic models we need to rebuild to make sure that our model is rooted in protecting the rights and well-being of workers and of the environment. So first of all, we need a trade union and human rights-based approach for agricultural and food workers to be the basis of any global food security policies. This means that all workers must be recognized as essential and critical workers for global food security and for resilient food supply chains. All worker rights should be respected. When workers feel like they have a voice at work, they can make sure they're working in a safe workplace. When workers feel like they're protected to say, hey, I don't have the needed protections and sanitation in my workplace, knowing there will be no firing because they're speaking out, that will make sure we have safe workplaces. Agricultural and food workers, including migrant workers, must have the same labor and human rights as workers in all industries and commerce. And we must recommit to implementing the Sustainable Development Goals that provide that important framework for building food security and economic and social justice for all workers. I am confident today on World Food Day that we can build this new model together. The labor movement is ready to do it, and we look forward to working with all of you. Thanks so much for having me here today.
Thank you very much, Kathy. That's wonderful, and we'll get a little bit more deeper into those issues in just a moment. At this time, I'd like to invite my colleague Gabriela Rigg-Herzog from the U.S. Council for International Business. Gabriela is the Vice President of Labor Affairs and Corporate Responsibility for USCIB, and Ms. Herzog leads USCIB's work on labor and employment policy, corporate responsibility, business and human rights, and corporate governance. USCIB itself advances the global interest of American businesses, both as a member of the ILO and through its membership in the International Organization of Employers. Gabriela, prior to joining USCIB, worked as the Corporate Social Responsibility Officer at the Hess Corporation, where she had developed and integrated the key CSR and human rights governance, employment training, and assurance processes into their management systems. Gabriela also has worked in the U.S. Department of State and the Department of Labor. Gabriela, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And thank you so much to today's organizers, Global Minnesota. It's a prestigious event that you've developed. Your agenda over the course of today to celebrate World Food Day. You've got a wide-ranging panel and group over the day of leading experts from a range of disciplines, and I'm very proud to have USCIB be included today. I also agree with the remarks that Director General Guy Ryder gave about what a great opportunity this is to participate in a conversation that's connecting the global with the local, as Global Minnesota does on a regular basis. Thank you. Just quickly about the U.S. Council for International Business. We're a business membership association with an active membership base of some 300 multinational corporations, law firms, and business associations. Like Global Minnesota, the core connecting point among our members is that they're globally focused, operating internationally or sourcing internationally across a range of sectors, including agribusiness members as well. We're a policy-focused organization, and we follow global policy developments through our standing in key international bodies, including the International Labor Organization. So within the ILO, we represent U.S. employers and have a seat on the ILO governing body as well. USCIB covers a range of policy areas. I cover labor and employment, but I do have a colleague, Mike Michener, who covers food and agriculture, and he follows a lot of the issues that we're discussing today very closely. I want to join everyone in celebrating World Food Day today and the founding of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. Its mission, which in its founding, is the same and with even more importance today. And this year's theme, the 2020 theme for World Food Day of Grow, Nourish, Sustain Together is incredibly relevant. Of course, today since the beginning of the year, we've all been operating in a very unique context with COVID-19 and the global pandemic. And that colors a lot of the discussion about food security and development and agriculture that we're discussing today. The pandemic has had devastating impacts, first and foremost, obviously, from a health perspective, but also economic and livelihoods with countries, economies, businesses, and families and individuals all impacted equally. And as a result of especially the livelihoods impacts, we have nutrition concerns as well, and very worrying statistics, not only from the World Bank or the OECD, but even at state levels in Minnesota, you're well aware of increased nutrition scarcity and vulnerability of many around the world. So in terms of a response, certainly there's short-term opportunities, infusion of short-term economic support for families to be able to have access to resources to get the food they need to sustain their families. Shoring up social protection systems as well is a policy area that we've certainly advocated for, especially at the global level, but also domestically as well. I mean, the need for individuals during this transition, during this scenario, to be able to have access to unemployment insurance or health benefits, or just infusions of short-term liquidity for small businesses to be able to maintain themselves, to be able to continue to produce the food and employ the very key frontline workers, to be able to facilitate that connection between the food providers and the recipients. Longer term approaches, though, are critical, and that's going to cover a broader range of policy issues, including core areas like education policy, skills development policy, as well as tackling some of the deeper rooted issues Guy Ryder talked about, informality. The majority of the world's workers are in the informal sector, where some of the biggest challenges regarding decent work are prevalent. As we together look at policy responses to the food crisis and the need, the perennial need for greater access to food and nutrition, the key for us is inclusive approaches, be it at the local level or at the multilateral level, but inclusive approaches that bring governments, businesses, civil society, university sector, academia together, bringing that knowledge together for shared solutions. And I thought the launch earlier today of the MBOLD, the Minnesota MBOLD Coalition, which brought together businesses, universities, and civil society to address, as my understanding is, future of food and agriculture in ways that nourish the growing population, but also protect and preserve Earth's natural resources, is an example of an inclusive approach responding to a key critical need that is one that we should look to with support and hopes for replication going forward. Maybe I'll just touch on an example of this type of inclusive approach and the partnership model that's so key for successful responses, by mentioning an initiative at the U.S. Council for International Business that we recently launched, Business Partners for Sustainable Development. It's an initiative of our foundation, and it's a virtual center that establishes a framework for government, business, and civil society to share information, resources, activities, and capabilities. The objective is to facilitate partnerships on key issue areas like global nutrition and malnutrition, and find creative solutions that can be optimized. And in a recent example, and I'll conclude with this, Kevin, and look forward to the discussion, our foundation teamed up with the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, GAIN, to organize two public-private partnership dialogues on the issue of how to address and tackle malnutrition. And this work, these dialogues led to the development of a set of 7 principles for engagement between governments and businesses to improve nutritional outcomes through public-private partnerships. And this work is being advanced to donors and key development agencies, foundations, and companies interested in advancing this work, and will also be furthered at national levels, but with a slightly delayed timeline because of course, COVID overlays and the need to wait until we can do those dialogues in person on the ground. So that's just an example of the importance of and value of inclusive approaches, partnerships, and dialogue at the multilateral system level and locally as well. And thank you so much.
Gabriela, thank you very much for that. So now we'll go into the Q&A component segment of this discussion. And I think the question I think on everybody's mind right now is on COVID-19, about how these essential workers, becoming essential workers, are poorly paid and working in difficult conditions, and so maybe not having the right protections. And so first to Kathy, what are you seeing out there, and what is AFL-CIO and the other affiliates doing to assist people in this difficult time?
Thanks, Kevin. We see that there's a tremendous crisis. And, one of the first things that we said during this crisis is our country needs an emergency temporary health standard. We asked the Department of Labor to do that. We actually had to have a lawsuit filed because we weren't getting the needed government regulation on this. Without that framework, what's happening is they're having to do it state by state. So we saw today the governor of Michigan coming out with a new order around protecting the health and safety of workers. We've seen Virginia enact an important piece of legislation. But what we really should be seeing is one framework so that employers know, what do we need to do to have good, healthy workplaces? So that's one important thing during this crisis. The other crisis is absolutely giving workers the protection they need. We've been trying to support a renewal and expansion of what was the CARES Act, which is now being called the HEROES Act. In our country, workers have been on a cliff for a while. They have no more income support. We're seeing in Europe different models where income support programs are continuing. We need ongoing support for all workers, migrants, agricultural food workers, any worker who has been impacted by COVID should get income protection. And then lastly, obviously, all workers should have access to free testing and to healthcare protection. So that is the immediate, and although it sounds pretty basic, in our country, we are still struggling to get these fundamental issues created.
Yeah, if I can maybe take that a little bit further with Gabriela, behind closed doors, if I may push you a little bit about the business community, what are their major concerns? Obviously, price point is very important in the U.S. market. If you are getting better protections or improving the healthcare that these workers are having, what are businesses' concerns, and how is USCIB advising them?
Well, first and foremost, it's a health crisis. I mean, we're all in this together. I mean, COVID-19 does not discriminate. It doesn't care where you're located around the world or your economic status, irrespective. And so from that perspective, first and foremost is a health crisis. I mean, we need to focus on getting the vaccine. I've certainly aligned myself with those who feel like if we want to be able to get the economy, the global economy going again, is so that families can get back to work and have I mean, we're talking about food and nutrition today, right? So families can get back to work to have the resources to supply the nutrition needed for their families. We need to be healthy. We need to be able to count on a vaccine, but there's a lot of concern and some funny information out in the world about whether or not the vaccine will be safe. They're already prior, there's kind of a global discussion, unfortunately, about vaccines. So as an example of one of the initiatives that we're undertaking at USCIB through this Business Partnerships for Sustainable Development I mentioned, is in collaboration with Wilton Park and with our global affiliations like the International Organization of Employers and the International Chamber of Commerce. We've launched something called Convince, which is a public-private partnership to advance information, credible information about vaccines and their safety with and we'll seek to mobilize and leverage our global networks of the business community to be able to communicate with transparency and with authoritative and solid information about vaccines when they come out and what can be expected and their reliability, so that together we can try and get as many people vaccinated as possible once that cure comes forward. And health, again, is at the core of our recovery. So that's just an example of a concern that we're trying to address through a public-private partnership.
Kathy, you were talking a bit earlier about migrant workers. We know that migrant workers are in many ways the backbone of the agricultural sector in terms of picking or planting and weeding. And so, what challenges do we face currently? What would the AFL and again your affiliates advise and to sort of de-escalate people's maybe misperceptions, maybe giving a clearer picture about what that actually means?
Thank you, Kevin. I guess I would start by saying, although everybody is experiencing the pandemic, it does discriminate. And what we're finding is certain communities are disproportionately impacted, and migrant and communities of color in the United States have seen a huge impact compared to other communities. So I do think this is an issue about inequality, about frontline workers, about communities of color that have been disproportionately impacted. For migrant workers, I think one is the issue I talked about, the threat of the visa categories. In the US, labor law protections, they don't receive the same labor law protections, so we need labor law reform. But at the actual workplace, because I think that's where we really need to be looking, I mean, before even vaccines happen, what's happening today to the person that is picking our berries or our lettuce? We need to make sure they have clean water, They have proper access to sanitation. They physically distance. They have places where they can sleep in their quarantine. The Farm Labor Organizing Committee, one of the affiliates of the AFL-CIO, has actually developed a model so that when workers coming from Mexico come for the agricultural work here in the United States, temporary work, they're living in places that the union has ensured is safe, right? So that they're not all in a close quarter, but there's quarantine, there is plexiglass in the needed places, there's soap, there's sanitation. So the role of unions, making sure that those workers can have a collective voice, they can speak out without fear of saying, you know, you're gonna be deported or lose your job, is so critical during this pandemic.
Very good. You know, when we start thinking about supply chains, whether they're domestic or global, obviously looking at those inputs that come in, and Gabriela, you know, we actually the other day we had a discussion about, for example, the Harkin-Engel protocol about chocolate, and so you know, what is the business community thinking about this? Do they feel besieged by these human rights specialists, or do they really empathize and understand that it's a part of the business model, and we need to work together on this?
Well, if I'm understanding the question correctly, and with today's theme in mind about food and agriculture, you're talking about the connections between global corporations and production overseas through supply chains. And in that regard, I'd say not just for food and ag, but across the board, especially with the advent in 2011 of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which offered a global framework on the role of government and the role of business on human rights. There's a clear understanding about the responsibilities of business to carry out their work with due diligence and with respect for human rights, and that includes with business relationships. So there's decades of practice, which is always evolving and advancing and improving, of working to use the leverage that those business relationships have to be able to seek to advance these rights, especially in places around the world where rule of law is not where we would want to see it. The ILO's own data shows that the overwhelming majority of decent work deficits, if I could use the ILO language, but you know, the challenges that we don't want to see, the child labor, the forced labor, health and safety, wage and hour concerns, the ILO's data shows that the overwhelming majority of those cases are at the domestic level. So Director Ryder mentioned domestic supply chains, and I believe that came up in the context you're mentioning regarding cocoa as well. But the Kathy's noted challenges and opportunities. I mean, this is a shared concern for all of us who care about the advancement of human rights and labor rights around the world. We've got to figure out how to better engage these national level producers who aren't tied to global supply chains, but they represent the majority of production and the majority of work in the world, but they're producing for national consumers or neighboring consumers where unfortunately, the expectations are not what we would want them to be with regards to labor and human rights. So that's a big nut for us to work to crack. A lot of the overlay there has to do with informality, as I mentioned earlier. But the informal sector is outside the umbrella of formal labor law protection, and they're in the shadows, and that's where the higher risks can come. And we've also got to find together a way to bring those small independent workers, the independent businesses into the formal sector, and we've got to push governments to find ways to incentivize that to happen so that they can also come out of the shadows and have the benefit of labor law inspection and oversight as well. It's a complex issue, but there's a longstanding and an evergreen commitment on the part of business to be part of the solution.
You know, and speaking about and shifting gears very slightly about some of these big mega drivers of change, and recently the ILO's Future of Work report had looked at issues such as digital technologies, but also climate change. I think many of the audiences that are here today will understand that, you know, climate change does have a direct impact on their work. looking at whether it's too much rain and you can't plant the fields, or not enough rain, or the impact of fertilizers. Again, Kathy, on your side, what are the big challenges that climate change imposes on those agricultural workers, and what is the AFL-CIO doing with business in order to improve that situation?
Yeah, and I should have added that is one of the major crises, right? That I should have added to the list as we see what was happening to agricultural workers here in the United States and California. You had the pandemic and you had the fires, and they were out there, inhaling smoke from what we're seeing as an impact of climate change, these raging fires in the West Coast. The AFL-CIO has worked with the International Labor Organization, with USCIB and others on creating a just transition framework. We need to ensure that any worker that is affected by climate change has a framework for transitioning, for having health and safety protections, for making sure if they need to adapt in their workplace, that there's a government plan for doing that you don't just sort of say, this job is no longer needed in this economy, but have a plan for those workers that need a transition. I think agricultural workers in particular are bearing the brunt of climate change with the weather conditions. And I would say that a challenge is, how are employers adapting to the need to increase protections, right? We saw this as a real struggle with the smoke inhalation of workers. That was a case that was really in front of us in the most recent weeks. And so I think, having just transition frameworks for the needed transition due to climate change, you need the solutions to be tripartite. Workers need to be at the table shaping the policies needed for the future, needed for that transition. We absolutely accept we must be part of the solution to addressing climate change. Unions are in it, and we look forward to working with our business partners.
Great. Gabriella, if I could ask you the same question, please.
Sure. In terms of the future of work and this shared planet, right? There's no planet B, as they say. I mean, we're in this together. The UN Sustainable Development Goals provide a very important framework. I know you'll be talking about that more in later sessions today, but they are the global consensus on the full range of policy issues, including climate and environment and oceans, and poverty and hunger and women and children, the full range of core areas where we need to be finding shared solutions to advance. USCIB has a website we host called Business for 2030, where we list a number of examples of business efforts to and concrete programs and investments they're making in support of the Sustainable Development Goal agenda. The Sustainable Development Goal agenda and climate, as you're talking about, and we're talking about agriculture, and we're talking about worker, these are intersecting policy areas. You kicked off with future of work. Future of work is an opportunity space for all of us, and COVID-19 is only shining a brighter light on the importance of education policy. First and foremost, it begins at the early years, and education policy that's developed in consultation with workers, with employers, to understand skills gaps and needs for jobs for the future. Inclusive employment policies to address the need for more balance of bringing women and youth into the workplace, apprenticeship policies and opportunities for innovative approaches in that area, older workers, disabled, talking about intersections, just, kind of as I was orienting myself a little bit for today's panel, I mentioned I'm the labor employment person at my organization. I'm not the food and ag person, but there's so many innovations that are out there. And I read and watched a number of videos about regenerative agriculture, which ties into this need for innovative approaches that are climate and planet friendly, that deliver improvement in terms of productivity and yield, to be able to have more products for the people, for the nutrition, as well as business and societal value. So I would say businesses concerned, businesses demonstrating efforts towards the solutions on climate, and these are intersecting issues that need attention.
So I'd like to go a little further on the SDGs, if you don't mind. I mean, for those who may not know, the Sustainable Development Goals actually are all pretty much intersected, and we're very fortunate to have decent work as central to that. I see Mark on, so we may be finishing up here. But just very quickly, what is the trade-off between introducing newer technologies and displacing workers? You know, 60% or so of workers in sub-Saharan Africa are in agriculture. We may have food security, but we'll have unemployment. So maybe just in the last 2 minutes, if we can just get the positions on either side before we have to close. Over.
I would just jump in and just say, using that just transition framework, you know, technology has been introduced to workplaces and into agriculture for centuries. This is not new. And so we pretend now that suddenly we're in this technological moment. Well, we've always been in a moment of technological change. Right now, it's faster than we've ever experienced it. You want to make sure those agricultural workers are at the table, shaping how the new technology is introduced into their workplace so that they can be part of the solution. If there needs to be a change in the jobs, let that be resolved through conversations. And I think that's how you do it. You create a just transition framework so that it's not technology versus workers, it's workers shaping the policies for the best technology and outcomes in their communities.
And the last word to you, Gabriela, please.
Well, I'm pleased, Kevin, to be able to give the last word as one of agreement and consensus. There is a need for inclusive approaches to be able to make sure that workers, as we are transitioning to new systems or innovations in agriculture and beyond, that we're also investing in retraining and upskilling to be able to be able to support them in securing their ability to transition as well and advance on behalf of their families and their communities. So include business, include workers, include governments together at the table, and that's what the ILO offers. And I think inclusive approaches are really what's required.
Great. Gabriela, Kathy, thank you so much for joining us today. Mark, thank you for the invitation.
Kevin, Gabriela, Kathy, thank you for both bringing the ILO alive to us, but also giving us that hopeful, that consensus that we've got to move ahead and make things better kind of message. COVID requires demands. There's no other way. Now we can take that direction, that inspiration that you gave us. And thank you again for Director General Ryder. We are so fortunate to be able to have this global perspective, which then has such a local and personal, because everybody on the planet is working somehow. Everybody on the planet is affected by climate. Everyone on the planet affected by COVID. So your sharing today at the both macro and the most micro level is a very, very important contribution to our World Food Day. We look forward to hearing more and following and partnering as we can. Thank you very much. And to our guests, we will be back to you in just a couple minutes. Thank you again, International Labor Organization. Greetings to everyone. My name is Mark Ritchie, and I have the honor of serving as president of Global Minnesota, your host for today. Those of you who've been with us this morning, we've heard from the World Food Program, Executive Director, Governor David Beasley. Very wonderful week for them of receiving the Nobel Peace Prize. Heard about the growing internationalization of our emergency response and what they're doing in partnerships with others around the world. We heard from IMBOLD, the new coalition here in Minnesota among the university, nonprofits, the companies, putting sustainability as a North Star for making sure that we are taking care of the planet as we plan for how we deal with hunger and food security going ahead. And we just finished an amazing panel with the Director General of the International Labor Organization and representatives from business and labor and from the Washington office, looking deeply into all of the ways that food and agriculture are connected in to our workplaces, whether it's on the farm or in meatpacking plants, food processing, restaurants, grocery stores. We are very much tied into a world of work, and our future, reaching for that 2030 global goal of zero hunger, has to include all of us, and that's complicated in a time of COVID. But this moment now in our program, it's a very special moment, and so I want to thank the people who really made this day possible. We have our program partners, the World Affairs Council of America, which is the association of all the World Affairs Council, and the World Food Program's U.S. office. We also have our gold sponsors, people who help provide financial support, Hormel Foods, King Solution, McKnight Foundation, Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, and other support from Blue Cross Blue Shield in Greater Minnesota. Our partners every day of the year are our members for Global Minnesota. Some of our companies and organizations and agencies here, some of those that are really special to us, Carlson Family Foundation, Delta Airlines, Cargill, Horton International, Horton Holdings, Medtronic Foundation, United Health Group, Ecolabs, Land O'Lakes, and SIT Investment. And all of you who are on and watching who are members, thank you. You make it possible for this program to be shown everywhere on the planet and for it to now be archived as we will provide the tapes for everybody. And for those of you who are not yet members, if you'd like to join Global Minnesota and be part of this community, this family, there's a little box below the screen there on the YouTube for a description. Get a link into where you can learn more about Global Minnesota and take advantage of that opportunity. And we've convinced one of our generous members to match all the new memberships we get today. So double your money in that way. But today we've got a very special guest as our luncheon speaker. No luncheon, but you know how it is under COVID. Somebody that the New York Times has called the most important economist in the world, but I think of him also as one of the most important activists and leaders and cheerleaders for getting us all to understand the very special nature of what we call the Sustainable Development Goals, the global goals for sustainable development that we're using to guide our aspirations for the next now 10 years. That opportunity, the Sustainable Development Goals, you'll be hearing more about from our very special guest, who's been one of our main partners in this work around the SDGs, as they're sometimes called. Purvi Bhatt, who's the president of the Medtronic Foundation and one of the leaders in creating the national and international associations of the companies and organizations who've been mobilizing their employees, their team members, their partners to be part of bringing those Sustainable Development Goals to life and to reaching those aspirational objectives, those targets. Purvi is somebody who knows the SDGs deeply from her work over the years in health and public health, HIV, AIDS, and others. Purvi, thank you so much for being with us, and I turn the microphone over to you to introduce our luncheon speaker.
Well, Mark, thank you so very much, and hello to everyone who's listening in and watching us today. And listen, I am a little more than just a girl fan of what we're just going to be listening to with Jeff and all of his perspectives on what's happening today. and more than just the aspiration of zero hunger, but the reality of what it will take to get us there. Rather than going through his CV, and I think we can all take a look at that online and a variety of materials that are out there, let me just give you a sense of why this moment is so important for us and why Jeff. I'll take you back a little bit to my own history. I was a public health recent grad and had some training in population economics way back in the day. And well before there was a therapy for HIV, was working at CARE, doing a lot of international development work, and was faced with figuring out how do we bring food assistance, micro enterprise work, and health together in an HIV response. And I followed the work of Jeff and Meadover and Martha Ainsworth and a huge tribe of economists at that time to help us solve what can we do in a time of that pandemic, which is still a pandemic today. What can we do in a time when we need to come together, and how do we think across sectors? So as a young professional then, who was deep in looking at food assistance and health and responding to a pandemic, it is just such an honor to be here today in the roles that we all play. You know, Medtronic, of course, has been a part of the COVID response, as I am sure many have been following, but we're also a part of the social injustice response given what has happened with George Floyd and in the Twin Cities and beyond, and the response that's happened around the world. I think this moment in time is really bringing forward the importance of coming together. And frankly, when you're in Minnesota, and I was raised here and came back here for this role, it isn't the coming together, it's in the being together and staying together. And everything that we're talking about today, no matter the silo or the SDG, is really about how we bring all of those ingredients together. The role of the private sector and the importance of groups like Impact 2030 is really in translating the full set of assets that we have, not just the financial ones, but also the resources that highly skilled employees that work for our companies can bring to this problem. They come to these issues with a variety of different sectoral expertise. They also come with an expectation that we will change the world together. We are this generation that does come together. And if you look back to what happened with HIV and companies at that time, and you fast forward to today and look at what happened with companies in the COVID response, it is a dramatic change. And you can see that every sector got involved, whether you were in healthcare or in apparel, you found a way to get involved in COVID. And so with all of this is how we consider even how food, together with healthcare, together with finance, together with so much more, needs to come together in our zero hunger response, and to look at things from the perspective of the ground up. I'm so pleased and honored to invite Jeff to the stage, if we had one, and to guide us in thinking through this time together, and to inspire the next generation of those of us that are here to fight the good fight. So thank you, Jeff, so much for the words you're going to say, and for the inspiration you've given to many of us.
Purvi, thank you so much, and thanks for being so generous to let me share a few thoughts with people. I hope you are at lunch wherever you are and enjoying and watching online in these weird days. Let me thank Mark Ritchie and his leadership at Global Minnesota, and also the World Affairs Councils for this important day. It's a lot of leadership, Parvi and Mark, that you are showing today to take this World Food Day and use it as an opportunity for thinking and brainstorming and planning and mobilizing our activities together. Boy, if we did this systematically and we did this more often, we really would be solving a lot of problems. And I'm very gratified that Global Minnesota is taking this on. And I hope that what we mostly get out of today is the commitment to think together and then act together to address the range of problems that we're confronting. Obviously, we're living through the biggest disruption in modern history worldwide and in our nation. this pandemic is unrivaled for the last 100 years since the flu pandemic 1 century ago. The economic shocks are unbelievable. I have been a practicing economist for 40 years. There's nothing like this since the Great Depression, what's happening. The rise of inequality in our country and worldwide just in a few months is beyond belief. The people at the top have seen their wealth soar this year, whereas half the country is desperate. What's going to happen to our jobs? What's going to happen to our income? Can we put enough food on the table day by day in the United States, much less in the world? You know, it's amazing to me that 4 Americans, Jeffrey Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk, names that we know well, those 4 today have net worth of $530 billion. It's beyond comprehension. And 100 million Americans have nothing right now and are trying to survive. And while usually when we think about World Food Day and the World Food Program and the global crisis, we think about countries abroad. The Census Bureau is bringing us absolutely alarming data month by month in its pulse surveys, showing that 1 in 7 households right now, even closer to 1 in 6 households, is with 1 in 6 with children, I should be clear, did not have enough to eat during the past 7 days in the September survey of the Census Bureau. We have massive hunger in the United States in this crisis. It has soared in the past year. It will get worse until we finally get a national government that is organized, thoughtful, caring, compassionate, and able to think and do things. We haven't had that for a while. We desperately need a federal government that is coherent, mentally balanced, that we can actually move forward and solve some of these urgent problems. The situation worldwide is, of course, far more dramatic, although it's dramatic enough in the United States. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of people, I have no doubt, are falling into extremely grave hunger right now. We don't have the numbers exactly. And the numbers that we use characteristically, that the WFP, the World Food Program, this year's Nobel laureate in peace, FAO, great institutions, but the numbers that we use from them don't really capture the full extent of the hunger crisis, even in normal years. And now we're scrambling to understand what's happening. My guess is that there is soaring hunger across the world that we have not yet registered. The reason I believe that is that in every part of the world, with very few exceptions, national incomes are way down. Unemployment has increased by hundreds of millions of workers. Remittance income has collapsed in many places. Tourist income has collapsed in many places. Commodities export earnings have fallen sharply in many places. So you figure what's happening to the poorest people in these places. No doubt the situation is desperate. And one of the main points that I think we need to have is daily metrics, something that we're not so good at, but we need to have really our fingers on the pulse worldwide to know where there is emergent hunger crisis, because often you don't get to play this twice. People will die when they don't have the basic nutrients that they need, and they will be swept away by COVID-19 or by countless other infectious diseases if they are deeply undernourished. And no doubt this is rising sharply. What a mess. And what do we do about it? Well, I think the first thing to say is, as Parvi mentioned about the AIDS crisis 20 years ago, something that she and I worked on, the way to address any crisis like this is by a systematic approach. We have to understand the wheres and the whys of hunger and how those challenges can be addressed systematically and at scale. And that's not a happy speech and not a commitment to ending hunger. It's hard work of getting the numbers right and of understanding what kind of approaches can apply. 20 years ago, just as an example, with AIDS, the epidemic was running completely out of control. I was in a position as a chairman of a commission for the World Health Organization to look at the hows and the whys. What could we really do? And one thing was absolutely obvious, which was that millions of people were dying every year because they didn't have access to the life-saving antiretroviral medicines. And the main reason that they didn't have access to those antiretrovirals is that they were very poor people. And so the question was, practically, how could one set up a supply chain from the companies that produce these antiretrovirals to people who are dying because of lack of them, and have the costs covered? And I proposed at the time a special fund, which became known as the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria. And Kofi Annan, then Secretary General of the UN, launched the Global Fund in March 2001. And who was the first leader to say, yes, we're in? That was George W. Bush Jr. And Kofi Annan stood with President Bush in the Rose Garden in May 2001 and got the Global Fund off the ground. And since then, countless millions of people every year are alive because the Global Fund has been funding the basic costs of producing and distributing antiretroviral drugs to people who would otherwise be dead. Very practical, very systematic, very management-based, very numbers-based. And sometimes this is exactly what it needs to be done. There was no marketplace that was going to solve that. But private companies that did have markets in high-income countries were ready to participate in problem solving for low-income countries. Well, the World Food Program, incidentally, the Nobel laureate this year, is designed for emergency food relief. And the United States was the great champion of the World Food Program historically, and of the Food and Agriculture Organization itself, because the US, after World War II, took the lead in arguing that we could have a system, including the vast US production of grains, that could help to end poverty and hunger worldwide. But the problem is we still don't have adequate funding and a way, especially in a deep crisis like we have right now, to ensure that those who need the food get the food. So one very practical thing that I would recommend strongly, and I will continue to push the point this year, is that the real location of emergency financing right now for poor countries is the International Monetary Fund. It is the lender of last resort for much of the world. They don't have the Fed to print currency for them. We've had trillions of dollars of new credits issued by the Fed, but the countries in Africa, the poor countries in Asia, in Central America, they can't turn to the Fed. They have to turn to emergency financing, and that's the IMF. And I would like to see the IMF and the World Food Program and the Food and Agriculture Organization work intensively together, day by day, with situation analysis that is up to date and that is timely, to ensure that nobody is dying because they don't have the income or their governments lack the revenues to provide the food that is needed. We must not have mass death on our watch worldwide because of COVID-19. There is the food in the world. There is the production capacity in the world. There isn't the buying power for poor people. And this is not the time to check on your balance sheets and your creditworthiness and your debt sustainability, nor is it possible, unfortunately, to go around and ask governments for emergency food aid. Try that with President Trump. You're not going to get very far, unfortunately. Try that with Mitch McConnell. It's just not happening. We're going to need to use multilateral financing and companies like Cargill and others who can move massive amounts of food, working together with the World Food Program to prevent disaster. All of this requires thinking and planning and high-level engagement of the multilateral institutions, especially IMF, WFP, and FAO, together with the major companies like Cargill, together with the governments in low-income settings, together with real-time information systems that can allow us to address this. And finally, we need governments that care to do this. And so I'm hoping that the United States will enter 2021 with a government that can think, can act decently, can do what George W. Bush Jr. did in 2001, which was jump to the front of the line and say, we're in because we're good and we're decent people, and we will contribute to global problems. Just about the opposite of what's happened this year, when, for political reasons, Trump abruptly pulled out of the World Health Organization at the height of the most severe pandemic in modern history. It is a shame on our country that this happened, and it is a disaster for the world. And it was for absolute domestic politics. It's not because China did this or China did that. It's because Trump is appealing to his base, who wants to hear all the anti-China venom they can. And in this thoughtless response, WHO became just a plaything when we need WHO more urgently than ever as a linchpin of global cooperation. So this is the first point that I want to emphasize. We have a hunger crisis in the United States, and we have an even more shocking hunger crisis worldwide. And we need urgent, focused, fiscal, and administrative systems attention to address this. This cannot be sorted out by the marketplace. We're talking about extraordinarily poor and vulnerable people. But let me put this challenge even in a bigger context, because the food system itself worldwide is in deep crisis. And this is because the food system, which is at the core of our survival, after all, the core of livelihoods of the single biggest sector in the world of employment, the agriculture sector, is caught up in the range of instabilities of the environment, of geopolitics, of widening income inequalities, meaning that the crisis of hunger is even larger than the urgent crisis caused by COVID-19. And here, let me give you a pre-COVID-19 picture, and I hope soon a post-COVID-19 picture of how big the challenges are. The typical number that was used until recently for worldwide hunger was about 800 million people. But if you look below that headline number, that was a number referring to basically caloric intake or maybe energy protein sufficiency, not a healthy diet, not micronutrient adequacy, not what proper eating should be. If you look beyond that, there are good studies, in fact, volumes and volumes of studies, and the State of the Food Insecurity report of FAO this year was completely alarming because they said, okay, take the hunger, that's 800 million, dreadful. But what about adding in the need for a balanced diet, including the micronutrients and including a good balance of the different classes of food? You know what they found? They found that 3 billion people could not afford a healthy diet right now. And we know that that's not some crazy number. How could it be 3 billion? Because if you take the number that are counted as hungry in this energy protein basis, add in those who suffer from micronutrient deficiencies, we do add another 2 billion plus to the column. If you add in our country and other countries, the people who are suffering from obesity and therefore from imbalanced diets, and sometimes because those are the cheapest ways to get the calories, because the healthy legumes and fruits and plant-based proteins could be more expensive in the diet, then you add in another billion people around the world. And so our baseline, even aside from COVID, is that half the world's population does not have healthy diets right now. That's an even larger crisis that needs to be faced. And part of it is changing what we are producing, because the evidence is very clear that we need more legumes, more fruits in the diet, more vegetable oils, less beef, most likely, which is something that some people don't want to hear. But this is also part of rearranging the diets and addressing the planetary needs. So we have a food system challenge, even beyond the challenge of poverty and conflict that leads to the acute undernourishment of so many people, and the epidemic this year on top of that, dreadfully worsening the situation. But there's another layer which we're all increasingly aware of, and that is that agriculture is deeply implicated in the multiple environmental crises that are simultaneously ravaging the planet. And boy, this is a mess, because we face not one or two, but actually fully 4 environmental crises at unprecedented scale right now. One is COVID-19 and similar zoonotic diseases, which occur because of dislocations of natural balances with human populations. This new disease emerged when a coronavirus in the horseshoe bat populations of Southwest China was transferred to humans somehow, maybe through excrement, bat urine somehow picked up by farmers in Southwest China, and then started the epidemic phenomenon. And this kind of emerging disease is coming from dislocating animal populations so that they transfer emerging viruses, whether it's this one, SARS-CoV-2, or whether it was SARS, or whether it's the Middle East respiratory syndrome, or the Nipah virus, or the Zika virus, or Ebola, which is another bat zoonotic disease, that one from fruit bats. But this kind of dislocation is environmental crisis number one. Environmental crisis number two, of course, is climate change. This will be most likely the hottest year in history this year. And again, because we have unserious politics and unserious leaders, we just sit there, even as the forest fires blaze, even as the heat waves blaze, even as the floods batter the coastline of the Gulf states and so on. We're just sitting there faking it. Trump says, oh, it's going to get colder sometime. Are you kidding? Even our Supreme Court nominee now said, oh, I don't know if climate change is real. That's science. I haven't studied that. Are you kidding? Are you really kidding? After 30 years of nonstop science and all the disasters that we're facing, it's a game, but we cannot live in a game anymore. We have to live with solutions. So that's crisis number two. Crisis number three is the destruction of habitat, the loss of biodiversity, the collapse of pollinator populations that we know well in North America, but the loss of species all over the world, destroying the Amazon rainforest, more fires, more forest destruction taking place because the President Bolsonaro doesn't care. And this is the third major disaster. And the fourth one is pollution everywhere. Mega pollution of the air, the water, the oceans. Oh God. So we need a food system that fits within a sustainable world. That's a tough challenge. In Minnesota, you've got some of the most sophisticated farming in the world. We need sophisticated farming, high yield farming that can produce healthy crops, can produce the right mix of crops so that we have healthy diets around the world, and can do so in an environmentally sustainable manner without the toxic, persistent pollutants, without new deforestation occurring, with resilience to worsening conditions of water management, temperature management, thermal stress that is resulting, and in a way that contributes to solving the environmental problems. So with climate change, farming is both a victim, but unfortunately also a cause through the release of carbon dioxide from degraded soils or from deforested regions. And we need a regenerative agriculture to be a solution alongside the food production so that we're storing more carbon in the soils. We are regenerating degraded lands. We're reforesting degraded lands. We're using natural systems approaches to pest management. We're not destabilizing animal reservoirs that will lead to yet more pandemics in the future. This is the large context of the food challenge that we face. So we face the humanitarian emergency today, but we face the challenge of sustainability for the generation to come. That is a food system worldwide that is prosperous for farmers, a good livelihood in healthy farm communities, that produce the food in an environmentally sustainable way, produce a mix of food that is healthy for the population, and produces food in a way which contributes to the solutions of our environmental crises, the four interconnected and still growing environmental crises. It's a tall order, but as Parvi said, and as Mark said, we have technologies, solutions, wonderful companies with a global reach. We have the means to solve these problems. What we have lacked in recent years is a politics of problem solving that says we want solutions for better lives and well-being of our people, not political games, not struggles for power, not voter repression, not jamming through legislation in the middle of the night or by executive order. We need problem solving in which Americans do what they do best, which is cooperate, think in a forward way, innovate in technologies, and think at scale. So I want to thank Global Minnesota for exactly being in that spirit and for bringing us together on World Food Day. This is a huge challenge we face, but it's so, for me, very inspiring to know that you're on the case. And I want to help in any way as you lead in this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sachs. And one of the things that we've found real community in terms of thinking about how we find solutions is in fact the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which you helped create and help lead. I was really dramatically impressed because I met so many young leaders from Singapore, from all over the planet. Could you share a little bit of where the idea came from for that network, how it has unfolded to be such a powerful force, and where it might go and how we might keep throwing fuel onto that fire?
Mark, thanks a lot. And thanks for those nice words. And I also am inspired by what that network is accomplishing because I've helped to get it started, but watching it take off is really great. I mean, my basic idea at the outset of this was very simple and something that I observed and really treasured in my own life. I sometimes say I never quite got a job because I went to school as a 5-year-old back in 1959, and I've never left school. So I went through school and then stayed on university faculty, first at Harvard, now at Columbia. I really like going to school, so it's been 60 years of that. But I'm a big believer that our universities have an incredible amount to offer because they are universal in the topics that they take on. Take University of Minnesota, or so many great universities in Minnesota, and you go through the faculties. You know, you'll have agronomy, you'll have energy engineering, you'll have public policy, politics, economics, sociology, and so on. And my view is this is the powerhouse of problem solving. And we need to get our universities out there engaged. So I've had a very good time doing that, both at Harvard and now I've loved the 18 years that I've been at Columbia because Columbia created the Earth Institute and I was head of that for 14 years. And I just thought it was the most fantastic thing that the law school, the Teachers College, School of Social Work, School of Public Health, medical school, arts and sciences all came together to work together on the problems of sustainable development. So to make a long and my favorite story short, Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, asked me to help put together a knowledge network for the SDGs. We started even before there were SDGs to help make suggestions about what could be the Sustainable Development Goals. And we've been at it for 8 years. There are now 1,300 universities worldwide. There are 60 national networks, including SDSN USA. And SDSN USA, by the way, is looking to launch a zero hunger project for the United States to bring together universities around the US, all around the theme, let's make sure that in the United States we don't have hunger. And this would be a great topic for 2021. We're finishing right now a university-wide study on how to decarbonize our energy system by mid-century, because that's part of the climate change solution that we need. But we could do together a fantastic nationwide project of getting the incredible scientists, nutritionists, agronomists around the country together, working on ending hunger in the US and making suggestions to the state legislatures, state governments, and the federal government for this. And I think it's what a network like this can help to accomplish.
That's an exciting idea. Porvi, jumping in.
This is really exciting, and I'm, it takes me back, of course it does, to the days that we shared together during the HIV movement. And it's the thing that is missing today, and I just love that you brought it up. It's unfortunate, but is the galvanizing power of just people rolling up their sleeves and trying to figure this out now. And so, how do you stay inspired in this? We're seeing so many young people rise up in ways that we couldn't have imagined even then around these issues. And yet the gap, as you rightly state, in really just sitting down now and getting over some of the political hurdles is what's needed next. How do you stay inspired in this, and what can we do, knowing that those hurdles are there? There were hurdles back then too, and yet somehow we got over them. So I think just a couple of thoughts there would be super helpful.
Absolutely. One of the best parts of being at a university and being an old guy like me now, having seen it from all different sides, is it's your students that keep you completely going, because you have no right to become cynical. This is their world. They want a good world. They don't want to hear somebody say, "Oh, it's impossible to do." That's ridiculous. We need the young people's energy and intelligence, and they're much better at every digital thing than we are. So it's really important to mobilize all of that as well. And for me, the ironic thing is, in our polarized politics, I'm not a partisan at all, though I make a lot of remarks about our current government, which I don't like, but that's not on a partisan basis. When back 19 years ago, George W. Bush Jr. led the fight against AIDS, a Republican president. I was a little surprised, frankly, but he took it up and created not just the U.S. Being the first member in the world of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, TB, and Malaria, but also the U.S. PEPFAR program, which was an incredible, it continues till now, $3 billion a year to fight global AIDS, a bold initiative. He created what was called PMI, the President's Malaria Initiative. These were wonderful initiatives. Then, when President Obama was elected, it was a financial crisis, but I was in the White House soon afterwards, and I said, "Oh, Mr. President, we need to expand this." And he said, "Well, we don't have the votes in Congress." I never agreed with that, by the way, because this can be a bipartisan effort in our country. Precisely. This is not a Democratic or Republican Party effort. So this is another very practical point. America looks so polarized right now. We will not make it as a country with this kind of polarization. And, it's awful, this mood. We really can cooperate in this country. It's not naive to say so. I know it. I'm a Midwesterner. I grew up in the Detroit area, and I know the Midwest, I know the coast. Supposedly they can't work together. Nonsense. This is something that a national effort can mean. So I want to empower young people. I want to get our country together around these. I want to help, not sounding so grandiose, but I want to see our country acting together, not acting in this ridiculous way of looking at who's a red state, who's a blue state, and so on. But I want us also to get back to pragmatic stuff, which is we're pretty good problem solvers. If we say, here's the problem, here's the timeline, What does it cost? How can it be done? What can the private sector add? What can the public sector add? You put aside all the ideology, you keep the problem in front of you, then we can solve this. And again, you know, I am inevitably a creature of the 1960s. So for me, my, you know, first moments of political consciousness were President Kennedy. And I vividly recall sitting at the side of the radio, listening to Alan Shepard's first suborbital launch in 1961. I really remember that. I remember watching John Glenn's launch in 1963, I think it is, for the orbit. And I certainly remember watching people walk on the moon in the summer of 1969. President Kennedy said, I believe that this country should adopt the goal before this decade is out of sending a man safely to the moon and returning him safely to the earth. Whoa. The president said before the end of the decade is out, let's do this. And then through this genius of NASA and 20,000 private companies that contributed to it, there was 8 years later, there was Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walking on the moon. And so to my mind, this is what we ought to do. And I hope the next president says by 2030, no more hunger in this country. We're going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're going to make a safe climate, and so on, because I think Americans would rally like crazy. Good. Time for problem solving. That's what we're good at.
I want to connect this just to one thing that both of you have been part of, which you brought it up just now, the PEPFAR, the incredible program, George W. Bush, and how that is. I've been out trying to convince heads of state and foreign ministers to bring a World's Expo, World's Fair to Minnesota on SDG 3.
Yay!
When I'm talking to them, they'll stop me in mid-sentence and say, let me tell you one thing. PEPFAR saved our continent. They stop me and tell me how important PEPFAR was to them. They may not like a whole lot of other things, but they bring this point home. But I had a responsibility.
Mark, can I tell you a story? Oh, sorry, I don't want to cut you
well,
off.
let me just say that when I was responsible as our Secretary of State, I was on the advisory board for our National Guard. And our National Guard, about 1,000 young men and women, trained for a year and a little more than a year to be the back office for the Ebola battle in West Africa. And about a month out, that mission was canceled. Now, we were proud of being asked to be that. People were very, very well trained. Everybody was nervous, of course. We were relieved when they didn't have to go. But what we found out was that the investments made for PEPFAR had built a public health infrastructure that was turned to stop that Ebola crisis. And stopping that Ebola crisis meant that these young men and women from Minnesota didn't have to take that one mission aboard. They were able to stay home with their sweethearts and their families and their farms and everything else. So we never know all of the connections, but if we dig deep enough, as you were describing, we can see how what you fought for and what was done and George W. Bush made happen will help Minnesota get the right to host a World's Fair. I know that, but it also meant that there was an ending of a crisis that was tackling young people from around the world to come help because that investment had been made. And that's the kind of thing that I know the more people know these stories, the more we reinforce what both of you have said is the American people want to help and they want it to be practical and they want to know what they're doing and how.
Mark, it's incredible. And I'll tell you just quickly, if we have time, just a quick story about that, which is that I was in the White House a couple of sessions with Condoleezza Rice in February 2001. I was pitching an AIDS program and saying we really could do this. And Condi Rice was fantastic. And eventually, this is what happened. But a couple of things for me are notable. the great partner in, I was then working with the UN, who was my partner in discussing this with President Bush, was Tony Fauci, who was, he was already director of NIAID. Tony was fantastic. And the thing that I saw about Tony, by the way, then was that for absolutely the right reasons, George W. Bush Jr. trusted him. So Tony Fauci told the president, this is feasible. And I have no doubt that was the decisive point because Tony is so credible, so decent that he spoke, President Bush reacted and acted. The other funny story was a former student and then colleague of mine was the president's economic advisor and terrific person, Larry Lindsay. And after the first meeting that I had with Condoleezza Rice, he led me out the West Wing entrance of the White House and put his arm around me, said, Jeff, that was a terrific presentation, but frankly, $3 billion, you don't stand a chance. It's not going to happen. And you know, I listened, and he was the president's economic advisor, and I was the guest at the White House that day. And then Condi called me back, said, I'd like to have another hour in the Situation Room with you. And sure enough, it did happen afterwards. So I think with politics also, you don't know because you know, people do want to do the right thing, and what's called politically impossible is almost never politically impossible. If it's sensible, decent, and the right thing to do, people will absolutely not only go along with it, they'll be enthusiastic about it.
Amen. Amen. Well, we're near the end of the time that we were so grateful to get from both of you for today's panel, but we also got some marching orders about 2021 and the possibility of really taking seriously that the SDGs apply to the whole planet. SDG 2, Zero Hunger, here at home and abroad. And so I said to Governor Beasley this morning, who was an incredible kind of kickoff for us, like 1 year from now, it's always October 16th, we need to gather again and say, how did we do? We had another year. How did we do? And so I want to pick up on that challenge that you presented. And now I know to check in on the network and see what's happening there.
Mark, it would be such a pleasure to work together on this. Let's make it happen and make the governor proud of what we're doing.
Yes, yes. Horvey, thank you so much. You get the last word.
Oh my. Well, first of all, you both have been such an incredible pair to watch and listen to, and there will be a Zoom call 20 years from now, maybe it'll be hieroglyphics then. Who knows what it'll be? But they will come back and remember this time, and we'll have stories to share the way that we're sharing them today. And I really hope that when they do share the stories, it's going to be because we answered this call and then we did what was needed from us. So. You know, with that, I really thank everyone for the time today, and Jeff, thank you for everything you've done.
What a pleasure, an honor to be with both of you. Thanks so much.
Thank you much, everybody. Thank you again. Our guests will be back in just a couple minutes for our 1 o'clock program. And this moment now, we will transition to the next panel. And that's going to be an incredible presentation by the person at World Food Program who has created the global network, the Common Services, and his very close partner at the WHO. So you're going to hear from the two people who have created the system that's being used to now feed 40 million people will go up, but you'll hear how that system got built. It's going to be a pretty exciting thing. Tell you the truth, we recorded it earlier because we have the time zone, so I've already seen it. You don't want to miss this next hour. See you back in just a couple minutes. Thank you again, Jeffrey. Thank you, Paul. Bye now. Those guys are great. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for World Food Day 2020, being brought to you by Global Minnesota with the support of organizations around the world to make sure that we take this day of celebrating the 75th anniversary of the founding of the Food and Agriculture Organization by the United Nations as an opportunity to look back and to look ahead at the importance of food security, the challenge of reaching that goal of 2030 of zero hunger, and the opportunity to hear and learn from those working on the ground to make food security, nutrition, and the warmth and comfort of caring for each other around the planet part of the life, part of the future, part of the way that we understand ourselves as members of this global family. Today in this session, we'll be looking at food security and safety in this complex world of COVID and climate disruptions. We'll be hearing from the people who've been making organized kindness happen around the planet, keeping our food safe, making sure it's where it's needed, when it's needed. We're joined today by three guests, and we'll be hearing from them. I'll be introducing them one at a time. Amer Dowdy is the Senior Director of Operations for the World Food Program. World Food Program partners with private sectors, governments, and other international organizations like the World Health Organization, who you'll also be hearing from today, to make sure that the food and other emergency supplies that are needed are ready and can be gotten to the people who suddenly suffer a serious disruption. The citizens of Beirut, when there was an extreme explosion, citizens in areas where drought or flooding or hurricane hit, conflict and civil wars. But they also focus on making sure that we're thinking long-term, because sometimes there are changes that happen. People become internal refugees or flee to other countries to avoid conflict. And so the system that they have built at the World Food Program, we'll be hearing from the person who's been building that system for decades. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'm turning the mic over to you, Amer.
Thanks, Mark, and colleagues. Good to see all of you. It's good to see Mike, who he and I have been in several of these situations. I'm just going to be as brief as possible to walk you through what has been done over the course of 2020 and the impact of the pandemic on our operations globally. We started the year closely with the leadership of Mike and the colleagues in WHO, talking. The channels were open, and we started our preparatory work for what might end up unfolding ahead of us through the year. We had a two-pronged approach. One is to ensure that our operations globally are scaled up and sustained in order to meet the needs of the hungry poor across the globe. At the same time, the approach on standing up what we call a global common services, that was done jointly with WHO, and it had two or three sectors, if you will, segments. One is the delivery of medical supplies across the globe under the leadership of WHO. The other one is the passenger traffic to ensure that humanitarian health responders are able to reach the countries they need to reach. And thirdly was the Medivac or medical evacuation, which is called by WHO, WFP, and the Department of Operations Support in New York. Let me go back to the food supplies and ensuring our operations within WFP are scaled up and sustained. What we did is we took stock of what we have on the ground, what are the needs as is, and we approached the donors to try and basically front load our pipelines in order to ensure that we have enough food supplies across the globe in case we have border closures, lockdowns, inability to move supplies, or export bans by countries. And we requested $1.9 billion in terms of advanced financing, which the donors responded to generously. That enabled us to keep the supply chain moving and to keep all the pipelines open. But at the same time, as a result of COVID and the impact of COVID on the macroeconomics, the socioeconomical situations in many countries across the globe, we saw quite an increase in the needs. So we went ahead in May of this year and we appealed to the donors for additional funding in order to meet these requirements. As you all heard from the executive director, the numbers of acute food insecure people across the globe has gone up from 100 million to almost 140 million people in need of emergency food supplies and assistance. We have been scaling up. I have to report that actually by June this year, we managed to reach 85 million people across the globe. And we are continuing to scale up our operations as per the needs, but also based on the donations and the generosity of the donors. We are facing a shortfall of, we expect a shortfall of $2 to $4 billion. We expect we will be able to receive $8 billion by the end of the year, and the needs are $12 billion to meet all the needs of the people. However, what was really critical and important is our ability to ensure that borders remain open for humanitarian supplies. Ban on exports is removed. Our ability to import cargoes into many countries, whether through ports or border crossings, remains fluid, and we have been able to do that. And it's evident in the fact that the first 6 months we've managed to reach 85 million people. Parallel to that, and working closely with Mike and all the colleagues in WHO, as well as the wider health community, we set up what we call the common services. And the common services, basically think of it as a commercial transport from points of origin, whether it is China, where the majority of the cargo came from, and or Europe, and we established a hub in Liège in Belgium to airlift cargoes from these two destinations to all different countries across the globe. We have managed to reach 169 countries. We serviced, in terms of cargo, almost 342 different entities, agencies, NGOs, charities, and the like. All benefited from this service. In addition to that, and parallel to that, we've created what we call a global airline, where we've been moving passengers, humanitarian, health responders, and also diplomats across the globe for them to be able to reach the duty stations or the destinations they want. We've managed to reach 69 countries. We've moved almost 24,000 passengers over the course of 5 months, 6 months. And this service continues and remains vital. However, what we did in our approach from the get-go was that if there is an alternative, a viable commercial alternative, we will stand out the service. So out of the 60-some countries we have reached, we are actually now at around 20 or 30 of these countries because viable commercial alternatives restarted. The third element, again working with WHO, was the medical evacuations of staff in order to ensure that our staff and the staff of the entire humanitarian as well as health responders remain and stay and deliver. We needed to ensure that if they do get sick, we are medically evacuating them. And WHO led on this by arranging, and they managed the medical evacuation cell out of Geneva. And when we are instructed by or requested by WHO to mobilize a plane, we go with an air ambulance, pick up the patient, and bring them to the destination as determined by WHO. It was not an easy task. We also established field hospitals, one of which is WHO is managing. It was not an easy task. It was quite a heavy lifting that was required. You have to think that when we started this, many of the countries that we would usually medevac to were already suffering from the COVID impact. Their hospitals were full. The hospital beds were not available. WHO managed to negotiate special access for the international humanitarian agencies, the INGOs, for our staff to be able to access these medical services. So all in all, that's what has transpired over the past 6 to 9 months. The partnership with WHO played a major role in enabling us to achieve that, as well as with UNICEF, the Global Fund, and many other entities out there. The biggest users of the cargo services were WHO and UNICEF. On the passenger services, it was 46% the UN, 45% NGOs, and the rest was diplomatic community. I will stop here and hand over the floor back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I understand you have a short video you'd like to share. Would now be the perfect time? Great.
Yes, please.
Please. Thank you very much, Amir. Dr. Mike Ryan is the Executive Director of the Emergency Programs at the World Health Organization and one of the co-creators of the Common Services and a leader in helping the whole planet understand how we all have to do better if we're all going to do better. Thank you again for joining us today, Dr. Ryan.
Thank you, and thank you to Global Minnesota. I know this is an issue very close to your hearts over there, and it's been a sustained journey for you as you've championed this idea and this concept for so long. And it's great to be here today too, and to be with my friend Amr and as well, because we go back quite a way too, and certainly we were thrilled at WHO to learn of the Nobel Prize for WFP. No one deserves it more. And and for me, what's wonderful about that, it's for the drivers and the mechanics and the engineers and the pilots and the logisticians and the people who really make the world go round, literally, and make food go around. So it's with huge pride and a great sense of pride in our sister UN organization. And in that sense, I think what's really characterized our relationship with WFP in the last 9 months has been that magic of collaboration, of leveraging off each other's comparative advantages, of really learning to play doubles instead of singles, and knowing how to react to each other's strengths and support each other in our areas of weakness. But that doesn't come from nowhere. We've been really trying to get this right since 2014 in West Africa, when WFP stepped in with a massive operation in the Ebola response. And then subsequently over the last 2 years in Congo, and myself and Amber spent quite a bit of time, really orienting the two organizations to really play well off each other in terms of our comparative advantages, and learn how to do deep field logistics together, deep field supplies, super cold chains, transport systems into potentially infected areas, and all of the basic behaviors that we've had to expand greatly in this pandemic response we were practicing for years, doing it at a smaller scale in sometimes more extreme environments, but that gives you a sense of how to get the job done. And I think, Amber, the first meeting we had of the pandemic, what was then the Pandemic Supply Chain Network, was before the global emergency was declared. I think it was the 29th of January we first sat down with partners. I think a lot of private sector partners actually, in the Pandemic Supply Chain Network, which was a network we'd put together for a number of years with the private sector that was looking specifically at what would happen in a major pandemic. And a lot of those scenarios have been worked out. And then the creation of the various iterations of our task force and how we've moved forward on that. But I think sometimes for me, it's explained or presented in simplistically, in that the global supply chain wasn't just broken. It was broken in every single place in terms of medical supplies. It was broken in terms of raw materials, broken in terms of manufacturing, broken in terms of procurement, of distribution. The whole system from end to end was broken, and we had a massive knife fight effectively going on over those supplies. It wasn't just a physical break. There was a massive competition and a breakdown in global order. There was no queue. This was effectively a mad rush to get any materials that existed, and there were whole issues within that of pricing and gouging, of quality and substandard equipment that could enter into the system. So we had an awful lot of things to manage, not just accessing material, but making sure that we had quality material that was validated, that we could put into our system and offer to our beneficiaries with a degree of security that a health worker was going to be in a piece of PPE that would actually protect them, or in a pair of gloves that weren't going to fall apart as they put them on. So there was a whole range of things we had to do. We also had to engage in a lot of capacity building to facilitate the supplies. If we look at the lab story goes all the way from sequencing the virus in the first week of January, through developing assays in Germany, to contract manufacturer by the end of January, distribution to 150 countries in February, and ensuring that the workers who were going to use those tests were trained and pre-trained in South Africa. For example, in Africa, all of the 50 countries were trained in South Africa and in Senegal in the 2 WHO influenza reference labs that we've been investing in for influenza surveillance in Africa. So everything builds on everything else. So pulling together all of those different skills, and then being able to use this massive asset we have, which is the WFP system. It's the most outstanding system I've ever experienced, and I've benefited, and we've benefited from WFP logistics, WFP transport, not just the food side. I mean, the true value of WFP is the lives it saves in securing food for those who are truly, truly needing help. The food crisis is much bigger than the hunger crisis. And I think we need to, in that sense, say that good quality food, and right now, not just the absence of food, but the absence of quality of food is the single biggest killer on this planet when it comes to both chronic and short-term disease. So we have a huge issue to deal with on the planet in food. WFP provide a vital service on the hunger side. But just coming back to what we've done together and in terms of this response, and we did have the work together on Medevac and on the hospitals. WFP can build field hospitals now, probably the fastest in the world. And we've got to run behind them and try and equip them and then try and staff them and train the staff. And it's interesting that the Ghana hospital is operating as an international rescue center. Also there's a unit in Nairobi. The one in Addis was not needed, but it was myself and Amar, remember we were deciding how we would mothball it, but actually the government of Ethiopia approached us and said, can we use half of it if you help us equip it? So we've done that. And the other half right now, and it's just benefiting from funds now from the UN Solidarity Fund, will become a regional training center for Africa, a real field-based hospital system for training physicians and emergency medical teams from across Africa in a real-world situation. So again, but that is their mothball, that if the situation deteriorates in Africa, we can always turn that back into an evac facility in literally in minutes if we need to. On the issue of supplies, again, establishing a task force with many agencies together to pool our purchasing power. WFP offering free freight services to make sure everyone stood in an orderly line, saying, look, we will give it, we will move it, it will be free. You just have to, get in line, and we need to prioritize what's going to move where and when. Developing minimum quantity models and allocation models so countries could be sure they would get something. They wouldn't get left behind. They wouldn't be gazumped or gouged out of the system. Leveraging a lot of what Amar spoke about, the logistic and political muscle to overcome import-export restrictions. It's been a huge battle, documentation, getting things out of customs, getting things into countries, getting them cleared through customs. We've worked very hard together to get rid of those obstacles. We have over 300 plus manufacturers feeding into the access system right now, all having to be validated and quality assured. These are medical supplies for the main on our side. I know the system moves more than that. It moves a lot of material for UNICEF and many other stuff. But on our side, these are specialized medical material subject to very strict quality guidance. And therefore, we had to be very sure that the manufacturers in our pipeline were actually producing quality products. We also had to link the specs. You can't send ventilators to countries. Ventilators and oxygen concentrators and all of this material is very, very, can save lives. You can also kill patients if people are not trained to use that particular type of equipment. It's like scuba equipment. And the size of the tubings and the connections and the spare parts and all of those other issues and the servicing of these units is just as important as sending the unit. So we had to send the service with the unit. And even with WFP, we've been now, for a number of countries, have been supplying kit-based oxygen concentration plants. So now we have a number of countries in the most fragile of states who will actually become independent independent in their oxygen needs for medical facilities. So it wasn't just WFP and WHO. We had in this BMGF providing guarantees, market guarantees for supplies. We had the Clinton Health and Access Initiative and the Global Fund and ourselves operating as procurement consortia, pooling our money together in 3 consortia. We had, WFP coordinating the whole logistics effort, and not just with WFP. I believe, Amar, you had Amazon, and you had all kinds of people involved in this process for delivery and many, many other things. I rarely have witnessed so many partners come together so quickly to deliver such vital equipment to so many frontline health workers. And the health workers of the world and the patients who got the concentrators and the oxygen and all of the other supplies owe a huge debt to those individuals and those organizations who put aside their organizational differences, worked with ourselves, worked with WFP. But I honestly don't think it would have happened without the energy that WFP and WHO put into this process. Because by demonstrating that we could do this, 2 organizations that are perceived as so different in culture, so different in objectives, so different in how we do things, that we could come together and we could make this happen, then everyone would get on board. And I think it will be one of the stories the pandemic is over. At least I hope it is. And I hope we don't develop amnesia directly after this, and we can remember how we made something very broken work. And with great credit to Amar for his personal leadership and to others, to Amir and to David and so many others in WFP. We always say in WHO that WFP rocks. We believed it before, we believe it now, and we'll believe it into the future.
And I want to put a little coda on this, that for many years I served as Minnesota Secretary of State, and in that role I was in the Senior Advisory Board of our National Guard. And at some point, about 1,000 of our local young men and women were mobilized and trained to go be the back office as part of the Ebola battle in Liberia, trained for over a year. We were proud of them. Of course, we worried for them, and we were ready for them to go. And about a month before their destination departure time, the mission was canceled because of the success of the work that you had done. WHO, in combination with the public health people in Nigeria and Liberia, meant that our young men and women didn't participate in that particular. We're all over the globe, but it was because of the work that you had done. I just want people in Minnesota and other parts of the world to know how interconnected we actually are, including when our young people move around the planet. It's because we have that kind of generosity and that kind of humanitarian service as a value, as a virtue. But sometimes when somebody else has taken care of the problem, we celebrate because that's happened. And I want to promise you that we want to make sure people do not forget. And that's one of the promises that generations have made to generations before, never forgetting the Holocaust, never forgetting the lessons of 2 world wars. We're not going to forget these lessons as well. So thank you again. Ruth Bertrand, so glad you could be with us today. Ruth serves as a senior scientist for food safety and public health for Ecolabs, one of our largest, most global firms here in Minnesota, and also one of the true leaders in the corporate world on the Sustainable Development Goals, all of them. And so we're so thrilled that you could be with us here today to talk about the food safety side of these bigger questions that we are looking at today on World Food Day 2020.
Thank you, Mark, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of this panel, and just honored to be here and among these day's events as well. Obviously, feeding the world is paramount, but we have to make sure we're doing it safely. And I want to start off with a little story. My passion for this topic started well over 35 years ago when I heard an inspirational talk by then U.S. Senator George McGovern, who came to my university, where he told us about the Food for Peace program and school feeding programs. But reality was that the inequities he spoke about were really not familiar to me at all. I was a middle-class kid from the suburbs outside of New York City, and it was just foreign. But his remarks fueled an interest and a passion in me to pursue a field of study that would allow me to relate my science interests with something very tangible to my family and friends, but also to play an impact on the world. So I've had a career in food safety and public health, and I believe I play a tiny little role in helping to protect the food supply for everybody. And then this pandemic hit us. Next slide, please. Which has been terribly disruptive for so many reasons, as we all know. But I tend to be kind of an optimistic person because I think despite the sufferings that we're all going through, we can take from it some additional clues about how to manage some of these challenges. So we certainly need to work to limit the damaging effects of COVID-19 on food security and nutrition impacts, but also to do it safely. I think it's a really strong wake-up call for continued focus on hygiene and food safety practices so no one is going to be further harmed in these efforts. And as the previous speakers have mentioned, we certainly are all in this together and need to work collaboratively as best we can. Next slide. But where do we focus? This is a really big deal here. So let's look at some of the impacts that the pandemic has had to give us some clues perhaps about where to focus. We certainly have heard and know that there has been big impact on the food industry and on certainly supply chains as well. But we had labor shortages as well across the supply chain from production through processing and retailing, certainly leading to potentially longer term risks for food production and its availability. The reality is there were and continue to some extent to be occurrences of illness among the laborers who are the key to our food supply. What it really did is sharpen the focus of employers on the need to think about their health of their workers and managing the realities of absenteeism to a degree that they never had to before. But also they had to be ready to pivot and bring in temporary workers in some cases and make sure that they were fully trained in these key food safety practices that they were asked to do. We also had to think more broadly about what impacts workers outside of the workplace. How are they commuting to the factories and establishments where they're come to work? Where might they be exposed to illnesses outside of work, and how would that impact what they were doing in food handling? We really need a more holistic view of these kinds of risks that are out there. We certainly have heard about big disruptions to the food supply chain. There is potential for economically motivated adulteration as ingredient substitution may have to happen. But keeping up on local public health requirements and overall economic consequences is really key here. We need to acknowledge too that there's a lot of COVID weariness out there. We need to care for each other accordingly. But certainly there were impacts on food waste as well. The reality is with food service establishments and businesses being such a big part of our food chain around the world, there's a lot of specialized growing and food animal production that occurs today that's aimed at these food service and customers. So suddenly to have a screeching halt to our food service markets around the world, there were significant outcomes. Dumping of milk and culling of animals and overall waste of unused food that just couldn't be served. Consumers played a role as well. We have all seen pictures of some stockpiling that occurred, and not all that was able to be used. But we've heard about some ways that the World Food Program has been helping with this. There's very practical ways as well. For example, the U.S. Department of Agriculture put together a food box program where they purchased fresh produce, dairy, meat, etc., packaged them and sent that off to U.S. families who were in need. There also were some policy changes allowing for movement of typical food service kinds of items into more retail settings, relaxing some of the labeling requirements, for example, that allowed for this food to move to where it was better needed. But through it all, staying true to identification of the most relevant risks and development of the right risk management strategies has got to be in place. Next slide, please. Consumers were impacted as well, of course, but I think it's interesting to think about some specifics. The International Food Information Council did a survey of consumers in July of this year, and fully a quarter believed that meat had become less safe compared with their perceptions before the pandemic. Especially among younger people, there was a lot of skepticism about different kinds of food categories like packaged fruits and vegetables, frozen foods, dairy products, plant protein, which they perceived had become less safe. We also need to keep an eye on consumer behaviors. I do believe that it's behavior that drives food safety practices. And we really did see some direct impacts of fear about COVID-19 that potentially could lead to food safety risks. For example, there were many, many more people cooking at home. And we are not, as a society, a large population of home cooks. So providing people information and safe information on preparation and storage and handling of food is important and needed to be done. There also were risky behaviors. We've all seen some concerns related to the practice of, say, applying bleach to produce to clean it because of the perceived risk, which resulted in increases in calls to poison control centers when such treated produce was managed within the home setting. There were some fears from delivered food or meat items, and some people resorted to storing their perishable foods outside of their homes at potentially abusive storage temperatures, which they believed allowed for the viral particles to die off, but also allowed for proliferation of harmful pathogenic bacteria. Next slide, please. So in response, we need to be ready to combat these concerns and be alert for others that may arise. We really need a strengthened One Health focus, including elements such as a science-based risk characterization approach. We have seen import restrictions in some geographies that are not based in science, and we need to work to combat these as best as we can. We need to stay true to sanitary and phytosanitary stands, supporting mechanisms for regulatory compliance and stakeholder engagement in policy decisions to make sure that these sanitary standards can be consistently met. This has to relate to decision-making and broad participation in the setting of these standards as well. And finally, public-private partnerships are key to promote such standards and drive towards our overall public health assurance of a safe and secure food supply. I will stop here and I look forward to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth, Amer, Mike. We've come to the end of our time, I'm afraid, and this is a conversation we need to pick up again. But we also want to go back and remember that all of these things that have happened in the context of this pandemic were built upon work and, you know, real partnerships that have been developing over the years. And we need to honor that by remembering to keep this message and this story alive, to keep building out those public-private partnerships, but also really as we move into the next normal, as we've called it, to remember that pandemics happen, disasters happen, hurricanes happen, perhaps now we're seeing more and more intensity, et cetera. But we've always, as a people, found ways to respond. But it's only been in this past, really in our lifetimes, that we've learned how to respond at a global scale with the speed, with the safety, with the attention to equity, to fairness. We've come to a new place in our ability as people to take care of each other. We celebrate that this week with this great announcement about the Peace Prize for the World Food Program, that linking of food and peace. But we know that as humans, as residents on this planet, as the people we are who care for each other, we have to organize that kindness, we have to deliver that kindness, and we have to have the kind of gratitude and response and generosity among the people within our governments and between each other as countries. Thank you all for your service to humanity, for the work that you do every day, and for today bringing us this message of hope, but this reminder of the incredible work that's been done and the admonition that we not allow this to ever be forgotten. Thank you again to everyone for joining us today, and stay tuned. Our next hour is coming right up today at World Food Day 2020. Thank you again to our panelists, and goodbye. We've had some incredible presentations today, and we're going to have more. We'll start again with a regular session. But I just wanted to say that in these messages, there's been so many common themes about the necessity of coming together, the necessity of being focused, the necessity of looking ahead and using World Food Day as one of those vehicles for coming together and for finding new ways to put solutions out into the public and to gain the public support and then the political will to make happen what we know, the ways that we know how to bring hunger to zero by 2030. 25 years ago, on the 50th anniversary of the Food and Agriculture Organization, and today's the 75th, a group of us from the Twin Cities partnered with farm organizations around the world in hosting a reunion up in Quebec City, where the FAO was founded, of the original founding people, folks who were still alive, who had been part of that very special day when they brought this idea and made it into the UN agency, the specialized agency that it became. And it was part of a group of gatherings on the 50th anniversary that IATP put together on the UN, the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, the High Commissioner on Human Rights, the International Trade Organization. But what was special about that gathering of the founders of the Food and Agriculture Organization is that they were able to reflect with each other. And for all of us who were young at that time, young being a relative term, they were able to say, you know, we were thinking about both the producers and production. We saw the destruction of the food and farming economies by the Second World War, and all of them at that time had also seen it, the destruction after the First World War. And they knew from just, you know, all of the information coming together that about half the world was in desperate need. The World War II really expanded into Asia dramatically. And so about half the world faced hunger, and we needed to figure out how to both meet that immediate need and then also how to really build a kind of sustainability and resilience into the future. And some of our most important leaders at that time, some of our military leaders who saw the kind of desperation
and also saw how the destruction of the land and the water and all the other things. And so having that opportunity to hear from those who were founders of the, the Food and Agriculture Organization made me very interested when they began to host the idea of a World Food Day every year, because I understood that underneath that idea was a remembrance and an honoring of that time and that place, but it was also saying we needed to be developing this going into the future. And in preparation for today, I did a little digging into Global Minnesota's files of the things we've done over the years. We were very active in World Food Day activities. And I want to just share for 1 minute one of the flyers about a day, World Food Day back in 1986. This was actually, I think, the 6th year in the United States and in our region where World Food Day was part of the mix. And I want to show you this flyer for two purposes. One, what's the same? And the second, what's changed? Might be difficult to read, but many of the organizations that were active at that time, Church World Service, food banks, food shelves, the organizations that we think of in the agricultural part of the university, our own organization, Global Minnesota, had a different name then, Minnesota International Center, with a special Minnesota Awareness Project about hunger in Minnesota and around the world. Save the Children, another organization that's still active. But it starts by saying that World Food Day is observed worldwide to focus attention on food and hunger problems. The goal is to get people of the world more directly involved in search for solutions. This remains part of the objective for World Food Day, but it also now includes the commitment, the aspiration, the energy to also say we want to achieve zero hunger by 2030. So let's apply the solutions we know, and we've heard many today, but I think that's an important change that's happened. It goes on to say World Food Day was observed in 140 countries. The United States, the National Committee had over 300, that says over 350 member groups. Here in Minnesota, at this time, we were able to have a very strong gathering because we could, it wasn't COVID at the time. And so it was a national teleconference, including a Boya dinner. Everybody very happy about that. And our keynote speaker was Arlen Erdahl, who was at that time in charge of the national recruitment and training for our volunteers in the Peace Corps. He was a congressman from Minnesota. He was also a Secretary of State, honoring the Secretaries of State. And he went on to become the executive director of International Health Volunteers, one of the most important of our NGOs. But pull up the next slide. I want to show you what the day was like, because that was a very important time. And you can see, if you can get in close enough, the morning of that day was a teleconference, meaning it was broadcast from Washington through satellites and shown on big screens at the campuses and churches. And it had international leaders, Muhammad Yunus, who went on to be a Nobel Peace Prize winner, like the World Food Program, the newly elected head of the World Bank, important leaders of all kinds from around the world. And then the afternoon was the local discussion. And you can see in this, there was a lot of focus on domestic hunger and the health implications, focus on children and child survival, focus on regenerative and organic agriculture, and a kind of understanding that the day needed to be a mix of looking deeper at problems, looking for solutions, and celebrating together, the big dinner in the evening, the keynote speech. So we can see that for a very long time, we've been using this day, World Food Day, to help bring us together to remember, to refine, to deepen, to build more relationships. And we have this opportunity again today. Even in our last presentation, we heard where the World Health Organization and World Food Program saw their work in this next year. Professor Sachs spoke about the idea of a big focus on ridding hunger in the United States as a very large priority of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. So we can imagine that World Food Day can continue to have that kind of impact. We can continue to gather. It's easy to remember because it's always October 16th. And we can use it to be a place to benchmark, to say, okay, these are the things where we were last year. These are what we want to try to accomplish. We can do that within our own home and family, whether it's on things like food waste or growing food or being part of, some program or making a contribution. We can do it in our neighborhood, in our community, in our state, in our nation, for the planet. We have the headlines that tell us that hunger in Minnesota is at Great Depression levels. Today, we've heard some of the statistics at the national and global level. We know it's a very serious time, but we also know that many times it's the seriousness that grabs our attention, that pushes us to do something, that then introduces us to a new partner, a new network, a new collaborator. And in the creation of those new relationships, new ways of thinking and new possibilities emerge. So much of today has been big picture, but with a real emphasis on coming together and creating that future. Our next panel, which will come up after a little tiny break, which will be coming up pretty soon, we're going to focus on that word you've heard a lot today, regenerative agriculture. Mark Muller, who's the executive director of the Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, who for decades was the person responsible for McKnight's Foundation's work protecting the Mississippi River and the farmland and the nature and the watersheds of that region. Mark has pulled together an amazing panel of people to talk about not just regenerative agriculture in a technical way, but really to tie it and knit it together about the future of farming and the future of food. And so we will be right back in just a few minutes, so stick with us. And again, see you in a few minutes more. Hello, everyone. Welcome back and welcome to those of you just joining us for World Food Day 2020, brought to you by Global Minnesota and our program partners, the World Council of the World Affairs Council of America and World Food Program, the U.S. office. My name is Mark Ritchie. I have the honor of serving as president of Global Minnesota and host for today. I want to remind you that today's program is free for everybody all over the world, hundreds of people on and participating. But we also urge you, if you can, to use one of the tools that we provided to be able to make a contribution to help people who are hungry, who are facing food insecurity now. Couple links on our website when you registered there for the World Food Program on a global basis. Second Harvest Heartland, more local, but whatever in your community, or a food bank or a kitchen or whatever it might be. It's just a reminder that one of the things that we're learning today, and I think some of us know this already, is that hunger is a chronic condition right at this moment in many lives, but it's also an emergency situation in so many lives because of the COVID pandemic, the economic dislocation. And wherever there is civil and military conflict, we know there are refugees, people flee. Where there's outbreaks and pandemics, people are forced to flee. Human rights violations, hurricanes, tornadoes, you name it, all kinds of things happen. And people are placed in need. And we as a community have always responded. So that's another opportunity today. We're able to bring this program because we have so much generosity through our members and through the sponsors for today. The Hormel Foods Company, McKnight Foundation, Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, King Solution, Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Greater MSP, and our members. Those of you who support us year after year, you make this possible. And for those of you watching, if you'd like to become a member, we have a generous supporter who's going to double all of the new memberships that come in today. So there's a little link below the YouTube screen description. It'll take you to our website, or just go to the website. You'll get a chance to see some of the other programs we've done during this World Food Month, and also see the kinds of things that your support as a member can help make possible for others around the world. It's my great pleasure to bring this next panel up. It was often in this day, people kept talking about regenerative agriculture and throwing it around, but we have assembled the experts around the planet, and the head, the executive director of the Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, Mark Muller, who for many years ran the program at our local McKnight Foundation, protecting the Mississippi River, the watershed, the land, the landscape. Mark Muller, thank you so much for joining us today, for putting this amazing panel together, and I pass the microphone to you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. And wishing all of you a happy and enlightening World Food Day. And really thank you to Global Minnesota for creating such a great online event. So the Regenerative Agriculture Foundation has been around for about 4 years as an intermediary funder that regrants funds in order to advance regenerative agriculture. Now, as you heard from the Embold Coalition and the other wonderful speakers, there is remarkable work happening in Minnesota and beyond to drive regenerative agriculture practices, build new supply chains, and create new markets for environmental services. At RAF, we wholeheartedly endorse these efforts, and we see our role as adding an "and" to the conversation. We strongly advocate for corporate actions that reward farmers for carbon sequestering practices. And we recognize that the climate crisis also requires bold transformational efforts. We celebrate each step that a farmer makes towards regeneration, and we see that regenerative relationships need to be built throughout the entire food chain. We appreciate the research and development advances in our universities and corporations. And we see so much wisdom and opportunity through traditional ecological knowledge and the creativity of small landholders that are too often ignored by our white dominant culture. I'm really honored to have 4 friends and colleagues that will help us tell the story. We will start with Ade Romero Briones from the First Nations Development Institute. And then we have Hailey Johnston from Common Market, Jane Malincati from the McKnight Foundation, and Lauren Baker from the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. So without further ado, I will turn it over now to Ade. Thank you, Ade.
Gwetsi Sehopa. Happy World Food Day to everyone out there in internet land. Thank you so much, Mark, for having me this morning. And thank you to Global Minnesota for inviting First Nations development into the conversation. And I thank you, audience, for being patient with me. We were just discussing the flow of the workshop, and I find it's always funky when we're moving with technology. So I'm going to be speaking to you today. I don't have a PowerPoint. And with that, please open your ears and your heart, and any thoughts that may come today, we welcome you to this space and to really ground yourself in the words of our wonderful speakers. And again, I'm honored to be one of those speakers. Again, Gwetsi Sehopa, hin weka ni me asa wa'yat kutiti me osuta koi mahada. I'm Kiowan Kochiti, and I work for First Nations Development Institute. And I do want to recognize the over 50 different projects that are happening in Minnesota that we fund around food. There's incredible work around food sovereignty and traditional ecological systems and hemp and indigenous fibers happening in Minnesota. And if you want to know what some of those projects are, please visit firstnations.org. And we have a whole list of Minnesota projects that are pretty exciting and that I'm personally excited about. I think the Regenerative Ag Foundation and First Nations are very similar in that we're granting intermediaries. So our focus is primarily on and only on indigenous-led projects in tribal communities. I run the Native Agriculture and Food Systems Initiative, which has been in existence since 2012. We are one of the largest funders of indigenous food and agriculture in the country, second only to the Native Agriculture Fund, which just started 2 years ago. If you're not familiar with indigenous food projects and indigenous communities, again, visit us at First Nations. We have a whole array of like 101s and how to get involved and projects. You can search our database for projects that are close to you. But today our discussion is focusing on regenerative agriculture. And I have to say, I'm completely honest with everyone in the audience. You know, I wasn't really involved in the area of regenerative agriculture maybe 2 years ago. You know, I felt like it was a new term, like this was a new term we had to use. Regenerative agriculture started being thrown around, and I didn't really understand the full complexities of the study. And this is where the indigenous perspective comes in, really, because when we're talking about indigenous food and agriculture projects, we're talking about communities who have most likely lived in their home base for hundreds, if not thousands of years, numerous generations. And so terminologies like sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture, even traditional ecological knowledge are terminologies not really formed by indigenous people, but used to describe what they see in the community. And with that being said, when a new term about food systems comes up, I'm always scrambling to learn what it means. But when regenerative agriculture really started taking hold in many of the philanthropic or the food circles that First Nations is a part of, we really had to pause and think about this new term that was now being used to describe production systems that very much mirrored some of the traditional ecological knowledge that many of the indigenous communities we work with were being practiced. And so I'm just, for those who don't know, traditional ecological knowledge kind of refers to the indigenous practices of a given community. And let me just give you two things to remember. One, indigenous communities have probably lived and breathed and worked and created institutions in the lands that they now occupy, whether that be White Earth, whether that be Cochiti, even if they've been removed from their traditional homelands to other lands, they carry a body of knowledge on how to interact in relationship with those lands that formed them as people, as formed them as community. And so when we think about being attached to a body of land for generations upon generations, we had to ensure that the systems were regenerative. We had to ensure that our communities were in balance with the carrying capacity of the land and the resources around us. And so in that way, our systems were almost guaranteed to be regenerative. So when we're talking about regenerative agriculture to indigenous communities, it's almost a given. It's like a non-descriptor, because we were forced to develop those systems based on the longevity of our occupation of those lands. When we talk about regenerative agriculture in a mainstream context, it's a different conversation, because we're talking about how to alter production practices that are meant to mend some of the more destructive practices that predate regenerative agriculture. And so the conversation doesn't always meet, but it's coming, there's a different perspective when we're engaging around regenerative agriculture with indigenous communities. And so really the point that I think I'm trying to make with lots of words is that regenerative agriculture is being introduced at a time and a place when we're building upon other eras of agriculture, right? So when regenerative agriculture makes its way around the current food system audience, there's already established understandings that exist prior to the terminology. And so those terminologies, whether it be sustainable agriculture, whether it be agriculture in general, most often don't include indigenous people. Now we hear the term traditional ecological knowledge, and traditional ecological knowledge is but like the door. Like you have to open the door to really understand what that means, because many of those knowledge bodies are attached to the lands and peoples of specific locales. So it's like a hypersensitive production system that is very much tailored to the personality and the characteristics of a people in the land. So when we say traditional ecological knowledge, we're really talking about the door that we then have to enter in order to really understand what traditional ecological means and understand how that interplays with how we discuss regenerative agriculture. All that being said, we're talking about terminologies and areas of study, but when it comes down to it, we're as our presenter said, we're really talking about food systems that serve the people and serve our lands. When we think about food from an indigenous perspective, food is everything, right? Food is the indicator that tells us whether our society is healthy or not healthy. Food is the indicator that tells us whether our environment is healthy or unhealthy, because we have mirrored or paralleled existence. And when we see hunger, that means that there's an inefficiency in the system. And the less attached we are to the lands and the food, the longer the distance our food has to travel from the lands, the less skills we have to read those indicators, the less ability a people has to say, hey, you know what, there's people hungry, there's an inefficiency in whether it's our distribution system, whether it's in our environmental system, whether it's in our production system. So in an indigenous community, food is everything. Food is how we determine the health of our community, which is very much a concept in regenerative agriculture, where we ask, is our soil healthy? Is our water healthy? Are our people healthy? Are our production systems producing enough to feed the people? And so there's a lot of parallels in regenerative agriculture and indigenous communities, but a lot more has to be explored. And there's a lot at stake. When we think about what's happening in our country with social unrest, when we think about what's happening with supply chain deficiencies, we have to remember that these are built on systems, one, that don't include a lot of people in this country, including indigenous people, and regenerative agriculture is really offering an opportunity to start including those people. And I think the Regenerative Ag Foundation, as a leader in this space, has ample tools and webinars that talk about the very intimate conversations around inclusion. And again, I don't use the word equity because I really don't have a full understanding of what an equitable food system would look like in America. I think that's something that we have to all explore together to really understand what that may mean. And I think some of the speakers coming after me have very great examples of really a healthy regenerative food system. And my job today was only to remind people to include indigenous people in the conversations about regenerative agriculture and the future of our food systems. And to remember that food is everything, and that when we have hungry people, when we have food costs that people cannot afford, that those are inefficiencies in our system that we are responsible to correct somehow. And so thank you again for having me. I'm very thankful to be with you all in Minnesota, and particularly on the World Food Day. And I thank Mark for having me, and I look forward to more conversations in the future. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Ade. That was wonderful. And every time I hear you speak, you always remind me of how regenerative agriculture is both talking about practices, and it's also a philosophy and a way of inclusiveness and a vision for the future. And we need to encompass all of those things. So I think that's a great way of starting this conversation. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now to Hailey Johnston with the Common Market, which has been a remarkable vehicle for connecting farmers and consumers, and has done great work starting in Philadelphia and now all over the country. So pass it over to Hailey.
Thank you, Mark. And happy World Food Day to everyone. It's, as you can imagine, a blessing and an honor to be able to speak after a day and reflect on her wisdom and the wisdom, the generational wisdom of our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So thank you, Ade, for your comments. And again, thank you, Mark, for the opportunity to share a little bit about our story. And, reflecting on Ade's words, I began to think about how my family ultimately comes into the conversation of regenerative agriculture, in part, looking for some degree of inclusion, but more, I think more directly looking to build some degree of community power. It's been a process in response of, food insecurity within our own community and a need for both sustenance and resilience. And then especially now in consideration of climate change and the way climate is affecting communities' abilities to feed itself, as well as farmers' abilities to remain viable in markets. And so let me first say also, my name is Hailey Johnston, as Mark shared. I'm a co-founder and co-director of an organization called The Common Market that was founded in a little community called Strawberry Mansion in Philadelphia in conversation about 15 years ago. And really thinking through how we as a community could take greater control of the quality of food that was coming into our community. This was after my wife and I, Tatiana, spent years with our hands in the soil, and soils being generous, sometimes it was brick and rubble and vacant lots in our neighborhood, working with youth to build a healthier community. And it was interestingly that I think more than anything, the wisdom of youth that and the energy of youth that brought us in. And as we learned more and more about the struggles of their families, and honestly our own families, as it relates to diet-related disease, we became compelled to think bigger and beyond just the boundaries of our own neighborhood to how we could affect local food systems that could bring about a greater degree of food sovereignty for us as a community, in partnership with allied communities around our city, as well as in partnership with small and mid-scale family farms who had been stewards of their land for several generations. It was by looking at the fact that our global food system had evolved, and beginning to see what the effects of cheap food had become on our own community. And really working with my neighbors again, understanding how cheap food comes about because of exploitation. And ultimately it's exploitation of labor, it's exploitation of farmers and farm workers, it's exploitation of the land and the earth. So all of this exploitation, externalize costs, deliver low quality, low cost food into low income neighborhoods that produce horrible health outcomes. And so the evolution of the common market, this vision for how we take greater control of our food system, was kind of, I'm going to say, our foray into the conversation of regenerative agriculture. Although I would say that at the time we didn't know that that's what it was called. We just knew that there was a need to find ways to preserve agricultural land in our region, when what we were seeing at the time in particular was countless farms all around the rural ring and the suburbs of Philadelphia, agricultural land being bulldozed, flattened, and where houses were being built. And our perception was that made no sense, that those farmers couldn't generate sufficient income through their toil to feed their families and justify their activity, when right down the road you had communities like ours that were struggling to access good food. And so the vision for the common market came about as a means of connecting these two communities. Again, overcoming what had become this, globalized system for food, preferencing cheap, preferencing a lack of transparency, and not lifting up any other values beyond price, and building new forms of relationships across geography, across race, across class, across political ideology, in ways that could be mutually beneficial for urban and rural residents, and build health and wealth for our communities. So we did this, we started doing, again, trading food with folks, an age-old occupation. We knew that if we brought a degree of fairness and conversation and openness, transparency to conversations around food, that we could build a model that could potentially sustain both urban and rural communities who wanted better for each other and for each other's people. And so about 12 years ago, after a meaningful planning process, we began doing just that. We began moving food. And what we recognized was that there was particularly an opportunity within anchor institutions to create new market opportunities for these farmers, as well as the opportunity to reach more food insecure people, just by the scale of the work that they were doing. The other thing with anchors that appealed to us was that they were community, and they are community-based. They are placed, and they are mission-driven organizations that exist to serve better outcomes for the communities where they are. And so we saw within that mission alignment the opportunity to better communicate and introduce, again, a degree of transparency in the production practices of these farmers who understood that, and the more of the language that we use then and even still now related to agroecology, but ecological growing practices that were more restorative to the earth, that built soil, that prevented the runoff of chemicals and soil into our local waterways. Lifting up these practices and telling the stories of these farmers and differentiating their activities within these values-aligned organizational partners and these anchor institutions, created better market opportunities for the farmers, and again, greater access for communities like mine. The work that we did, of course, didn't only exist in anchor institutions, though that is a primary lever for change in our work. We also work very deeply with community-based organizations, being a facilitator of the kind of food sovereignty that folks are looking for today, akin to what we were looking for as you know, again, the little neighborhood of Strawberry Mansion when we first began this conversation. So this work continues and it's grown significantly. And you know, as I begin to share a little more of the story of how we came together, it became about building regional food infrastructure that is values driven. Again, that continues to be grounded in values, continues to be grounded in transparency and mutuality, and bringing communities together. So after all of this time, you know, and after engaging, you know, many institutions and farmers through the years, we have found the way to build this infrastructure and actually make it work across a number of different geographies. So while we were founded in Philadelphia and demonstrated this model here, that work in the Mid-Atlantic has grown to include communities between New York and Virginia. We've replicated this model in partnership with local folks in Atlanta, Georgia, also working in Alabama, and then more recently expanded to Houston, Texas to do this work. And again, recreating this model for mutuality and transparency and values-driven relationships, levering markets for change. From our perspective, and as we've begun to learn more about regenerative agriculture, for us, it has been, you know, for us, it needs to continue to be grounded in this notion of community resilience and sustainability and equitable access. And at the same time, understanding more about the science. For us, what we're trying to do, I think in age-old traditions, we're trying to be facilitators and storytellers. And for us to be able to tell the story of our partners, the story of impact, needs to transcend the story alone and needs to be quantifiable to some degree. And so part of our quest has been to begin to understand the science more, the quantitative impact that goes along with the significant qualitative impact that we know the work that we're doing, engaging family farms and food insecure communities. And for us, what that needs to continue to look like. So as we evolve, and I think we're all in a place of needing to evolve right now in response to global, not just global climate change and the impacts of climate on food, but different kinds of natural disaster. And when we look at COVID-19 is very much a form of natural disaster. We're thinking about how we pivot our work to continue to, I think, have impact. Of course, we're all seeking impact, but in particular, how we pivot our work to affect deeper levels of change as an organization in partnership with these many communities. And one, I think for us, it needs to continue to be grounded in the notion of community resiliency. We have been looking to our many community partners to think about new models for community food sovereignty and equitable access. No longer can we just simply rely on the supermarket to come and serve us, or even, again, within our model of institutional engagement, we can't even rely on our institutions to be open anymore to serve many of the community needs. So really thinking about how we build community power and resiliency in the face of natural disaster and climate change. So partnering deeply to understand how we can, again, be a facilitator of change in partnership with local communities. Second, I want to lift up farmer engagement as a key component. For us, as we're, I think, deepening our exploration into how we can lever ecological agriculture for the benefit of farmers and for the benefit of environment. I think what we're finding is our model is really effective at creating market opportunity. And ultimately, farmers are businesses, and farms are businesses, I should say. And if there is not a market benefit for pursuing different practices, and for us, again, trying to encourage movement along a spectrum toward regenerative production, if there's not a market incentive for doing more, many farmers are going to struggle to actually do anything different. Farmers are amazing in their own resiliency and their ability to adapt and to withstand challenge. And what we have found where the greatest amount of change can occur is when we're also creating different kinds of incentives for that change. So financial incentives for increased market opportunity, but also understanding that it takes investment sometimes to make the changes toward more ecological practices, and for the common market, for us to play a role in channeling resources to support our farmers to make these changes. The third lever that we're pursuing currently relates to continued anchor institutional engagement. While I mentioned that, while we can't rely on the anchors to play the role that we have relied on them playing historically, they continue to be incredibly important partners, both from a market perspective as well as from a community access perspective. And just like we as an organization have had to pivot our service, they have too. And the model for food service, the model for wanting to support ecological agriculture and and food produced with higher production values has changed. The budgets for doing that have changed. And we're trying to work with our anchor partners to understand what these new models are and how we can adapt, and how our supply chain can adapt to continue to meet community need through those venues, and also in partnership with them and their vast resources. And finally, you probably see many cross currents across these four levers, but finally, we're looking to policy. We as an organization, I think, have a fairly unique lived experience engaging communities, both urban and rural, across the entire Eastern Seaboard in transformative market relationships. And so we have within our constituency, we have farmers, we have community organizers, we have policy leaders stretching from New York all the way to Texas. And I think that we, within this group of partners, we have some fairly unique stories to tell, stories of impact, and in particular within policy and how we reorient our farm and food policy in this country to support practices, to subsidize activities that are actually for the better health and well-being of our environment and our human human beings in this country. So that I think is where I will pass it back to Mark. I just want to note, we continue to be excited about opportunities for partnership in all the markets where we work and beyond, really thinking through how we lever market relationship for change, how we get people within procurement positions, whether they be individuals in the supermarket or the lunch lady, how we support them in making a transition and shifting their resources to support agriculture that feeds our souls and restores our environment. Thanks, Mark.
Great, thank you, Haile. I love the term you use, mutuality. I think it describes you and your work so well, and I see what you do as a bridge between all these different communities and lifting everyone up to be so powerful. So thank you for that work.
Oh, thank you.
All right, now moving on, we're gonna have both of these speakers together. Jane Malin, Katie, and Lauren Baker are next one to speak. So Jane at the McKnight Foundation, Director of the International Programs, including CCRP, the Collaborative Crop Research Program, which is amazing international work. And McKnight is a key component of the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. And so that's why they're kind of integrated together. So I'm gonna kick it off to you, Jane. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Mark. You can hear me okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so greetings, everybody. As a lifelong Minnesotan from an agriculture family and working throughout my career in food and agriculture, I'm really pleased to be with everybody here on World Food Day, Minnesota style, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the UN's Food and Ag Organization. I want to thank Global Minnesota. Obviously, it's been a great day, and to Mark Muller for organizing this panel. I'm just in awe of everybody who's spoken so far, I think, and I know what's to come. And I think each one of you is a leading example of the kind of critical food systems work that is needed now for an equitable and regenerative future. McKnight is a fourth generation family foundation. We're based in Minneapolis, and our mission is to advance a more just, creative, and abundant future where people and planet thrive. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to share some lessons we've learned as a global agriculture research funder before I introduce you to Lauren. The CCRP, which is what we call the Collaborative Crop Research Program, our mission is to ensure a world where everyone has access to nutritious food produced sustainably by local people. We strive to reduce hunger, care for the planet, and promote equity by supporting agroecological research and regenerative practices, while also advancing social and institutional capacities that foster collaboration between researchers and leaders in farming and food systems communities. The program is rooted in a plant biology research program, which began in the early 1980s to address global hunger challenges of the time. Over these years, we've learned a lot. We've adapted our work to include the support of next generation researchers and farmer leaders, along with using more collaborative, place-based, holistic research approaches. This resulted in the creation of CCRP in the 1990s and ultimately to the current model, working in 3 communities of practice in 10 countries in hunger-challenged regions of those countries in the high Andes and Africa. Through these years, we've also witnessed systems of a food system out of balance: hunger, poverty, soil decline, climate change, biodiversity loss, public health crises, and more. This led us to focus our research on addressing agroecological and regenerative approaches to soil health, agrobiodiversity, ecological pest and disease management, and farmer-centered research, among other. Over that time, we've seen agroecological and regenerative food systems bring balance and abundance to people and our planet, and a growing body of diverse evidence supports our own, and we just heard 2 great examples. We have heard consistently from other speakers today about the profound and systemic challenges we're facing on this World Food Day, with growing hunger, environmental challenges, public health crises, concentration of wealth within the food system. And we have also seen examples, and we will see more, of food systems that are working and that have worked for generations and that show promise for even greater expansion. So I think it's really important to say that we know that how we build our food systems and food economies make a difference. The way that we grow, the way we process, package, transport, eat, research, teach about, talk about, and dispose of food affects our global climate, our social structures, cultural preservation and vibrancy, and economic models. We know that the industrialized agriculture system approach is extremely productive, yet many have called its sustainability into question, many today, noting high environmental and social costs, such as producing 21 to 37% of greenhouse gas emissions. So agroecological and regenerative practices and indigenous foodways help heal the environment, working with the flow of natural systems, and are a key to combating climate change. They prioritize local cultures and traditions and aid in the restoring the balance of wealth, gender, power, access, and that list could go on. Within CCRP, we often visualize our work in agricultural research with an infinity symbol, which represents a dynamic and continuous flow and balance that we aim for. And agroecological and regenerative research and practice rely on this flow of knowledge between researchers, smallholder farmers, indigenous communities, local farmers and anchor institutions, as we've just heard, and also utilize the flow between plants, animals, and other natural synergies. And this happens at local, national, regional, and global levels. Yeah, just today, I've received or read numerous reports, blogs, and statements acknowledging the importance and the imperative of a food systems transformation that is equitable and regenerative, and calling out really for more approaches that are regenerative and ecologically centered and inspired by indigenous wisdom. Yet, despite that awareness and that calling out, agroecology and regenerative agriculture are consistently underfunded. Recent research reports, a variety of them, show that across the globe, the most common range of support for agricultural research and development is between 2 and 15% of agriculture budgets. There is an opportunity, there's a great need to increase public research for public good, focusing on these regenerative and agroecological and indigenous foodways approaches. We also believe that researchers, business analysts, and policymakers, and those who fund them, should prioritize holistic shared true cost accounting frameworks, such as TEEV. You might hear a little bit about that shortly, but that they calculate worth beyond the limiting metrics of productivity and a single focus on yield to look at the real impacts across natural and social environment. It's a critical time for our planet. We've heard that throughout today. I've also heard recognition of the importance of collaboration, systems perspectives, inclusion, and collective tackling of the profound challenges we're facing today on this planet. That perspective is one that lives at the heart of McKnight's collaborative crop research program. It inspired our involvement in the formation of and engagement with the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. Together, we bring our learnings from local communities in 10 countries around the globe with other agriculture and food systems funders to creatively move towards more equitable and resilient food systems in Minnesota, the USA, and around the globe. So with that, I'm pleased now to introduce Lauren Baker, who's Director of Programs for the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. Thanks, Lauren, and thanks, Mark.
Thanks so much, Jane. And hello, everyone tuning in from across Minnesota and beyond. It's a real honor to participate in this amazing panel and virtual event. Thanks to Global Minnesota and the Regenerative Agriculture Foundation for organizing this discussion. It's been really inspiring to listen to all of your comments so far. I'm Lauren Baker, Director of Programs for the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, a strategic alliance of philanthropic foundations working towards food systems transformation. I'm based in Toronto, so I'm sitting in my dining room and kitchen, just to the north of those of you in Minnesota. I really deeply appreciate the different entry points and perspectives on regenerative agriculture reflected on this panel. After listening to Ade, Hailey, Jane, and Mark speak, I'm deeply hopeful for the future of our food system. And, each of them in their own way has painted a picture of the future of food that is renewable, resilient, equitable, diverse, healthy, inclusive, and interconnected. These are the Global Alliance's principles for a sustainable food system. When taken together, these principles help us to see the whole system in necessary and powerful new ways, and to make choices about the future of our shared food systems, so we avoid, these kind of siloed approaches and unintended consequences that we've heard about, and also avoid limited, narrow, short-term solutions. I've been listening into World Food Day events, on Twitter and on social media and different events through the day. And really at the global level, of course, there is general consensus that transformational change is needed. And I wanted to highlight, like Jane, I've been reading some of the materials that have been, and reports that have been released today. And I want to highlight one that I was really honored to be a part of, launched by colleagues in Germany. And this report emphasizes the need to innovate adaptation to climate change via agroecology and regenerative agriculture. It outlines how, in order to be innovative adaptation efforts must respond to the systemic challenges posed by climate change to our food system, and highly really highlighted this a few minutes ago. It illustrates how diverse ecological and regenerative agriculture systems are less vulnerable to extreme climatic events and climate variability. But most importantly for our conversation today, the report demonstrates that to strengthen the adaptive capacity of rural communities and livelihoods, it's necessary to pair the associated kind of technological innovations and improvements in agricultural practices with investments in social capital. So the kind of co-creation of knowledge with farmers that Jane just described, that this, in the approach that the CCRP program takes, the new marketing networks and new market mechanisms that Hailey just described in the approach that Common Market takes, and the responsible governance of land and our ecological environment that Ade so beautifully described, and that Indigenous peoples have held and stewarded over generations. Also, the report highlights what Jane just mentioned around the need for integrated measurement approaches. So taking us kind of beyond yield, this focus on yield, and using true cost accounting to really capture all of the factors that contribute to climate resilient food systems. So what's really interesting about this report is it brought a whole bunch of people together to compile the evidence for agroecology and ecological regenerative approaches. And I just wanted to highlight the kind of connection to the conversation today. COVID-19 has presented the world with a moment of reckoning, and I think we're all deeply aware of this. So what can we learn right now about food systems resilience in this moment of kind of global public health crisis that's compounded by historic legacies of structural inequalities and racism? What do the conflicting signs of fragility and strength, vulnerability and resilience tell us about the future of food? These impacts are experienced unequally across the globe and between different groups of people in different places, as we've heard, with the burden placed on the most vulnerable people in our communities. While many people and businesses and organizations are struggling with the far-reaching impacts of the pandemic, at the Global Alliance, we've been really inspired by how what we call beacons of hope are responding to and recovering from the crisis locally. So their work to address structural inequities creates space to build long-term resilience, showing us that a different approach to food systems can not only support economic revitalization and protect the most vulnerable, but also uplift community-based responses. And recently I had the great pleasure of meeting Hailey and talking to him over the phone and hearing the story of the Common Market. And it is this sort of sharing of these stories across communities that is so powerful and can kind of reweave our food systems. I've been deeply inspired, for example, by the community managed natural farming program in Andhra Pradesh, India, which is scaling up and out natural farming, building local food networks, and finding creative ways to overcome the challenges presented by COVID. So there are a lot of parallels between the story that Hailey just spoke about in his work and Common Market. So at the Global Alliance, we're compiling and mobilizing diverse evidence related to ecological and regenerative approaches, evidence documented by farmers, researchers, scientists, and Indigenous communities around the world. We're also engaging beacons of hope like Common Market and community managed natural farming, who are actively involved in transforming food systems in this kind of collective conversation about the future of food. So how do we make these stories the norm, these practices the norm, and mainstream food systems transformation? The Global Alliance recently published a first look at critical pathways we believe can create a better future for the future of food. We've identified 7 interconnected calls to action informed by really kind of 8 years of work, research, and convening. And these calls to action have been elevated time and again by our partners and members. Each of them address the critical underlying structures that hold back much needed systems transformation. And all of them have been mentioned today by either Aday, by Hailey, by Mark, by Jane. And I'll just mention 3 of them that are most relevant to today's conversation. So the first is increasing public research for the public good, and supporting ambitious transdisciplinary, inclusive, and systems-based approaches with an emphasis on indivisible ecological, health, social, and economic objectives. And of course, Jane's work through CCRP is a great example of this. And increasingly, we're seeing interest in revitalizing public research for the public good and shifting those research investments toward regenerative agroecological approaches. That is coupled with with a need for direct public sector finance and fiscal policy across the value chain toward ecologically beneficial forms of farming and better and healthier food and resilient livelihoods in communities. So time and time again, our partners describe why we need to break from harmful subsidies and what are really perverse incentives and replace these with well-designed and durable reforms. Financial flows need to be directed away from harmful actors and practices toward desired actions that incentivize, accelerate, and amplify food systems transformation. And then third and finally for today, create the need to create enabling environments for ecological and regenerative approaches. And this includes agroecology, regenerative agriculture, and indigenous foodways that Aday so brilliantly described in terms of the history of that relationship to the land. And this requires a whole systems approach that supports the advancement of ecological and regenerative agriculture, including a strong role for local institutions. Hailey described this really well, the role that local institutions and communities can play, the protection and expansion of rights. Internationally, this is really important, taking a rights-based approach, public investment in supportive and complementary infrastructure, policy coherence, and coordinated governance, with a greater role for smallholder farmers, indigenous peoples, and women. So today, World Food Day, it is important to be reminded that food systems transformation is happening and needs to be accelerated. The creativity of food initiatives and leaders around the world actively building equitable ecological food systems can show us the way. Thank you, and thanks, Mark. Over to you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you, Jane. This was a great kind of overview. I would encourage everyone to check out the websites, Common Market, and with McKnight Foundation for Future of Food, the Global Alliance for the Future of Food. There's some great information there. I think one thing I just wanted to close on by saying is just how it strikes me that I started my career as an environmental engineer, and I was looking at nitrates in water and how that transported through the landscape. And that is crucial work. That is very important work. And each one of you that's on the panel, and I'll include Mark Ritchie in this, who I met almost 25 years ago, how important each of you were into broadening my horizons and realizing that it is important work that's happening there, and there's so much more that has to happen. So I truly just want to thank you as friends of mine for everything that you have provided me and what you're providing for the global community with your work. So thank you. I'm thrilled with this panel. I really appreciate it, and I'm going to hand it over to Mark Ritchie.
What a fantastic panel, and one's going to go viral. I can tell you, people are going to be passing this around because the message just fit together perfectly. Thanks to all of you to what you did today, but for what you do each and every day. It was a incredible kind of taking our brains into the future, taking our hearts into the future, taking our minds into the future, and giving people some inspiring ideas. Not that it's not going to be hard work, but it was an inspiration for all of you. There are going to be some social hours at the end of today, 5:30. So we'll quit about 5:15, but 5:30, digging into different parts of this. And I want to urge everyone watching, go check out the website. You've got a couple of emails, but you can go to the Global Minnesota website, go to the World Food Day, go to the agenda. But we need to keep this conversation going. And I think been part of the message of all day long, but today we got a booster rocket lift into thinking more broadly, more carefully, more respectfully, with an emphasis on learning from each other, but also from learning from those who come before us, and being careful and cautious about who will think of us as their ancestors. Will they think of us as good ancestors? All of you gave us a footpath and a map for being those good ancestors. Thank you for doing that for us today. Thank you very much. For the day, welcome again. And for those of you who are just joining us, my name is Mark Ritchie. I have the honor of serving as president of Global Minnesota and your host today. Global Minnesota is able to bring this to everyone on the world for free because we have great support Our program partners, the World Affairs Council, the partners, the World Food Program, USA office, but also corporate sponsors and people who were generous enough to support today's experience directly. McKnight Foundation, Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Greater MSP, King Solution, and Hormel. At the end of today, there will be social hours, opportunities to hear about some very interesting subjects and topics, chat more informally with people. They're going to happen right after we close the official program. There'll be a little bit of time. There's a whole list of them on the Global Minnesota website under the World Food Day agenda at the very end. Check it out. It's going to be a chance to hear about a lot of amazing things that are happening and to really connect with the people who are making those things come alive for us today here on World Food Day. This next session is about people on the front line who are taking seriously the connections between the campaign to try to reach that goal of zero hunger by 2030 and the other sustainable development goals that have to be folded together. We've heard this all day long, how things need to be put together. Education, equity, health, all of these things fit together in one package. Alexandra Spieldock, who's the Executive Director and President of Bountyfield, is one of the key leaders on the planet who thinks about the integration of the Sustainable Development Goals into the broader global context. And I'm so thrilled and honored that she agreed to moderate this panel today to tell us about Bountyfield and that work. And I know that's one of the social hours. And then to bring into this conversation the idea, the larger picture of how the Sustainable Development Goals that we all are working for move us towards zero hunger together. Thank you very much, Alexandra. I turn the microphone over to you.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you to Global Minnesota, and I'm so honored to participate in this day and had the honor to listen to all of the different presentations since this morning, and also to just moderate this distinguished panel this afternoon and this important topic. As Mark mentioned, I'm CEO of Bountyfield International, which is a global nonprofit that's based in Minneapolis with programs in sub-Saharan Africa. And we are focused on ways to help small farmers and rural communities save, preserve, and sell more food, focusing on staple crops that have tended to be forgotten but are highly nutritious, grow in climate-challenged regions, and are also part of local diets and rural livelihoods. These crops include grains like millet and sorghum and legumes, and they're quite difficult to process. And throughout sub-Saharan Africa, they are being processed manually in most cases, and they're being done manually by women in most cases. So we look at that intersection of technology and sustainable development goals, the importance of multi-sectoral approaches and partnerships in the rural sector. And we're proud to do this. We come out of General Mills, and we were founded by a food technologist who saw how practical solutions and leadership can play a huge role in decreasing food loss and improving food quality and availability of food, of quality food, as well as thinking about things like inclusive growth and opportunity where it's lacking. So without further ado, as Mark mentioned, this panel is about hearing from the front lines, and it's SDGs and food security. So hearing from the front lines, what does that mean? It's the opportunity for us to learn about the SDGs, how they are being developed as a framework for work, and also contributing to program implementation throughout the world. And I love this panel because of the distinguished leaders that we have, but also because we get the honor of hearing from them from their regional experience. And I've asked each of these speakers to talk about SDGs more broadly, how it came to be in their own context, and then also to, again, speak to their experience with some stories along the way. We'll have a question and answer session at the end. And I'm going to start with David Miller. David Miller is a principal community relations consultant who is working with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota. And they are specifically developing a whole framework around sustainable development goals that they can then implement across their programs across the state. And what's so exciting about this is that it's a model that we're seeing being spearheaded from Minnesota, but also with great potential nationally and perhaps for other contexts. So without further ado, I'll hand over the microphone, so to speak, to David.
Thank you, Alexandra, and good afternoon, everyone. Happy World Food Day. My name is David Miller with Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota, and I'm honored to be here today to speak about food security and the Sustainable Development Goals. As we've learned, food insecurity is an issue that impacts more than a quarter of people around the world. The number is closer to half in low-income countries. Here in Minnesota, considered a high-income state and a high-income country, even we have about 1 in 10 Minnesotans that struggle with food security. The ripple effect of food insecurity reaches all aspects of our lives, including our health. The intersection between good health and well-being and food security is well documented in research. Those that are food insecure need to make difficult economic decisions daily, choosing between food and other necessities. Families struggling with food insecurity have higher rates of health disparities like obesity and mental health and well-being. To ensure healthy people and communities, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota believes equity and food security are critical elements of our mission to inspire change, transform care, and improve health. The best care is preventative care. That is why we are focused on upstream health factors like food security. Next slide, please. About a year ago, Blue Cross started to map our work to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are exploring a long-term plan of making the SDGs a framework that we can measure success, especially in the areas of good health and well-being for all, zero hunger, and climate action. Our corporate social responsibility strategy, which we call social impact, has clear connections to SDGs. We have focus areas including community, healthcare, and environment that we view through the lenses of the social determinants of health and racial and health equity to guide our social impact. Similarly, most healthcare organizations who are mission-based, like Blue Cross, are well positioned to positively influence good health and zero hunger. At Blue Cross, there are specific ways that we are approaching good health and zero hunger, including employee engagement, corporate giving, and community programs. Next slide, please. Two examples of employee engagement include volunteerism and giving. Our employees receive 20 hours of volunteer paid time off each year to use in service to their favorite causes and charities. This year, due to COVID-19 pandemic, racial justice movement, and economic crisis, our company has increased available VPTO to 40 hours. Last year, more than 17,000 hours of volunteer service were provided to the community. Many of those hours were given to charities that support food security. We host 2 employee giving programs during the year. The first in March is Minnesota Food Share, a statewide food drive. The second in September is our community giving campaign. We had record-breaking giving from our employees in both campaigns this year, along with a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota Foundation match. We raised nearly $1.5 million for more than 600 charities, many focused on food security. In fact, this year, to encourage giving to food security and racial and health equity organizations, the match dollars were increased for 7 nonprofits. Next slide, please. 2 examples of corporate giving include grants and sponsorships. Blue Cross provides more than $15 million in grants and sponsorships each year, most notably for food security. The Blue Cross Foundation announced earlier this year a $750,000 commitment to Second Harvest Heartland, a Minnesota food bank. The foundation also is contributing $1.1 million to support communities during the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically communities of color and indigenous communities, people with disabilities, immigrants, refugees, domestic abuse victims and survivors, and the LGBTQ community. Next slide, please. Two examples of community programs include the Community Giving Gardens and the Food is Medicine program. Blue Cross invests in healthy communities through our Community Giving Gardens to address systemic, societal, racial, and health equity issues of food insecurity and accessibility of nutritious food. The Giving Garden program is centered on environmental stewardship, building community resilience, and encouraging volunteerism. Most importantly, it provides fresh produce to families in need through nonprofit partners. Our Food is Medicine program, meal delivery service, provides tailored fresh foods for seniors on Medicaid and medical assistance with chronic conditions such as diabetes and heart disease, or who might be recovering at home from a hospital stay. This program is all about the interplay between nutrition, quality of life, and maintaining health for our seniors. Finally, research shows that our health choices and physical environment are connected. The air we breathe, the water we drink, and the land we farm is clean. When it's clean and sustainable, it benefits the planet, our food supply, and the health of our community. I am pleased to announce that last year, Blue Cross committed to reducing Scope 1 and Scope 2 carbon emissions by 25% by 2025. And in 2019, we had already reduced our carbon footprint by 15%. I have been fortunate enough to witness firsthand the power that healthcare organizations can have on food security. Prior to my current position at Blue Cross, I worked at a basic needs nonprofit, which provided families with food, housing, and economic assistance. It was because of organizations like Blue Cross that our community-based nonprofit could serve the more than 500 families that needed help each month. Blue Cross sent volunteers to pass out food to families in need and provided funding to purchase food when donations were low and to keep the doors open and the lights on. I am happy to share with you today that healthcare organizations like Blue Cross do have a role to play in impacting good health and zero hunger for all. Thank you. Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you so much, David, for sharing the leadership that's coming out of Blue Cross and Blue Shield. And I had lots of questions that were coming up as you were talking. I'm sure we'll have a chance to get into that in just a few minutes. But I'd like to go ahead and introduce our second panelist. Our second panelist is Victor Suarez. Victor is the Deputy Secretary of Agriculture within the Mexican Secretariat of Agriculture and Rural Development. He is a longtime activist and friend to many in the Minnesota community. He is the executive director and founder of the National Association of Rural Commercialization Enterprises, ANEC, in Mexico. Since 1995, and really since the NAFTA era, he has promoted a strategy across the country to develop agricultural markets with small and medium-sized producers of grains with more than 50,000 members. He launched an activist campaign, Sin Maíz no hay país. Without corn, there's no peace. And he's also served in the Mexican House of Representatives for the Party for the Democratic Revolution. So experience in the private sector as a producer, experience with the government, and he has experience in Minnesota as well, and globally in terms of all the different forums and panels that he's been invited to speak at. And we're so honored to have you here today. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Alexandra. Good afternoon. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this forum that commemorates World Food Day. Thank you to Mark Ritchie, Alexandra Spildog, Carolina Gustafson, and everyone in Global Minnesota who makes this important event possible. I'm very happy to be here with a very old and close friends of Minnesota, especially my very old and close friends of Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policies. Especially, I'm very happy to be with Mark Ritchie, who is in different sense a master of our struggles, peace and struggle in Mexico in order to achieve food security and food sovereignty. The current government of Mexico, in force since December 2018, has clear transformation goals in all areas of public life, and rural and food policies are not exception. In recent decades, we have experienced an inertial situation in the countryside of programs and subsidies without social sense that were concentrated in the larger scale producers. Small and medium scale farmers were bypassed despite contributing more than 50% of the country's food production. Likewise, in those past decades, indiscriminate access was given to ultra-processed foods with excess calories, sugars, fats, and sodium, which quickly gained space to traditional Mexican foods, proven healthy and nutritious. All these deepened the historical, social, economic, regional, and urban-rural inequality of Mexico and caused greater poverty and rural migration. Small-scale farming was discouraged, and local markets and consumer sense of gastronomic taste were distorted. The transformation that we are initiating in this government is long-term. It consists of a new fair, healthy, sustainable, and competitive agri-food and nutritional system. The new agricultural policy has two priority objectives: food self-sufficiency and the rescue of the countryside, established in the National Development Plan 294. Today, the government has reoriented public resources for agriculture in favor of small and medium producers, mostly present in the South and Southeast region, and they are exercised through priority programs such as Production for Well-Being that manages the Undersecretary of Food and Competitiveness under my charge. Production for Well-Being consists of delivery of direct support per hectare to 2,100,000 producers of corn, beans, wheat, rice, other grains, coffee, and sugar cane. These resources serve for producers to invest in their work in the field, and today they are invaluable as they cushion the health and economic crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. But Production for Well-Being also has two strategies, one for technical support and the other one for promoting access to formal financing. Here, I focus on the technical support strategy because with it, we seek a transition to sustainable agricultural system and agroecology. We have 600 agroecological technicians who work side by side with producers from 23 regions, mainly indigenous, with high and very high levels of marginalization and situation of violence. The technicians train producers in the preparation and use of bio-inputs such as compost, worm leachate, and preparation with microorganisms. We note that this technical support is welcomed by the producers. There are several reasons. Modern scientific knowledge is shared with that of producers, which they have inherited from several generations and which implies a deep respect for soil and water resources. The transition to sustainable practices has in practice beneficial results in every way. We have confirmed this in our strategy. Producers use biological resources that they have in their own locality as inputs and gradually reduce the use of agrochemicals. This allows them to lower cost and dependence on foreign inputs. The soil resource of the producers is regenerated as they stop using agrochemicals, they stop pollution, the water bodies, and their yields and harvest rise. An additional stimulus, and perhaps the most important, is that producers, and particularly women, value that their crops are healthy, that they can consume them with confidence. They are crops without agrochemical content. All these, of course, contribute of food security of peasant families, communities, and the country. This year in Mexico, we are forecasting a production increase of 8% compared to 290 in the main 4 grains: corn, beans, wheat, and rice, which will add 34 million tons, of which 2.9 million will be corn. The increase is based on good weather conditions. We have excellent rains, but it also, of course, explained in the support of the government's priority programs, including Production for Well-being. The other priority programs for the year field are Sowing Life, Guarantee Prices, Basic Basket, and Fertilizers. The construction of a new agri-food and nutritional system is a strategy of the government as whole. It transversally involves several secretariats or ministries, such as the environment, health, economy, education, and welfare, among others, as well as civil society organizations such as the Alliance for Health and the Power of the Consumer, and international institutions such as the FAO, UNICEF, and the Pan-American Health Organization. All are integrated into a group called the Interinstitutional Group for Health, Food, Environment, and Competitiveness, GISAMA Group. This group has borne in its first fruits with the frontal labeling of processed foods. This is several stamps that, by obligation, as of October, must carry foods high in calories, saturated fat, sodium, and sugar. They are also warning stamps for foods that should be not consumed by children due to their caffeine contents and sweeteners. GISAMA Group also works to phase out highly hazardous agrochemicals such as glyphosate. This has led to a controversy and attack on President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, but the decision has been made. We want to protect the population. We want to take care of their health, and the government will not give in to pressure. Glyphosate must be discontinued within 4 years. So this coupled with social legal process that have so far managed to stop the planting of transgenic corn show us that the government of Mexico is committed to the production of the field, with the production of food, with the perspective of more and better, more production, but healthy and sustainable, and policies that pay to bring healthy food to the population free of toxins. Thanks so much, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victor. And I'm excited to hear about all of the initiatives that are underway in Mexico and the comprehensive approach that's being taken by the government. You've raised a lot of different issues, and perhaps we can get to, again, some of those during the question and answer section. Next, we're going to hear from Atul Tandon, who is the CEO of Opportunity International. He is bringing 35 years of experience and leadership across a range of organizations, from nonprofit to the profit sector, ranging from World Vision, United Ways, Global Network, as well as Citibank in India, experience with finance and credit, et cetera, and now is talking to us from Seattle, Washington, to tell us a bit more about how Opportunity International, which is a highly respected global nonprofit with programs around the world, is addressing the SDG framework and understands that and how that's playing out in its programs more specifically. So without further ado, I welcome you, Atul, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Thank you so much for having me. And of course, to our friends at Global Minnesota, thank you to Mark Ritchie and to the team, one, for organizing this day, for caring for the world's poor, the hungry around the world, and putting them on the map. I have to say the outstanding collection of speakers and luminaries you've had, and now you're stuck with me. So but it really has been, the morning session with Governor Beasley, which you got off to such a great start. I mean, just an inspirational person, listening to Professor Sachs in the afternoon. Very inspiring, very informative. And I want to talk about that. It's Opportunity International, the nonprofit I lead today, and I really am humbled to lead today. Very involved for 50 years in addressing at the very root cause both the issues that are intertwined here. One, SDG number 1 and SDG number 2, poverty and hunger, that they go hand in hand. And, as Governor Beasley pointed out, what is not said, that both poverty and hunger lead to conflict, right? There's a direct relationship there. So reducing hunger and poverty to reduce conflict, or other way around as well. But that's what we have done for 50 years, is to give families, specifically at the very bottom of the pyramid, the means that they need, the resources, financial resources, training and support to build sustainable livelihoods. Because if you think about hunger, well, how do you solve it on a sustainable basis? You've got to make sure that the people at the bottom of the pyramid have the economic capacity to purchase the food that they want, that they have the technical skills that they need and the support that they need to grow the food that they want, and then to be able to consume it and to sell it, which is what we do. And the context we find ourselves in, Alexandra, today, which I think has been so well communicated today, is on the one hand, all of us, together have made progress over, I would say, the last 30 years in beating back both hunger and poverty. Right? If you start off just in 1990, about somewhere between about over 2 billion people, 37% of the world's population, going to bed hungry every day, right? Almost 40%, you could say. In my home country of India, where I grew up, when I was born in the late 50s, early 60s, over 80% of the population going to bed hungry every day. Those numbers had come down by the end of last year to about 700 million people, right? So we released about 1.3 billion people from that hardship. The impact of the pandemic in just 1 year, or not even that, in the 7 months, and it's not over yet, we are now projecting somewhere between 100 to 130 million more people who are now in extreme poverty and are not able to purchase food. Of them, close to about a third of them, 250 million, might be at the risk of starvation. So we face an extraordinary humanitarian crisis, which comes though with 3 decades of progress behind us. So when I put those two things around, and I want to talk about what we do as an organization, is we know how to solve this problem. We have beaten this back before, both hunger and poverty, and we will again. And when you talk about how we will again, is where I want to go, is today, survive today and thrive tomorrow. That's the theme of our organization's mandate, I believe, as we look at our work. What are we doing to help these families survive today? Well, we have about 17 million clients and spread across about 28 countries. We work through a network of local partnerships, about 75 of them, and financial institutions, banks, other intermediaries. In fact, many of the corporations in your own home city are our partners, Cargill being one of them, and I could go down that list, have been for many years. So what we are doing there with these families is in effect, a 3-part plan. One, we want to make sure that you preserve your cash that you have, right? And make sure it's kept safe and you have access to it. So we have expanded access, electronic access to the small deposits, $32 of average savings that a family has in these communities kept in one of our banks, so they can access it electronically. 2 is, let's make sure that you're not having to pay off loans and so on. 7 million clients across the entire network, loan moratoria. When you have capacity to pay, when your small businesses start up again, you can earn your daily wages, you can pay us back, start paying us back at that time. Thirdly, let's make sure where you are at risk of starvation, we actually get you connected either with people like WFT or our own selves. We are providing both the food services, but as well, in some cases, few cases, but in all cases, protective equipment and so on. So that's, as you look at today, that's the survival today. I'm reminded, Alexandra, our staff of all places, Cartagena in Colombia, not too far from here, right? We have a project in Islam outside Cartagena, and the roads are closed. There are curfews. We are allowed because we are a humanitarian organization. The people were starving, no food inside, right? There was a sudden curfew imposed. And so our staff had no other means except to actually withdraw money from their bank accounts, go to the local market, which was open, purchase the food, and then caravan into that slum. So if you think about, what drives the dedicated staff we have in many of the organizations here, I'm just so frankly humbled to hear those kind of stories of what actually happened. So we've stepped in those situations. Thrive Tomorrow, though. You have to make sure that we solve this problem on a sustainable basis, right? What do you do there? I'll tell you the story of a woman farmer I met in Uganda last year. I was visiting our projects there, Millie. She's a widow. The husband left her when he passed away, a 5-acre coffee farm, 12 children to feed. And, she was at that time a young mom. And she took this on herself. So she has been, how do you feed 12 children? How do you grow enough coffee? How do you sell it? When she was chatting with me, and she'd been at it for a little while, she got connected with the opportunity. We showed her things to do, improve planting techniques, right? Improve soil, improve her irrigation. We connected her to a local co-op so she could get her the right price for her product. And then, to a local marketplace processor. Her complaint to me was, she said, we have started earning so much money. My kids have now gone to school. My son is a doctor. He refuses to come back and help me. Now you got to find him a job here. So when are you going to come back and create a health clinic so my son can come work next to me? So I said, Millie, you have the world's greatest problem, and I'm just so excited I'm here. And my prayer would be that we could together, Alexandra, hear Millie's story repeated 1 million times. And I think, to me, I'll close with that, is that we have the means today, between the technology, between the resources, between the networks, the solutions that we have, right? Resources, training, and support to help people survive today and thrive tomorrow. The question is our will to do it. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Atul, and thank you to the other panelists. I love the stories and flavor coming from Uganda and Cartagena and Mexico. Really rich. And of course, we need more time to talk more about these things. You know, throughout the day, we have primarily focused on Sustainable Development Goals 1 and 2, you know, to get to zero hunger and to end poverty. Those of you who know me in the audience will know that I won't miss the opportunity to talk about the disproportionate impacts of global hunger and poverty on certain groups, and in particular on women and on children and on the elderly. And I really would like to spend a minute with the panelists to call out Sustainable Development Goal on Gender Equality number 5, as well as SDG 10, Reduced Inequalities, because, you know, I think we can't really talk about the work that we're doing without also talking about everybody receiving an opportunity, and about the justice component of our work. I mean, we can't allow for the kinds of barriers that we've seen in the inequalities to stay the way they've been. And so if we're serious about the SDG framework in the work that we're doing, what are some solutions that you have started to develop to make sure that this piece of the SDG agenda is not forgotten? And Atul, I will start with you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. And you're right. There is that you know, it frankly is. It's been repeated many times, but it's a truism as well. Is if you can you know, equip a mom, you equip a family and then a village, right? And our solution has been recognizing that in the field, practically speaking, day to day, you have women who are globally earning less than they should for the jobs that they do, similar jobs that they do to. There's a real gender disparity there in income levels. There's a gender disparity in opportunity levels, what they can, whether it comes to education or you know, access to resources. So we have had a two-part response to that at Opportunity. One, we really focus on the women in the family. That they have the means to set up small businesses and run them. So approximately 90% of our clients are women across the world. And we can go back and demonstrate and show you. So example from Mozambique is, you know, after about a year and a half in our program, I believe it was close to 97% of the women farmers in that program specifically came back and said, you know, not only has our incomes increased, but our standing in our family and our community has increased. We are more respected today, our voice is heard, and that's what we want to see. I would also talk about specifically about the girl child, and you spoke about education. You know, children as a whole, we all believe that they come first. It's one of the hard things to accept and observe in life is that's not the case everywhere. And even today with COVID-19, you know, at the peak, about 1 billion children were out of school, Alexandra. Under that number, 300 million children of those were receiving daily meals at their schools. Many of them, we are amongst the largest financiers of affordable schools in the world. You know, we had, I think last year, close to 4,000 of them, principally Africa and Asia. And you can see visibly the difference between a child who's receiving a meal at the school and who's not. So I think that's where our hearts and our minds are drawn to is, okay, how do we sustainably now in the response, one, focus and prioritize on women, two, frankly, even more urgently, let's make sure that those schools open so that the kids can both get an education and are able to receive the meals and do that safely. Right. So it's one of those situations where you've got to take both governments as well as communities have to take some good decisions about both those. Safety on the one hand, but, you know, feeding the kids and getting them educated on the other hand.
Thank you. Victor, I'm going to ask this of you as well. And in particular, you mentioned in your speech, you talked about obesity and processed foods. You talked about a new emphasis with the Mexican government on more traditional foods. And I'd like to hear from you, if you're comfortable, talk a few words about how you see that impacting families, women and children, and the role they play as keepers of traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge within food systems within Mexico, and how the government is helping to facilitate that.
Yeah, as you know, Mexico cultures, ancient cultures, were created maize and a different food plants, and they developed agriculture system named Milpa. Milpa is a system who combine different food plants as corn, beans, and different 6 and 8 different plants in one hectare. Milpa system provide different food for the peasant family. And right now, we try to protect and to improve these traditional systems versus the ultra-processed food system that had created in Mexico an epidemic of obesity and the malnutrition conditions. We support this traditional system with technical assistance, scientific links with the traditional knowledge in order to maintain and improve these conditions. We try to rescue different foods, ancient food like amaranto, like chia, and different and very lot different kind of food plants who represent a very healthy diet for the people. That's and right now we try to establish labeling for ultra-processed foods and beverage with a very high sugar addition in order to inform the consumers which kind of food they are trying to buy and to consume.
Thank you so much. I think I've received a couple answers to my questions, so let me move to another SDG, and that's the one around partnerships. And I would like to hear from David a bit about how how Blue Cross Blue Shield is partnering with other actors to promote its SDG agenda and its work within the Minnesota community, and how you see that as a model for whether it could be expanded nationally or for other healthcare providers, for example, to address food insecurity.
Thank you, Alexandra. And yes, we are, as an organization, we continue to focus on sustaining this momentum in our program by strengthening our partnerships with our communities and the global community. I believe that we can make a global impact, and it's only possible, as a statewide organization, when we can create the internal structures that allow for strategic partnerships and a culture of systemic change. Yeah, I would answer your question also by saying that Blue Cross is a company that truly walks the walk. As I mentioned, we're a mission-based healthcare company, and we take our partnerships seriously. We take our role in the community as not only a provider of health insurance, but also an organization that has the means to help impact food security and the other SDGs. And it's something that we're constantly working towards. Specifically, our partnerships, we have many within the nonprofit sector. As I mentioned, we have organizations that we volunteer with, that we give to in terms of our foundation dollars, in terms of our corporate giving, in terms of our employee giving programs. And with food security becoming at the center of attention, especially during the COVID crisis and the racial equity movement right now, this is something that is easy for us to pivot to, given our expansive network of nonprofit partners. And as I mentioned, we can elevate certain partnerships that we believe can make a direct impact in our community through different means. As I mentioned earlier, we have 7 featured nonprofits that were focused specifically on our food security efforts through our giving campaigns. And the work continues. So we look forward to continuing to integrate and align our framework within the UN SDGs. And it's important to be guided by this North Star that is recognized by the global community, because our local actions can align and also create a ripple effect with our global vision. Thank you.
Okay, I think I probably have time for one more question and answer round. I want to pick up the couple things, but this group talked a little bit before this panel discussion about how our work is often being done in a siloed way. It's one of the challenges if you're either you're a water expert or you're a food expert over here, or you're an agricultural expert over here, and all these things, or health for that matter, are interconnected. And so it's so important that we're thinking in this way. I mean, have you seen this kind of silo in your work? And have you made efforts, within your company or organization to address this? And Atul, I'm gonna come back around to you, but I'm gonna layer it with one more question to you, because I want you to speak a little bit as well about how you've brought in alternative financing, and you've also thought about some of the important work that needs to be done also around comprehensive thinking about investment strategies that help us to break out of those silos. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Alexandra. So I'll just a couple of brief comments, but before I forget anything else, I have to mention your previous question on women's empowerment. The Global Minnesota Chair, Muffy McMillan, who is as well serves on the board of Opportunity International. She is our global ambassador for women, has been for the past few years, and in that capacity is, as we speak, currently leading a worldwide effort to reach out and impact the lives of 5 million women principally in Africa and Asia, one country, Colombia, and in Latin America. And that in turn, that very well underway. We are making great progress. If you think about it, that's 25 million people, five members per family. So hats off to Muffy. If I had time, I'd tell you all the stories of going with Muffy and 14 of her best friends, all women, to a very, very remote and very rough part of India. And the 12 hours we spent on a bus trip where there was, it was one guy and 14 women in the middle of India with no restrooms in sight for about 7 hours. So, it quite was quite the trip, but changed our lives. To come back to what you were talking about, what we saw on that trip and what you would see in Opportunities work is that what we understood very early on, we were born in the Midwest, and still are very much a Midwest-based organization, was the power of both market economics as well as the power of partnership, working together. So we have traditionally worked together with local partners, and from probably day one, tried to stay away from a silo mentality. And as let's bring people together, and that's what we believe works successfully, sustainably. What it's translated to is that we also understood that you really want local players, to work together. And I know both David in his context with local players and Victor in his context with local players would agree with me. In our case, what we do is we take philanthropic capital, Alexandra, and then we use that to get local banks to do lending to the poor, the people whom we are serving, at appropriate rates and terms that are appropriate to the context of the poor. The result of which is you get maximum amount of loan capital, savings services, insurance, as well as training and support unleashed. So working in partnership, our best estimates are that philanthropic dollars get multiplied 12 to 15 times, versus if we were to simply go in and do all the work ourselves, which we could, right? So that's the power of partnership. Now, when you start to speak about investments, right, blended capital, how do we bring both local and foreign investors who are not philanthropy but are commercial into the picture, especially given that we have bottom of the pyramid businesses running? That, I think, is the next big step. And when that happens, then the multiplication factors probably are going to go way up beyond the 12 to 15. And I think that's actually what this year, starting next year, I would say at 2021, is one of the aims of our organization, is to start to both deploy that kind of capital right at the very, very bottom of the pyramid. And I'll go back to what David Beasley said. That's the solutions that will cause lasting change. You bring private sector, you bring, frankly, Wall Street in this case into play, and then you bring local players. But the organizations like David's organization, Blue Cross, Victor, Opportunity, we are the glue who brings it all together and make sure that we stay focused on the needs of the millies of the world, right? I mean, you don't ever want to forget not the face of your beneficiary, but the beneficiary themselves. There are people who are going to bed hungry. There are people who are starving, and that shouldn't be, in God's economy. That's not what he planned. So yeah, so thank you for the question.
Thank you. I'm being told that we need to wrap up now, and I want to thank this panel. I think we addressed a lot of different issues, and it is my belief that unless we're thinking comprehensively, we aren't going to achieve world peace. We're going to see more destabilization in communities, and it's this kind of work that is truly the key to the future that we want to see. So thank you to all of the panelists. Thank you to esteemed Mark Ritchie for giving us this space to share our stories, and to Global Minnesota. And with that, I will officially end this session.
Thank you so much to all of you, David, Atul, Victor, Alexandra, because you brought the whole day's message together, that we find in our own paths, our particular skill, our particular passion, but we know that we have to do it in partnership, but not just in silos that are partners with each other, but by integrating and bringing these pieces together. Victor gave us a big picture about how that's being perceived in one of the largest and most important countries on the planet. Atul talked about all of the different experiences from his work all across the globe. And David gave us a sense of how those SDGs right here at home can guide a large health system, but also can bring the team members, the employees, the people in these organizations into the larger SDG movement, sustainability movement, and take it on. And Bountifield International will be doing one of the social hours after today, after the session. So I want to urge people who want to learn more and see more and engage in a conversation in that more informal way, please check out that part of the Global Minnesota website. Go to the World Food Day under agenda. There's a whole list of social hours. But this obviously is a conversation about the work taking place on the front lines. Thank you for taking time away from that work, because I know how important and how just gratifying that is, but how it takes you into a whole different type of schedule and a whole different type of opportunity. So being here today is a big deal. Thank you so much. And thank you, Alexander, for pulling it together and moderating us today. We will be back in just a couple minutes with our final panel where we're going to look forward, the countdown to 2030. How do we get there from here? Thank you again.
Gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who've been with us all day long, This is that session where we're going to really start that countdown to 2030, to that zero hunger sustainable development goal. And the call to action, we've been hearing from speakers all day long, but now we're going to really focus on that at the local and the global level. I want to take this opportunity again to thank our program partners, the World Affairs Council of America and the World Food Program USA, but also to remind people that we're able to do this at a global level for free for everybody on the planet. There have been hundreds and hundreds of people today on, but it's partly because we're able to call on our local community support. And there were some very special sponsors today: Hormel Foods and King Solution, McKnight Foundation, Regenerative Agriculture Foundation, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Greater MSP. But we also rely on our members, all of you watching who are our members already, individuals, companies, agencies, nonprofits. Thank you. Your annual contributions are what make this really happen. Some of our larger contributors, some of our companies and foundation, the Carlson Family Foundation, Delta, Cargill, Horton, Medtronic, United Health Group, Ecolab, Land of Lakes, Sid Investment, your important support. We appreciate, we thank you. And for all of you who are members, of course, thank you again. And for those of you watching who aren't members and would like to join this community, this family, Global Minnesota, please check us out, go to the website. There's an opportunity because somebody is matching your gift today, and that will be a great benefit and help to us. So check it out and do it. Today's panel is being chaired by Liz Schreier, president of the U.S. Global Leadership Council. And I want to say that I have not met anybody in my 25 years of working in Washington and in Minnesota who has touched and influenced and changed the hearts and minds of so many policymakers about the issues we've been talking about all day long. Nobody has done it like Liz. 25 years ago, she created the national organization to get all of us, and we could use the analogy, you know, the cats that couldn't be gathered together. She was able to pull all the people who cared about how our nation's foreign policy, especially our foreign assistance and foreign development aid policy, was being managed, getting us all on the same page. And this morning you heard Governor Beasley sort of remark, and I was kind of amazed that in Congress, and he used the phrase, both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, there was a consensus, a bipartisan consensus that this was a key to US leadership and that there was a support for this that was deep and was genuine and was authentic. And nobody has made that happen like Liz Schreier. She's famous for lots of things, but sometimes people put some quotes in her mouth that come from people that she has helped to be part of it. But my favorite one is the one from one of the generals who've been a very strong support of USGLC. There's a whole smart power, very large part of it, who said to a member of Congress someplace, you can fund the State Department adequately, or you can give me more bullets. Liz has never stopped making it clear that we need to take our global leadership position seriously, because it's not just good for the planet, but it's good for us. And today, joining us with her, our mayors of our big cities, one of our leaders from Cargill, from the foundation, Michelle Grog. Liz, you have the opportunity, and we are counting on you to take us into that call to action. Thank you so much for being with us today. Welcome to World Food Day 2020 here in Minnesota.
Thank you, Mark. I love the introduction, other than I don't think I gave Jim Mattis that quote. He did that all on his own. But congratulations to you and the entire Global Minnesota team for what has been, looks like, an incredible summit, and what a way to acknowledge World Food Day on its 75th anniversary. So this has been an amazing program, rich in content and vision already. And frankly, how could it not be when you start off with a keynote from my dear friend, Governor David Beasley of the World Food Program. And I have to say, it brought back memories of the very first time I flew on a World Food Program plane. I don't know if any of the rest of you had, but I was flying on to a very small village in Tanzania to actually see a food nutrition program. And a member of my delegation was actually a business exec from General Mills, just down the street from where where most of you probably are in Minneapolis. Literally had to hold my hand because it was this tiny plane, looked like it was probably built in World War I, little white bubble with blue writing, and I was scared out of my mind. But when I arrived, all the fears dissipated, and I was inspired because of the people that I met in these groups of small shareholder farmers, these women that were just joyful in sharing their story. They had newborns literally strapped on their back as they were fielding the land that we were on that couldn't be much bigger than the room that I'm in my home. And through their interpreters, they tell me about how their babies were so sick, their newborns, losing weight until, as they said, America came. And who was America? The World Food Program, USAID, actually Land O'Lakes, and CARE, who were partnering in this program that taught them how to take orange potatoes instead of white potatoes to give them the nutritional value to help their babies grow, teach them how to diversify their crops to bring them to market. And then a mother grabbed my hand and thanked me, according to the interpreter, to say, thank you for giving me a hand up and instead of just a handout. So I am so honored to be here, and I never again was afraid to get on a World Food Program plane because it is just a reminder of just what I'm sure you talked about today, of the remarkable recognition that the Nobel Peace Prize was given to an organization fighting global hunger, partnering with Cargill, who was right there to match the Nobel Peace Prize. And what a way to show remarkable leadership, and exactly what we're going to talk about for the next hour, of partnerships with business, government, and local leadership, and a way to celebrate World Food Day and to take the conversation to Countdown to 2030, a call to action, with a particular lens, Mark, as you have asked me to do, through this lens of the Sustainable Development Goal number 2. What will it take for all of us in this Zoom room to talk about how we get to zero hunger in the world? What can each of us do? We have a remarkable panel of experts to help us think through this. And I want to say one more word about why I am glad to be here today. I spend a lot of time on the road, lately it's virtual, hosting town hall conversations with members of Congress to ask the question, why does leading globally matter locally? Why does it matter that we focus on SDG number 2 in any of these conversations? I was just in literally Idaho virtually an hour ago. And the issue of global hunger is central to this question, because what I find is Americans really care that we live in this stable, secure, healthier, and less hungry world. And so one of the reasons I want to be here is there's something really special about the DNA of the global citizenry of Minnesota. You know, Cargill, you lead our Heartland initiative that Michelle will talk about. Beth Ford, the CEO of Land O'Lakes, is the board officer of my organization, U.S. Global Leadership Coalition. Senator Norm Coleman is our co-chair. I just last week did a program where Senator Klobuchar and Representative Tom Emmer, who probably don't agree on much, both were singing off the same song sheet about this very issue. And we're going to hear in just a moment that your mayors get it. So if we're going to do this call to action, get SDG number 2 turned around, because we know global hunger is no longer on the decline, that it is this Minnesota spirit that is going to do the trick. So let me introduce our all-star guests who are going to help figure out how to turn that corner. First up is your two mayors, who you all know well. They were both elected in 2017, and they have worked tirelessly for your communities, especially over the last 7 months, to deal with both the social unrest, the civil unrest, as well as responding to COVID. Leaders in food and agricultural issues, food security, and delivering with their constituents, for their constituents. And so proud, I know both of them will talk about it, to help launch MBOLD today. Welcome, I already see Mayor Fry, and welcome to Mayor Carter. I think he's somewhere. We'll see him shortly pop up. And joining as well is Michelle Grog, Cargill's Vice President for Corporate Responsibility. So welcome to all three. I don't yet see Mayor Carter, but he will join us shortly. We'll have to get your camera on, but soon enough. All right, well, welcome. Let's get started. I'll start with Michelle, and Mayor Fry and Mayor Carter will join us as well. So I'm going to do a round of questions, and then we'll take your questions. You can put them in the chat room. And Michelle, Mayor Fry, let's start with kind of getting a lay of the land. And sadly, as I know we've been talking about today, is the decline in the fight against global hunger, even before COVID, was going in the wrong direction. The first email I got in my inbox this morning was from a friend at the UN who said the food needs may increase in the world 82% from pre-pandemic levels. So we're not on track to get to where we need to be. So Michelle, I'm going to start with you. The business community has stepped up in real significant ways. Your generosity for matching WFP is one particular way, but you've been in this before COVID-19. One of the things that I'm struck with is you're one of the earliest innovators in these public-private partnerships on nutrition and food security. You've partnered with USAID, you've partnered, as I said, with World Food Program. My question is why? Why is the business community invested in sustainable development? And I'm going to add one that I often get. Well, why doesn't the business just do it all? Why does government need to be involved? Michelle, all yours.
Thank you so much, Liz. It's such a pleasure to be here with you, and thanks for all the leadership that USGLC is providing to shine a spotlight on these issues, certainly here at home in the United States, but also around the world. And so my thanks to you and for participating today. And of course, it's such an honor to be here with Mayor Fry and Mayor Carter. We've had a pretty extraordinary year around the world, but even more so here in the Twin Cities. And these two gentlemen have provided extraordinary leadership. And so really, really grateful for that. So to your question about why, at Cargill, our purpose is to nourish the world in a safe, responsible, and sustainable way. It's who we are, it's why we exist. And so that's really why. That's really why we're engaging in sustainable development. We're focused on World Food Day, and for us, World Food Day is every day because Cargill businesses work every day around the world to get food where it's needed. And so it's the focus of our businesses and what it is that we do every day. And we know that as we look to the future, food systems have to be more sustainable, more resilient, and more equitable. And so at Cargill, we have both the opportunity and the responsibility to engage in efforts that help provide access to safe, nutritious food, to innovate, improve the nutritional offerings that we have for customers and for our consumers, and to support good nutrition within our own workforce and in our communities. And so that's a big responsibility. That's a lot. We cannot do it alone. And so we have to have governments that are supporting good policies, creating that enabling environment in which we can run our businesses and where employees can live and work. We need donors. You talked about USAID. They help us in these partnerships that we have to scale efforts and make sure that they're sustainable. We need nonprofit organizations, civil society, NGOs. They're doing the hard work on the ground. And you talked about the recognition of the World Food Program. That is absolutely a tribute to the work that those people are doing every day on the ground in some of the hardest places. And so we talk about today, we're focused on SDG 2, but at Cargill, while we're focused on that every day, we think unless we address SDG 17, which is about partnerships, we can't do the rest. And so we have to do this work in partnership across all sectors in order to really make a difference. We have some great partnerships right here at home. Mayor Fry, Mayor Carter will know work that's being done by Second Harvest Heartland right here. As the issues around COVID continue to persist, companies, including Cargill, turned their kitchens at their headquarters into community kitchens, and we were able to provide meals across the state. I think at one time we were doing 5,000 meals a week out of our corporate kitchen. Globally, we're working with organizations like Heifer International and an initiative we call Hatching Hope, where we will reach 100 million people and improve the production and consumption of poultry. So there's a whole range of partnerships and examples, and we have a responsibility to bring the expertise and the skills that we have to bear, and yes, resources, but we need others in order to make it happen. So that's why we're involved in sustainable
Great.
development.
Well, I want to come back to some specific questions, but let me get the mayors involved and start with you, Mayor Fry. You know, speaking, there's no one on the front line quite like both you. Welcome, Mayor Carter. So let me ask both of you this question. You know, when I think of front lines, what you've been having to deal with in terms of food insecurity, mayors and local leaders all over the world. I saw some local headlines over the summer that literally said, Depression era hunger accelerated by global pandemic. You know this well. And I am so impressed watching mayors literally rise to the challenge. But I also want to give you credit for mayors speaking out on the topic we're talking about why leading globally matters locally. And I want our audience to know that the U.S. Conference of Mayors passed this impressive resolution recently, reinforcing the importance of America's role in the world. And the resolution called for investing in exactly what Michelle just said, State Department, USAID, and to let our viewers know, it underscored the role that subnational actors, including U.S. Cities, need to take to measure their own progress on sustainable development goals. So congratulations to you. My question is, how do you see the connection between local and global hunger? Why is it important that America should be at the front line of this question we're talking about, the goal of zero hunger by 2030 locally and globally? Mayor Fry, why don't you begin?
Thank you so much, Liz and Michelle and Mark, for all of your passion. And Mayor Carter, it's been an honor, of course, to work with you on this very topic. And you're right, mayors are very much on the front lines, and those front lines have gotten all the more difficult over the last 9 or so months since the beginning of COVID-19. It's not like we didn't already have a hunger crisis. It's not like we didn't already have issues with housing stability and food deserts, but those issues are all the more pronounced and significant when you have this kind of global pandemic that leads to an epidemic of food insecurity that we're seeing right now in our Twin Cities in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and we're really seeing around the world. And early in my term as mayor, I signed on to the very agreement that you were talking about through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which was the Milan Urban Food Policy Pact, where 100 mayors joined forces and really committed to developing some deep and sustainable, fair, inclusive, climate-friendly, and resilient urban food systems. And now looking back on it, it almost seems like it was sort of prophetic work, because now many years into the pact, we collectively face these insecurities that in many cases are far more significant than what the pact was originally created. And it's those foundational elements that we really find mayors around the world and in our Twin Cities, we're very much on the front lines. And so, that work needs to happen at a local level because people need to know where they're going to get their food. They need to have access to a grocery store. They need to have access to healthy, locally grown, in many cases, foods that depending on which neighborhood you're in, you might not necessarily have access to. And I'll be honest, it's been a tough summer. And as we've seen these needs for free food and household and personal supplies skyrocket, it's really heartbreaking to see families sometimes standing in line for hours in the summer heat or in chilly fall during this pandemic just to get the necessary supplies they need, inclusive of food, includes diapers and groceries. And that's just to get through the next week. And so, in Minneapolis, we're putting in additional monies. We've got a proposal moving forward right now to put in another $500,000 towards tackling this very issue and making sure that food shelves and those that are even more on the front lines have the necessary recipe for success to not just get through the fall, but get through the winter when you can't necessarily have these longer lines of people standing outside in freezing temperatures. And we're adapting. And I think that's been one of the most exciting pieces about all of this is this creativity and this grit that you see within our local food systems that's really paved the way. I mean, we've seen distilleries that have converted and pivoted towards making hand sanitizer and emergency food distributions. We've seen chefs and restaurateurs who can't operate in their traditional fashion during COVID-19, giving meals to seniors and those who are less fortunate. We've seen farmers, to families with food box programs, making sure to connect with their local farmers throughout Minneapolis public schools. And we've seen communities of faith, many different churches and synagogues and mosques throughout our city really step up in a big way. And I think that's the part that's heartwarming. So all this, it's not done in a vacuum. We have to do it as part of a global partners. And, you mentioned the global citizenry of Minnesota, and that is a mentality that I think that so many of us share. And I know that Mayor Carter and I have that same vision because we're not operating in a vacuum. And we're experiencing the very same issues on either side of the river.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Carter.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I learned a lot listening to Mayor Fry, as I always do. I'm parenting as we speak right now, so I was planning on opening up the camera after Mayor Fry's opening comments. So thanks for being patient with me as I joined.
Not a problem. This is a unique moment for all of us.
It's very much a unique moment. Yes, we are constantly negotiating with kids to do distance learning and everything else.
We're honored to have you here.
Well, it's an honor to be here because to the point of this conversation, we have people in our community who are worried about food right now, who have just never had to worry about food before, who have absolutely no experience worrying about food before. We have families professional families, families with professional careers and, college degrees who are concerned about their ability to feed their children. And that is a shock. It's shocking for us. It's unusual for us. And I think it is one of the most alarming signs of this moment. We know that we're facing a pandemic. We know that we're facing an economic reality that is different than anything that any of us are used to. In St. Paul, that means in a city of 315,000 people, we've seen over 80,000 unemployment applications since March 15th alone. It means that as we have manage and try to work with our population of residents who have experienced unsheltered homelessness. That population is literally more than 10 times larger today than it was just a year ago. And so I think Global Food Day or World Food Day comes at a good time for us and an important time for us when, we're really focused on things that simple, as literally as food. Food for our families, food for our young people, food for our children. We have seen enormous food operations go into play in the last 6 months. The type of things, frankly, that we're used to seeing abroad that we're not used to seeing as necessary in the United States. As my daughter agrees with me, as we saw restaurants shut down this spring. I'll tell you, one of the things that was really heartwarming for me is, in those moments when, executive orders went out and restaurants had to shut down completely or go to very limited capacity. I had a couple restaurateurs here in St. Paul who would call me and I would assume they were going to call me angry or trying to figure out what are we supposed to do. And to a person, they all said, look, we want to make sure this food doesn't go bad. How do we make sure that we get it to people who are experiencing homelessness or families who are in crisis or something like that? And that was really kind of profound and heartwarming to me. We've seen our schools deliver food. We've seen rec leaders, people who signed up to work for a recreation center, whose job over the past few months has been delivering food to families in need. Again, that's not something that we're really used to. It's making us rethink our relationship with food and with hunger, even right here in St. Paul, in ways that we're used to seeing on infomercials, frankly, but not like seeing ourselves in, not seeing ourselves reflected in. I think it also, as we think about the nexus of this crisis, and I keep telling folks, crisis is an understatement. We're a world in crises right now. whether that's the pandemic crisis, unemployment crisis, hunger crisis, homelessness crisis, and certainly our continuing climate crisis. Those things kind of overlap for us and hopefully make us literally go down that road, continue to go down that road. The intriguing thing about World Food Day for me, for St. Paul, is we always talk about St. Paul and in Minneapolis as well, as a place where you can travel the world on a plate. We literally have the world's food here in the Twin Cities metropolitan area. You know, you can go down Eat Street, or you can go down University Avenue. We have all kinds of different places right here in St. Paul. We have Little Africa and District del Sol and Hmong Market or Hmong Village and Hmong Town Market. You know, we have all these different spaces, Little Mekong, where you can go and literally travel the world on a plate. So one of our focuses as we move forward is going to be thinking, how do we connect our food systems? We talk a lot about like food deserts as places, and I think a lot of people think of a food desert as a place that doesn't have a Cub or doesn't have a a super Target. When in the meantime, we have an enormous amount of ethnic grocery stores. We have an enormous amount of community gardens. We have an enormous amount of farmers markets all throughout our community, and our ability to close the loop or to link all of those things together to create our own urban, localized food source, I think is going to be critical, both as we continue to source the need that exists right now in this acute moment, but as we move forward and say, how do we ensure that we're being responsible to our climate while ensuring that our residents can eat and feed their children?
So, well, let's actually, I want to pick up on that your last set of points in our next round, which is talk about what's working. And I love your comment about how everybody started to work with each other in ways you didn't even imagine, and focus on, if we're going to do this call to action that Mark asked us to think about, I want to focus each of you on what's working. And Michelle, I want to bring you back. You, USGLC and Cargill are in this innovative project called our Heartland Partnership, where we're engaged all across the Rust Belt and Midwest in conversations. And I've traveled with you and lots of your colleagues where I hear these unbelievable stories about what Cargill is doing around the world that is working. I was with one of your colleagues in North Dakota when we used to travel, and I remember hearing this story about a work that you're doing with CARE in something you call She Feeds the World. And you could tell that story or something else, but the reason I love that, it's you're doing good and doing well of empowering women to close the gender gap. And it struck me when Mayor Carter was talking about these innovations. Tell us how these investments are working and what we can learn about them so that we can get back to getting SDGs on track.
Yeah, it's a really, really good question. And I think both mayors hit on this as well. And as we think about the work that we do in partnership, we have to keep equity and inclusion at the center of what we do. And so, yes, I can talk a bit about our partnership with CARE, but I think it's important to acknowledge here in the Twin Cities, in the state of Minnesota, we have one of the worst opportunity gaps. So as we think about the programs that we're investing around, how do we improve education? How do we improve access to nutrition? We have to have equity and inclusion at the center of those partnerships. And so that's really what helps to drive our work. Speaking of CARE, we've worked with CARE for over 50 years. It's been pretty remarkable. We actually started with them when they first began sending care packages to families who had been impacted by war in Europe. So it's been a long-standing partnership. Since that time, of course, their work and ours has become much more complex, and we're addressing long-term solutions to addressing food security and hunger and agricultural development, in addition to trying to meet short-term needs. And so you asked about the gender piece, and we've learned a lot through our work with CARE, and we've seen how when you give women opportunities, household incomes rise, productivity increases, children have better access to education and healthcare. And women, especially in low-income countries, have less access to economic assets like financing and land. They produce 50% of the world's food, and yet they own less than 1% of the land. I mean, it's just remarkable, the inequity that exists. And so through our work with CARE, we've seen that when we give women the same access, we actually see even better results. So for example, the yields are increasing by 20 to 30% along with incomes, and then they in turn reinvest those resources into their families. And so you see that long-term sustainable change when you invest and you include equity and inclusion sort of at the center of those investments. You mentioned She Feeds the World. It's a partnership we have now with CARE that's focused on improving livelihoods, incomes, economic opportunities for 2 million women. And that work is focused in Central America as well as in Africa and in parts of Asia. And so these investments are yielding great results. We're seeing it over and over and over again. We continue to learn. But I guess one of my calls to action is that as people are thinking about new partnerships and we're thinking about these types of investments, make sure that you're investing in a way that's inclusive and equitable, and that we're achieving long-term results through these investments.
Great, great. Mayor Fry, Minneapolis has no shortages of challenges. We have been watching them all year and been so impressed with your leadership, from COVID to the civil unrest. And one of the things I'm impressed is you're working with local community organizations to help make sure the resources get to those who are most in need, most impacted. And the harsh reality is that we all know that those who are most vulnerable are also the most impacted, particularly by COVID-19. So as you think about from the streets of your own home city to those around the world, help us kind of understand this connection between the challenges of inequality and health and food security, and what you're doing, what you're seeing that's working, that's driving real positive change.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. You know, I was at an event with Mayor Carter just yesterday, and I'm going to mess up this quote here, but he basically said, when, you know, America gets the cold, our Black community gets the flu, or when America gets the cold, those who are of lower income get the flu, and that is most definitely the case. What we're seeing right now, it's you know, everybody's struggling to a certain extent, but those who feel poverty, those who feel this pandemic more acutely, are those that were already in a difficult place to begin with. And that's why we've seen those lines to food shelf go out the door. That's why we've seen unsheltered homelessness rise through the roof. That's why, at the end of the day, local leaders, in conjunction with our private and nonprofit teams as well, need to step up to make sure that we're precise with our solutions, and that the money that we have, which by the way is limited given the economic realities of the situation, goes specifically to those that are struggling the most. And we are in a somewhat precarious food and housing situation right now for so many of our residents. And so we've made sure to set up emergency relief systems, to provide emergency rental assistance, to get out funds that will help some of these organizations that are providing food or providing shelter, providing that safe, secure, and stable home, making sure that they have the necessary funds and resources they need to do even more work. I mean, and in many cases, they were already burdened to some extent prior to COVID-19. And so they're just going to have to step up even more. And in March, for instance, as our schools were making some of these hard decisions about when to close schools to help limit the spread of the virus, it became evident that going to school was not just about learning mathematics and learning to write. Going to school for so many was also about getting nutrition and nourishment. And then suddenly, when these 2 meals a day that they previously in many cases got for free, they now aren't getting, that now puts a whole new strain on families. Now suddenly they're having to pay for and find food for their children for another 2 meals a day. And you know, again, in many instances previously, they were only eating those 2 meals a day, and then they were trying to find where and how to eat over the weekend. And so again, like, these issues are just becoming more and more stressed. And you know, as summer now turns into fall, and then as fall turns into winter, that demand has not decreased, but we've actually seen some of these food distribution sites reduce in half from June to September. And so those remaining sites are now working to prepare for what could be a prolonged response through this longer storm. So that's all to say, though, there is an incredible amount of really amazing work that's happening around food security and food justice that's happening in Minneapolis and St. Paul right now. And that work, it's coming from our food shelves. It's coming from our food banks. It's coming from those who are just steadfastly dedicated to doing this work, to working with urban farmers, to working with entrepreneurs and restaurateurs in our faith community. And that work's ongoing, and undoubtedly it's going to continue. I'll also note that just over the past year and a half or so, the Minneapolis Food Council has undertaken some really extensive food action planning processes in collaboration with Sustainable Healthy Cities and a number of other organizations. And that work started before there was the shortage that we're seeing now, and thank God that it did. And so right now we're just got to step up even more, because there's even more of an emergency.
Thank you. Mayor Carter, I want to bring in one more issues in terms of what's working, and you've already mentioned it, but I want to give you a chance to talk about it. It's an area you've been a leader in, climate change. The city of St. Paul has been working in partnership with the Great Plains Institute, and you recently, I know, adopted the Climate Action and Resilience Plan. So I wonder if you can, obviously it's highly connected to the issue we're talking about, food security, and if you can talk a bit about what you see, what you've been doing in developing leadership and public-private sector on this, what you hope that St. Paul can contribute to the movement, and obviously so critical right now.
Thank you so much. And, we talked about the nexus between climate and food. And one of the pieces is that the problem is so big and so grandiose that oftentimes we feel like whatever we can do at the local level, it's limited, right? And it's marginal in the context of the global need that we can just see every time we turn on our TV, every time we look around. But one of the things that we've learned is if we do our part, and Minneapolis does their part, and Kentucky, and Lexington, Kentucky does their part, and we sort of kind of put it all together that way, that we can make a profound difference. And I'll tell you right now, in particular in the United States, I'm really impressed and inspired by the way in which, in particular, mayors and cities and municipalities across the country have stepped forward to say, even if we're not going to have the type of action that we all know that we need out of Washington, D.C., we as a country are still going to take action. Climate is one of those things. Mayor Frey and I are two of about 400 mayors across the country that when the president said the United States is going to withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord, said, you know what, we might he can officially withdraw us, but we're going to continue to meet our kind of agreements there. So for a city like St. Paul, our emissions are oftentimes really centered around buildings and transportation. So those are the two kind of centerpieces of our climate action and resilience plan. Our buildings program, both involve a significant amount of public-private partnership with transportation companies, with car share companies, with our energy company here in St. Paul, with a broad set of folks. We created a contest called Energize St. Paul. It's the race to reduce. I call it biggest loser for buildings. And so we've invited and challenged building owners downtown and across our city. We've got over 200 buildings who have taken us up on this offer to take the challenge to figure out how to reduce their emissions that are coming out of their buildings. And we have significantly reduced the emissions from buildings. That's by the way, an easy public-private partnership to craft, because the business owners know that it's just savings for them. It's long-term savings for them. With regard to our city buildings, we're doing the exact same thing. We created in my first year in office a $5 million internal loan fund to help us upgrade our lighting and heating systems and things like that to be more energy efficient. On the point of savings, those projects, it's a revolving internal loan fund, because the projects that we're doing right now will pay off for us. We'll break even on them based on the energy savings in just a few years. So we'll be able to recycle those funds and continue to make improvements that are incredibly responsible by our taxpayers, because we're just saving money for our community as well. That's very important. As we think about transportation, it's a perfect space. You know, I sometimes joke with folks, you know, we're two cities on the Mississippi River. And I sometimes joke with folks that I'm only interested in keeping the St. Paul side of the river clean, not the Minneapolis side. And they always say, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I go, aha, very good point. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because we're part of a network. And the same as those kind of drops of water in the Mississippi River, our residents, our workforce, our students, all are constantly going back and forth. So the transportation work that we do has to be done regionally. It has to be done in network. It has to be done in partnership, or as what Mayor Frey always calls a cooperation that we have between the two cities. So we're working together right now to build a network of electric vehicle charging stations, 70 across the Twin Cities, where, you know, we're building out the infrastructure to support people having electric vehicles, whether those are electric bicycles or electric cars, so that they can live in our community. One important shift right now is we're a majority renter community. And so if you're a renter, unless you are developing a space, unless you're developing unless you're renting a house that already has an electric charging hub, there's really no way for you to kind of do some of those things, for you to have an electric vehicle. So we have to have the infrastructure. We're doing that in partnership with Minneapolis. We in St. Paul are adding 20 miles of bike lanes in 2020. So to make sure that St. Paul is a place that people who can't afford a car can still get around, can still get to work or to school. Again, that's being responsible by our environment, but it's also being responsible by our residents, and ensuring that St. Paul is a place where, you know, people can afford to live and raise their families. All of those things work together with our food systems, because the way we produce and also source our food has everything to do with our responsibility to our environment. And so, you know, those farmers markets that we were talking about earlier, those, you know, community gardens that we were talking about earlier, help us reduce the distance that food has to travel to get to our plates. That's helping our environment as well. So all of these things, I think, are working well together. I'm really proud of the work that St. Paul has done. And I'll tell you, very, very appreciative of the fact that we get to do it in partnership and in network with a whole host of cities around our country, our planet, including our twin city across the river, Minneapolis.
Well, if we can take the Twin Cities and make people understand that that model is affecting globally, I love it. So let me try to get one more round of questioning in, which I think is ultimately where this conversation could be most useful for our audience. And that's the kind of call to action. And I'm going to channel one more time David Beasley for our panelists. Who, when he told the Nobel Committee, and I'm going to quote him, is with all the wealth in the world today, and with all the expertise and technology in the world today, no one in the world should go to bed hungry. You know, no one. We have to do better, and that's kind of the theme of what the four of us are tasked to do. And lucky me, I don't have to answer it. I just get to ask the question. So, you know, let's think about it's October 16, 2020, but let's think about October 16, 2021. And if the four of us were lucky enough that Mark invites us back a year from now, and we said, what does success look like? Is how do we do better? So Michelle, you get the hard part that you have to start this and the two mayors get to think for a minute, but none of us can go too long because we have to end on time. So Michelle, the Business Roundtable said that businesses have to focus not just on stakeholders, they have to focus on shareholders. Cargill's been doing that a long time. I know that. You just put you just put a lot of money into the World Food Program the day they got the Nobel Peace Prizes. So what do businesses and what do we as citizens have to do better and get to zero hunger, at least make a movement towards that 1 year from now?
Well, it's quite a challenge. I think Mayor Carter said something too about the individual responsibility that we all have. So St. Paul can make improvements, Minneapolis can too, but we as individuals, I think we all have to be advocates. We have to raise awareness of these issues. We have to engage. Liz, you and I talked about, you know, at least right now with all that's going on, I'm hoping that one of the outcomes of of this election is that we continue to have strong civic engagement and that we have people engaged in understanding the issues before us. I think we also have to help people understand and raise awareness of the important connectivity between international development and the role that that plays and the benefits that that brings right back here at home. And so as we think about where consumers are in the future, today, 95% of the world's consumers live outside the United States, and this is where a lot of the markets are growing. So when you think about opportunities for US farmers and for businesses as well, supporting infrastructure, supporting education, supporting economic development overseas also helps us here in the United States. And the other thing that David Beasley talked a lot about was peace and the important role that peace plays and just reducing conflict. And that we have to work together to find that, because that is truly going to be the end of hunger. We're not going to be able to achieve that until we find more peace and we have people working together. And the last point I want to make is about farmers, because we can't feed the world without farmers. And so we have to start with agriculture and helping farmers and all along the food system. So we have to help farmers. Cargill provides training for farmers. Last year, we trained 860,000 farmers around the world on sustainable agricultural practices. We have to support them in the food system. And then we have to go across the food system and think about food industry workers. I mean, one of the things that really has struck us during COVID is the important role, of course, that food industry workers play. We have to keep them safe. They have a lot of pride. They are feeding the world. And so we have to support them and support the whole system. Cargill's made some investments in helping farmers, but also restaurant workers. We talked about the impact here in the Twin Cities, but that's happening all over. And so we have to think about the investments that we're making to support the food system overall, keeping markets open, advocating for trade, et cetera. So those are some of the key things that.
All right, you gave us our call to action in 2 minutes. That was awesome.
Okay.
All right, Mayor Frey and Mayor Carter, you both already took action. You joined the board of the Greater Minneapolis-St. Paul Partnership, and today are part of this launch of the new BOLD initiative, MBOLD, the new initiative that's bringing together Minnesota businesses, researchers, and food and agricultural producers to accelerate solutions to some of these most pressing issues around food and agriculture sectors. So give us a quick update of what this initiative about, what you hope to achieve with it, and most importantly, what can we do? How's it going to impact this economy? Mayor Frey, you're up.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to highlight our place in the food economy right now and where we presently are on October 16th, 2020. We have wildfires to our west. We have hurricanes to our east. And in Minnesota, obviously, we're substantially impacted by global warming. In fact, Minneapolis is a city second most impacted by global warming in the entire country, the first being New Orleans. But we also have a place in terms of food production. I mean, that it's almost in our DNA. Minneapolis was in many ways founded on this principle of milling, of grain, and of production of it. And MBOLD its assertion is that food and agriculture are just such a major asset and a major component of our future. And it's about keeping this region and state on the leading edge that has always been foundational to our city in solving our global challenge and to feed, 9 billion people. So it's about developing these solutions, growing the talent base, creating additional jobs in a region, and then ultimately improving lives across the globe. So that's what the work is about. But right now in 2020, we're also having to think about things differently. We're having to make sure that we have immediate access to the food source around our cities. We're having to make sure that we're not relying entirely on oil to get food from point A to point B. We're having to make sure that we're testing soil. Is this a good place to grow? Well, then grow. If this is a bad place to grow, well, then build, to make sure that we have almost a green ring around our Twin Cities where we have immediate access to food itself. It sounded like a crazy thing to talk about 5 or 6 years ago. And remember talking about it then, people would roll their eyes. It's happening now. We need to be concentrated on our access to food. And I'll just finish by calling your attention to talk about the importance of partnerships and specifically corporate partners. And so Larry Fink, look him up. Larry Fink, who's a guy, he He runs, I believe it's called BlackRock, which is one of the main investment firms. I think it's the main investment firm in the entire country. And every year he puts out a letter to all the CEOs around the world saying, hey, we manage, assets of however many, I don't know, millions of people and entities. And we have a fiduciary duty to manage those assets well. And what he said to all these CEOs is more than anything else right now, we need to be paying attention to climate. Not because it's just like the right moral thing to do, which it is, but because it's the financially and fiscally smart thing to do, because if we don't, it will have grave economic impacts down the road. So it's the right thing to do. It's the economically sound thing to do. I'm glad that the Minneapolis and St. Paul are really on the cutting edge of a whole lot of this work. So proud to work with Mayor Carter. Thank you so much, Liz, for all of your work as well. And Mark and Michelle and everyone else. This is it's good to have the partnerships.
Fantastic. That is very, very exciting what you're doing. Mayor Carter, tell us about what is our call to action? Where does MBOLD fit in to your vision of what we could see as success a year from now?
Well, Mayor Fry said it's good to have the partnerships. I'll go him one more. It's great to have the partnerships. That's our cooperation in action here. Look, we live in a world, we live in a country, we live in a state, we live in a community in which we can still predict the child's expected life outcomes more accurately by her race and her zip code than we can based on her GPA. That is a fundamental statement, and it's frankly an indictment of the way we've got our whole system set up. We know that this pandemic that we're in right now does not fight fair. I heard someone say, and this was a heartbreaking statement, that this pandemic, we can look at this pandemic, if we didn't listen to any politicians' speeches, or if we didn't know any of the founding kind of documentation of the country, that we can look at how this pandemic is behaving and see how our country feels towards communities of color, towards low-income families, towards rural poor families in our community, and those types of things. That's harrowing, and that's scary. But one of the things, of all the things that have been clear, I think, in 2020, one of the things that I think is undeniable is that we see right now that as long in our country as literally one family can't afford a safe home to shelter in place in, as long as one family can't afford to take a week off of work to care for a sick child or recover from an illness, as long as one worker can't go to the doctor when they're sick, and I would even go one further and say, as long as people in our community are concerned about their ability, their relationship between law enforcement and community members in our country, that all of us are less safe because of it. What that says to me, and this is our mantra in St. Paul, is no recovery. We don't want to recover from this crisis because recovery sounds to me like finding a way to get back to where we were 6 months ago, or in some cases, it sounds like folks are talking about 6 decades ago, trying to get back to where we were before. When the truth is we have to forge forward to a fundamentally new place in our community. We have seen Depression era hunger, you mentioned that earlier, Depression era poverty and unemployment in our community. And the thing I think that makes this fundamentally different in an insulting way, frankly, than that Great Depression is, at the same time, we've seen billionaire wealth grow in America. At the same time, we've seen record-breaking returns on the stock market. And what that says to me is we've got a fundamental split in our economy, in which we have our asset holding class, our asset owning class, our stock market class, those folks in our community, and the well-being of our asset holding class has divorced itself from the well-being of just everyday Americans in my neighborhood. And so we've centered our administration in St. Paul around equity. And the funny thing about equity is sometimes we don't really know what it means. We know we want diverse photographs, and we know that we want to feel good about stuff, and we know that we want a general sense of fairness, but creating an operationalized definition becomes elusive for us at times. So I go back to my background. I graduated from undergrad, my undergrad's in business administration. And for my business school dean, the word equity was very clear and very well defined. It was about ownership. It was about ownership and the things that come with ownership, namely both the opportunity to participate in decision-making processes and the opportunity to participate in an economy. And so, like I said, when we see billionaire wealth growing, but everyday families worried about how to feed their family, it's clear that our ability to participate in our economy is somewhat broken in our country. And in order to fix that, we have to fix every American's ability to participate in the decision-making processes. That includes the census, that includes election day and voting, but that also includes the city budget. That includes, zoning in our neighborhoods. That includes, conversations about how we source food locally and all of those types of things. So our call to action in St. Paul is to identify new and innovative ways for our community members, especially the ones who we know live in neighborhoods or communities that have traditionally been left behind over and over and over again. Find new ways to ensure that they are participating in our economy. Because if I have equity in a company, if that company has a good quarter, then I have a good quarter. Our country's economy should be that way. If we have the richest country on the planet, if we want to say that we are the richest society in history, then children shouldn't go to bed hungry at night.
Right.
Families shouldn't worry about how to pay the rent or keep a roof over their head. And so our call to action around equity is to find constantly new ways for our families to participate in our citywide, regional, statewide, and national economy. And in order to do that, find new and innovative ways for people to participate authentically in the decision-making processes which govern our policy and financial decision-making. That's our charge, and that's the charge that I'd sure love to invite everybody to join us in.
Well, if Michelle and Mayor Fry come back in, so I can just say a big thank you to the three of you for enlightening us, giving our call to action, helping close out and figuring how we're going to get to Countdown 2030. So on behalf of everybody, I wish this was a moment where everybody could stand up and give you a standing ovation, because that was absolutely fabulous, an impressive conversation. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for what the mayors, for what you're both doing to keep our communities strong and safe. Michelle, what the corporate community, and Mark, you are closing out the program. So baton back to you.
Well, I want to join in that
Liz.
standing ovation. I want to join in that call for action on equity, in sustainability, on creating a future. Mayor Carter, Mayor Fry, this was really a powerful political voice that you've expressed here to give us direction. Michelle, the partnerships that you've been engaged in and the work that you're doing. And Liz, what you've done for 25 years to help us all realize that we need to move and we need to help shape how that political will make some of these things possible, and how we have to sometimes get tough when somebody's trying to block or somehow turn us away from our historic leadership role in that global economy. But what we got from this hour now was more direction about that call to action that's come out all during the day about what are we going to do here now. We know next year is going to have a lot more difficulties in some areas globally and locally. We know that, so we have to get ourselves inspired, charged up, ready to go. But also we've learned to set some guidelines and set some benchmarks and set some goals, some targets. And I'd like to make sure that next year on October 16th, 2021, all of us get back together and we're able to say, this is what we set out to do. This is what we were able to do. Disappointments, successes we didn't know. But we would have the opportunity to say, as a people, we came together. As a people, we found a way to move forward on one, if not all, of the sustainable goals that we have, because we're thinking about our children and we're thinking about that next generation. Out at the Mall of America, there's a big display that Global Minnesota was able to put up this week in partnership with the mall. And it's letters from the children of Belgium. 100 years ago, they wrote to the children of America for saving their lives, because America was able, largely from our region, to feed Europe. In that moment, Belgium, which was occupied and people were starving, and then all of Europe. But the idea that children can understand that connectivity on the planet and can express gratitude with the kind of clarity and language, it will open your heart. It will make you cry. It will make you understand that Minnesota's relationship to the world and the world's relationship to Minnesota has all kinds of components. But at the end of the day, there's matters of the heart and matters of the soul and the spirit. So if you're out there and you really want to see one way that we make that global local connection, up on the 3rd floor at the mall, on the north end, up by the food court, beautiful, beautiful, big display on the wall. But it will remind you that we have a historic role to play. This afternoon, we were reminded that we've got a long ways to go. And today, Liz, you gave us the coda, the close that gave us the inspiration to know that we can do this as long as we stay true to the values, the vision, and that commitment to what the future generations are able to say they have. General Eisenhower is kind of famous for being quoted sitting there on D-Day Beach 20 years after Walter Cronkite, and he said, you know, these graves, these young men bought us time to see if we can do it better. And I have to say, we've been challenged, but others have been challenged. They bought us sometimes. We need to tackle these big issues so that 1 year from now, we can say, yes, we are in a countdown to 2030. We are moving ahead because we're people of action. It won't be a simple path. It won't be a straight path, but we are in it together. This afternoon, you gave us the opportunity to close out this day of deep emotion and incredible big thinking and all kinds of things. We had an analogy early on. Adi from the Native American Development Institute talked about having a door open that then allowed us in to learn and to relate and to share. Today was a door opening. This last panel opened that door wide and you welcomed us in. We all have that opportunity. We'll all keep working together, and I plan on making sure that a year from now, we have an opportunity to come back together, see how we're doing, and to rededicate ourselves again. Thank you to all, and thank you to everyone watching, and to our members. Thank you so much for making this kind of program possible. And for anyone else who would like to join and be part of that process, yes, it's being matched. That's a good thing. But if you'd like to keep up with Global Minnesota No More, just go to the website and click on it. And don't forget, 5:30, social hours, lots of exciting things. So thank you again. Thank you again for being honest. There's a way to keep that conversation going. And again, Liz, Mayor Carter, Mayor Frey, Michelle Gua, thank you so much and good day.